Joan was pressed beneath him and reached out to undo his clothes. Soon, both of them were completely exposed, honestly facing each other. Joan shyly covered her chest. Jiang-hee grabbed her wrist and gently kissed it. "Darling, don't be nervous." Jiang-hee lowered his head and kissed her collarbone. His large hand caressed her skin, sending a tingling sensation through Joan, making her tremble all over. The oil lamp in the room flickered slightly, casting their shadows on the wall. The man's muscles were tense, and his bronze skin was covered in sweat. His eyes were deep and vast, like an ocean that could swallow a person whole. "Open your eyes and look at me." His voice was hoarse and barely recognizable. Joan obediently opened her eyes and looked into his deep gaze. Jiang-hee leaned down and pressed his thin lips to her luscious lips. At first, Joan gasped in pain, but as she gradually got used to it, it became less uncomfortable. Her small hands clung to his back, and her slender waist moved slightly, giving him the most wonderful feeling. A thin layer of sweat appeared on Jiang-hee's forehead, and his hair stuck to his face, adding a touch of charm. Joan wrapped her arms around his neck, tilted her face up, and kissed him. Her enthusiasm made Jiang-hee's desire burn even hotter. Joan kept making broken sounds, like a catalyst, making Jiang-hee unable to stop. Joan felt like she was on a roller coaster, with the whole world shaking violently, but she felt an unprecedented happiness. Joan slept until noon before waking up. She slowly opened her eyes, pulled back the blanket, and tried to get up, but her whole body was sore, as if run over by a cart, with no strength at all. Especially that part, aching and swollen. It turned out that everything in the story was true. She endured the pain, put on her clothes, just as Jiang-hee came in with breakfast. He had woken up early and was in a very good mood. "Darling, you're awake? Breakfast is ready, including chicken soup. Your body is too weak. You need to recover well," Jiang-hee said, blowing on the soup in the bowl. She really needed to recover, and if Joan hadn't fainted last night, he might have continued. Joan looked at Jiang-hee with a resentful expression. Last night, Jiang-hee kept bothering her until after 4 a.m. She lost count of how many times. No matter how much she begged, he didn't stop, and he actually got more excited. But Jiang-hee always appeared at the most critical moments. Because Qiaoan didn't want to get pregnant, and he had promised Qiaoshang that he wouldn't want children until he was capable. "By the way, are you a dog person? Look at what you've done." Qiaoan pointed to the marks all over her body. Jiang-hee touched his nose. "I couldn't resist, and I didn't bite her neck." "Qiaoan, are you proud of that?" Jiang-hee cleared his throat and softly said, "I'll go get some water for you to wash up." He placed breakfast on the table and then went to the kitchen to heat some water. After boiling it, he poured the hot water into a small wooden basin and went into the room. After Qiaoan finished washing up and sat down to eat breakfast, she wasn't very hungry and only ate half. Jiang-hee picked up a bowl of chicken soup, scooped a spoonful, and fed her. "Come on, drink more. It's very nourishing." Qiaoan looked at the bowl, which was bigger than her face, and swallowed. "It smells good, but so much? Are you trying to make me overeat?" She felt her body was fine, but Jiang-hee was just too intense. After tossing her all night, who could handle it? "Honey, you can drink as much as you can. If you can't finish, I'll take care of it. The sooner you recover, the less likely you'll faint in the future. I can also." Qiaoan blushed and interrupted him. "Stop. Don't say that anymore." In the end, Qiaoan only drank half a bowl. No matter how Jiang-hee tried to feed her, she refused to take another sip. She just couldn't drink any more. While Jiang-hee went to the fields, she carried a military green small bag and took a ride on the county's ox cart. She wanted to buy some small umbrellas to prevent accidents, even though Jiang-hee appeared at critical moments. It wasn't 100% foolproof, and there was still a chance she could get pregnant. The risk was small, but she had to be careful just in case. Li Xiaona had a fall against the bed's corner last time, and her chest was stitched up with several more stitches. The wound was even larger than before. She was so weak that walking was difficult, but she endured the pain and used her last penny to buy a plain steamed bun from the street. No one bought it for her. She had to buy it herself. It's all because that old woman ate her egg cake. The old woman seemed to be suffering from an incurable illness, as she overheard the doctors talking about it last time. It's best if she dies. Then no one will take her things. Li Xiaona was almost starving. When she took a bite of her steamed bun, half of it was gone. She had bought the bun with 5 cents. A meat bun costs 8 cents, which is too expensive. She only had 1 dime in total, so she couldn't afford it or didn't want to buy it. A simple bun was a better choice. She struggled to walk toward the hospital. As she turned around, she saw a familiar figure. It was Qiaowen. After buying what she needed, she was wandering on the street, holding 2 large meat buns that Li Xiaona couldn't afford. Li Xiaona clenched her fists, her eyes full of strong anger, almost grinding her teeth. Seeing Qiaowen walking farther away, she hurriedly followed behind slowly. Qiaowen reached a quiet alley. She turned around and spoke to the air. "How long do you plan to follow me?" "Come out." Li Xiaona hid behind some discarded items. Qiaowen had already noticed her. Since she was discovered, Li Xiaona no longer hid. She stared angrily and asked, "Did you tell the village chief about that matter?" Qiaowen pretended to think and said, "Which matter?" "I don't understand what you're saying," Li Xiaona shouted excitedly. "Qiaowen, don't pretend to be innocent here. I ask you, did you bring the village chief and them to the mountains that night?" Qiaowen suddenly understood, clapping her hands. "Oh, so you're talking about the thing with Zhou Deitao. Huh? I thought it was something else. Did you do it, right?" "Yes, I did." "So what?" Qiaowen didn't bother pretending anymore and directly revealed the truth. It was indeed her. That night, right after Li Xiaona left the Li family, Qiaowen immediately went to tell the village chief because she had promised to give her a gift. Doing such bad things needs an audience to be fun. Li Xiaona was furious, pointing at Qiaowen's nose and shouting, "You scoundrel! I knew it was you. Why are you treating me like this? Did I do anything to offend you?" Qiaowen, hands behind her back, smiled playfully and looked at her. "Of course, because it's fun. Why are you so angry? If I hadn't reported your and Zhou Deitao's misdeeds, you wouldn't have had the chance to stay in the hospital. Instead, you would have been beaten and scolded at the Li family every day. Honestly, you should thank me." Li Xiaona gritted her teeth in anger, wishing she could swallow her whole. "I haven't done anything to upset you lately, have I? You haven't directly upset me, but I just don't like you. It's because of that gloomy face of yours. As long as your life isn't too comfortable, I can't help but want to cause you some trouble." Li Xiaona trembled with anger, her eyes red. "You evil, mean person." Qiaowen continued, "Hospital bills are expensive, right? The villagers chipped in to help you. Can you even pay them back now? Also, you still owe me money. Pay me back first. You owe me 54 yuan, that's not a small amount." Li Xiaona almost forgot about the 54 yuan she owed her. Luckily, she remembered, or she would have missed out on a good deal. Li Xiaona was shocked. "It's been so long, and you're still asking for your money? I'm already suffering so much. How can you be so shameless? It's only 54 yuan, nothing to you. You have so much money, you buy things worth hundreds of yuan without blinking. Do you really need this small amount? Why are you bothering me?" Qiaowen said, "Whether you're miserable or not has nothing to do with me. Did I stab you with a knife? Debt is debt. Paying it back is only right. Why should I feel embarrassed? I shouldn't be the one feeling that way. You've owed me money for so long and still haven't paid it back. How thick-skinned are you? My money has nothing to do with your wealth," Li Xiaona snapped. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be like this now. You should be the one paying me." Qiaowen scoffed. TSK, after staying in the hospital for a while, your skin has gotten thicker." "No, you've always been thick-skinned. Now it's just even more so. If you don't pay me back today, I'll report you to the police." Li Xiaona acted shamelessly. "No matter what I say, I can't pay you. I won't give you the money. I have no money, only my life." If she had a promissory note, she wouldn't dare say such things. But the note was gone. That night, when the educated youth courtyard collapsed, all the young people followed the villagers back home. Li Xiaona took the opportunity to go back and found Xiaowen's box. She took out the IOU and tore it up. Even if Xiaoan reported to the police now, it wouldn't help because the IOU was already destroyed. Suddenly, Xiaoan said, "Your idea is pretty good. Then, use your life to pay it back." What? What? Li Xiaona thought she had heard wrong. Xiaoan repeated, "I said, use your life to pay it back." Li Xiaona looked into her eyes, feeling a strange chill behind her back. Killing is against the law. You don't have the courage for that. She didn't believe Xiaoan would really do anything to her. Xiaoan smiled eerily. "You're right, I really don't have that courage." Li Xiaona raised her chin. "Huh, you talk big but can't do anything. What are you pretending for?" As soon as she finished, Xiaoan took a few steps toward her, grabbed her dark hand, and said slowly, "Here, I really don't have the courage. If someone finds out, I will be doomed." But Xiaoan suddenly tightened her grip on her hand. Li Xiaona, already weak, felt the pain and tried to pull away, but Xiaoan's grip only got tighter. "What are you doing? Let me go. I tell you, if you dare to do anything to me, you'll be doomed." Li Xiaona suddenly felt scared. She sensed that Xiaoan was acting very strangely now. "Isn't it true you want to use your life to pay? It's not convenient here. I think we can change places." Li Xiaona's back was sweating coldly, and her voice trembled uncontrollably. "What do you mean by that?" "What do I mean? You'll find out very soon." Li Xiaona struggled hard to free her hand from Xiaoan's grip. In the next second, everything around them started to change. The walls around them gradually disappeared, and the pile of trash was gone. Instead, there was a very luxurious large villa. Li Xiaona looked terrified. The stone path under her feet turned into a black marble floor, shiny like a mirror. The ceiling was decorated with a gorgeous crystal chandelier, sparkling brightly. Every corner of the villa was filled with the scent of money and power. Everything here was something she had never seen before. "Teach this. What is this place? How did you do this? Why is it like this?
Are you
human or ghost?" Li Xiaona's voice trembled as she took a few steps back, trembling with fear. She couldn't believe it. Just a moment ago, she was standing in the alley, and now she was in this strange place. Joan looked at her fingers casually and said, "What do you think? Do you think I'm a ghost?" Joan suddenly moved closer to Li Xiaona, smiling in a creepy way. Li Xiaona shivered in fear. "I don't care if you're a person or a ghost. Just take me back quickly." "Take you back? Where do you want to go? Do you think you can go back now?" Actually, Joan had only grabbed Li Xiaona's hand to see if she could bring a living person into the space. To her surprise, it worked. Since she was already inside, Joan didn't want to let her go. She planned to trap Li Xiaona inside the space and slowly torment her. Even if she died, no one would find out what she did. "Do you know? Actually, I am already dead," Joan said. Hearing this, Li Xiaona's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. Joan continued, "But for some reason, I came back to life." "Do you want to know why?" Li Xiaona said. "That's impossible. How can someone come back to life after dying?" Joan was probably lying. Such a ridiculous thing couldn't happen in real life. She didn't believe it. But everything in the villa told her Joan was telling the truth. "Because of you and that, Yan Sheng," Joan said casually, her eyes turning more vicious. She crouched down and reached into Li Xiaona's shirt. Li Xiaona wanted to hide, but Joan grabbed her neck and pushed her to the ground. "What are you doing?" Li Xiaona was scared and struggled. Joan's strength wasn't very great, but she held her down tightly. Her body was weak now and had no strength to fight back. Joan found the wound she had stitched not long ago and tore open the gauze roughly. "Don't be afraid. I just want to remove your stitches," she said, picking at the thread with her nails and pulling it out. The wound, not fully healed, bled instantly, staining the gauze red. The sharp pain made Li Xiaona's face turn pale.
Ah?
"You little brat, are you crazy? Stop it." Joan didn't care and kept pulling at the black thread. The more she pulled, the more blood flowed. "This pain is nothing compared to what you went through before. I was just helping you remove some stitches, yet you're acting like this." Li Xiaona's pain had numbed her, and sweat kept pouring out. What does Xiaoan mean by that? What does she mean by nothing compared to what she did? What did she do back then? Before she could think further, a sharp pain shot through her chest, almost making her faint. She shouted loudly, "Ah! Let go of me! You crazy woman! Please let me go!" Xiaoan pressed her finger into her wound, stirring and poking at it, even pulling at the outer skin. She looked at Li Xiaona coldly. "Crazy? I'm just trying to help you treat your wound kindly. How can you call me crazy?" Li Xiaona's face was pale with pain. Xiaoan grabbed her skin, trying to tear it off. After a long struggle, she only managed to tear a small piece. Who would have thought that besides being thick-skinned, your skin here is also quite tough? It's so hard to tear. Maybe I should boil it in hot water? Li Xiaona, overwhelmed by pain, fainted. Xiaoan stood up, looked at her blood-stained fingers, then at Li Xiaona lying on the ground like a dead dog. Is she really unable to take it? She had stabbed herself several times before, each time piercing her heart. And now? She just fainted? Xiaoan grabbed Li Xiaona's ankle and slowly dragged her into a small, empty room behind the villa. There was nothing inside, no windows, no light. She threw Li Xiaona inside, tied her hands and feet with a rope, and finally locked the door. In the bathroom, she washed the blood off her hands. Only then did she leave the space, acting as if nothing had happened, continuing to stroll on the street. Later that night, Gang finished washing up and lay in bed. Jiang Helen immediately came over. The married man seemed to break free from some kind of restraint. He took off all his clothes in front of Xiaoan. She raised her hand to cover her eyes but peeked through her fingers, unable to resist wanting to see more. Jiang Helen's figure she had seen many times before, but she still couldn't get enough of looking at him. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Helen felt strangely like laughing. He reached out and took away the small hand that Joan used to cover her eyes. "If you want to see, just look openly. I'm not hiding anything from you." As he spoke, he pressed Joan's hand onto his abs. Feeling the warm, gentle touch, Joan blushed. "Who wants to look?" "I don't." She said she didn't want to see, but her eyes kept staring without blinking. Jiang he chuckled softly. Yes, you don't want to look." He held Joan's hand and led her somewhere. "Sweetheart, it says it wants to come out and play." Joan's face turned bright red instantly. What kind of bold words are those? She quickly pulled her hand back and turned away, ignoring him. But Jiang he suddenly picked her up, making her face away from him, and kneeled on the bed. His hands moved restlessly, holding and gently squeezing her soft chest. Joan felt ticklish and couldn't help but let out a soft sound. "Don't do that." Jiang he's lips brushed her ear, and his deep, tempting voice whispered, "Honey, let's do something good for our health." Before Joan could say anything, he grabbed her chin and forced her to turn her head, then kissed her. His tongue slipped into her mouth, entangling with her sweetness. Jiang he kissed her more deeply and with more force. Joan was out of breath from the kiss, and Jiang he held her tightly around her waist. Feeling that rush of excitement, Joan softly moaned. This position was just too. Joan felt like she was a small boat floating in the ocean, just drifting along with his stormy waves. Wait a moment. Joan's mind was still fuzzy, but she interrupted him. "What's wrong?" Jiang he's voice was hoarse and rough. Joan took out a small umbrella she got from the hospital today. "This is a safety tool. I got it from the county today. With this, everything will be fine." Jiang he took it, looked at it carefully. It turned out that the small umbrella looked like this. The packaging was made of one side paper and one side plastic. "Can you use it?" Joan asked. "No, you help me put it on." Jiang he raised an eyebrow, teasing her. You figured out yourself." "I don't know how to use it either." Joan felt like she was becoming more useless. In the past, she could tease Jiang he a little, but now, only Jiang he teased her. Married men are different. Joan waited for a while, almost falling asleep, but Jiang he still hadn't finished. Although she had never used that thing herself, she had seen it in short videos before and knew a little about it. "Let me help you." "No need." Jiang he tried for a while but couldn't succeed. He tried again, and after a long time he said, "No, it's too small." "Joan, It turned out he wasn't unable to wear it, but that thing was too small to fit. However, it only came in one size. She looked at it curiously, and her face instantly turned red like a sunset. It's too small, but there's nothing I can do, Joan stammered. In the end, he was just like the night before. The next day, Joan slept until noon again. She felt like her back was about to break. Her whole body was sore and uncomfortable, and now it felt even worse. But he was still full of energy, looking so lively and happy. Isn't it said that there are no bad fields, only tired oxen? Joan felt like she was that ox. He hummed a little tune happily beside her. Joan grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. From now on, I don't agree. You're not allowed to touch me. If this kept up, she would be drained completely. She couldn't take it anymore. She really couldn't. He caught the pillow precisely. Joan, feeling annoyed, threw another, but he caught that one too. She was so angry. I don't want to talk to you anymore, Joan pouted. He immediately apologized. Sorry. Don't ignore me. Joan turned her head away, ignoring him. He compromised. I'll listen to you. If you don't agree in the future, I won't touch you. Seeing him look so serious, she asked, Are you serious? Are you lying to me? He looked a little guilty. Yes, I'm serious. If I lied, I'd be a dog, and you can do whatever you want with me. Joan smiled a little. Then I'll trust you for now. She was still too naive. In the afternoon, the village chief held a loudspeaker and announced that Li Xiaona was missing. Yesterday, when he went to the hospital, he didn't see Li Xiaona, so he asked the nurses. They said Li Xiaona had gone out to buy food and hadn't come back. The nurses thought she couldn't afford the hospital fees and left. The village chief immediately frowned. Li Xiaona hadn't returned to the village either. She had no money, so where could she have gone? If something happened to her, it would be hard to handle. That's why the village chief used a loudspeaker to ask around, hoping someone had seen Li Xiaona. He also gathered a group of people to search everywhere. The main culprit, Qiaowen, was sitting in the yard, watching He's small fish he caught at the river at noon. Are there no bigger fish in the river? Why did you catch such small ones? How will we eat them? Qiaowen asked curiously, poking at the fish in the basin with her finger. He explained, these are called wheat sprout fish. They don't grow big. They're about this size. You can fry them until crispy, and the bones are edible. Once I prepare them, I'll fry some for you as a snack. Oh, I see, Qiaowen said, suddenly understanding. It seemed she was inexperienced. He picked up a knife, cut a slit in the fish's belly, removed the internal organs, and rinsed it with water. Because these fish have very thin scales, almost none, he didn't need to scale them. He was worried about burning the fish, so Lu Yanjun did the frying. After frying, Qiaowen couldn't wait and took a piece to put in her mouth. It was fresh, tasty, crispy, and crumbly. Wow, it's so delicious when fried, Qiaowen exclaimed, then took 2 more pieces and ate happily. If you like it, just eat them all. Lu Yanjun silently noted to herself, planning to fry more for in the future. Mom, you should try some too. Qiaowen offered a piece to Lu Yanjun. Lu Yanjun took a bite, finished that piece, and said, All right, you eat. I'll go to the mountain to dig some bamboo shoots for you to stir-fry tonight. After saying that, she picked up her and went out. Qiaowen then offered a piece to He. You should try some too. He didn't like fried fish, but since Qiaowen offered it, he opened his mouth and ate it without thinking. They ate one after another, while Luo Wanyue stood at the door of the house, watching and feeling annoyed. She also wanted to eat. She turned her head to look at Jiang Ming inside the house, who was repairing a chair. Mom fried fish, but only gave it to my sister-in-law. I haven't had fried food like that in a long time. Jiang Ming didn't look at her and said, That was little he's catch. Why should she give you some? Luo Wanyue looked at the bowl of fried wheat fish in Qiaowen's hands, drooling with desire. But I want to eat too. Why don't you go to the river and catch some? Jiang Ming replied, No, I won't go. You want to eat, not me. Go catch some yourself. Luo Wanyue stomped her foot. She didn't know how to fish. Xiao, who was also watching eagerly from the side. Luo Wanyue patted his arm and gave him a look. Xiao, who didn't understand. Mom, are your eyes full of sand? Luo Wanyua squatted down and whispered, Son, do you want to eat small fried fish? Xiaohu nodded. Yes, I do. Then go ask Annie for some and bring it in so we can eat together. Hearing this, Xiaohu suddenly lost interest. But that's Uncle's catch for Auntie, not for me. Luo Wanyua continued. So what? She has so much in her bowl. You're just a kid. If you ask her, she'll definitely share some with you. Since Xiaohu is so young, if he asked her directly, Qiaowen probably wouldn't refuse, and Lu Yanjun might scold her. Mom, do you want to eat too? Xiaohu asked. Luo Wanyua denied. Mom only told you to ask her because she saw you wanted to eat. Xiaohu responded, Oh, I don't want to eat anymore. That's Auntie's. I don't want it. Luo Wanyua felt it was so hard to get Xiaohu to do something now. Before, he would go do things without hesitation when she asked. She coaxed him. Mom also wants to eat. Go ask her for a little, and we can eat together. Xiaohu still didn't want to go. Then let Dad go to the river and catch some. You can fry it yourself. The little boy said this and ran over to Jiang Ming. Dad, Mom wants to eat small fried fish and asked me to ask Annie, but I don't want to go. Let's go catch some fish ourselves for Mom. Xiao, who only listened to Jiang Ming's words. He ignored what Luo Wanyua said. No matter what Luo Wanyua told him or asked him to do, he always ran to tell Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was originally sitting on the ground fixing a chair. When he heard Xiaohu's words, he stood up and looked at Luo Wanyua. How can you be so shameless to ask Xiaohu to help you get something? Luo Wanyua chuckled twice. It's not like that. Xiaohu said he wanted to eat something, so I let him go ask his younger sister for a treat. Jiang Ming glared at her and looked down at Xiaohu. Do you want to eat, son? Do you want your dad to take you to catch fish? Xiaohu happily grabbed his hand and said, I want to eat. Dad, let's go catch fish in the river now. Okay. Luo Wanyua was angry earlier, but she suddenly stopped being upset. She said, Remember to bring back more. Jiang Ming picked up the bucket in the yard and reminded her again, I already told you if you want to eat fish, go catch it yourself. Don't expect me to help. Luo Wanyua, after Jiang Ming left, she dared to slam the table in anger. It's just catching some fish. She just wanted to eat, to satisfy her craving. Does Jiang Ming even care if she is his wife? In the past, whenever she said she wanted to eat fish, Jiang Ming would go catch it without hesitation. Now, even if she begged him, he wouldn't want to. She only made a small mistake, right? Why is he so angry with her for so long? As a man, he has no patience at all. In the evening, after dinner, Qiaowen took a Chinese language book and lay on the bed to read. Jiang He had just finished his bath and walked in. She looked up and patted the spot beside her. Come here, let's read together. In 2 years, the National College entrance exam will be restored. She was confident she would get into university, but Jiang He might not. He needed to learn all the knowledge. Jiang He got on the bed and lay down with her. Qiaowen moved the book to the middle so both of them could see clearly. Although Jiang He mostly recognized the characters on the page, reading seemed dull and uninteresting to him. Seeing this, Qiaowen asked, What's wrong? Jiang He propped his head with one hand. Wife, I'm curious. Why did you suddenly want me to read? You don't need to take exams for college. Qiaowen replied, Does that mean you can't read books if you don't plan to go to college? What if someday, suddenly, you can take the exam? He said, It's just a what if. Even if I could take the exam, I probably wouldn't pass. Jiang He only went to elementary school, so he didn't understand knowledge beyond middle school. Even if he could take the exam in the future, he knew that with his knowledge, he probably wouldn't succeed. Not passing the exam didn't matter much since he was already able to earn money now. He thought reading books was pointless. It was better to just give up. Joan encouraged him. How will you know if you don't try? As long as you spend time studying seriously, I believe that once the college entrance exam is back, you can pass. She moved closer to Jiang He and pointed at the book. Even if you don't take the exam, the content in the book is interesting. Come on, let's read together. If there's something you don't understand, you can ask me. Jiang He didn't understand what was interesting. The words seemed hypnotic, and he felt sleepy just looking at them. But he still listened to Joan and looked at the book for a while. At first, he read carefully, but gradually his mind started to wander. Joan didn't cover herself with a blanket and her thin pajamas made her feel cold. She kept snuggling into Jiang He's arms. His body was like a big heater, warm and comforting. The little person in his arms kept moving, and Jiang He couldn't take it anymore. He leaned on Joan and reached inside her pajamas. Joan's body instantly softened. She moved aside and said softly, "Don't be naughty. Focus on reading." Jiang He quickly pulled her back and held her slim waist tightly. "It's so late. Why are you still reading?" "My wife, a moment of intimacy is priceless." Joan pushed against his chest. "No, you forgot what you promised me today? I won't allow you to touch me," she added sternly. "Otherwise, you're just a dog." Just joking, her legs still hurt from earlier and couldn't handle his teasing. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a woof sound. Joan was shocked by his shameless behavior. "You're lying to me." You're so shameless." Jiang He chuckled and leaned down to bite her earlobe. "I didn't lie to you. Pretending to be a dog in front of his wife. What's the big deal? A real man can be flexible. Be good, wife. Lift your leg." The next day, as expected, Joan slept until noon. She felt her legs were about to give out and trembled while walking. Last night, Jiang He held her and tried everything in the house. They kept at it until dawn before he finally let her go. That scoundrel actually dared to deceive her, which is simply unforgivable. She no longer wanted to have anything to do with Jiang He. 3 days later, there was still no news of Li Xiaona. The village chief had been searching non-stop since she went missing. They searched everywhere in the village, went to the county, and even outside the town, but still couldn't find her. The village chief was helpless. A missing young person was a big deal. He immediately reported it to the local government, and the county police sent many officers to look for her. Soon, posters with Li Xiaona's picture were everywhere in the streets and alleys. When Xiaoan brought her into the space, she already knew this would happen, but she was not worried. Besides her, those people would never find Li Xiaona. She wondered if she had woken up now. She didn't know if she had starved to death yet. It had only been 2 days without food, so she probably wouldn't die from hunger. Her life force was very strong. Never mind, she would check on her in the space later. She still had many fun games that Li Xiaona hadn't experienced yet. If she wasn't careful, she might die inside. And then what would she play? Xiao An's eyes gradually turned angry. She still remembered the pain from her past life, when Li Xiaona stabbed her repeatedly in the heart. All of this was seen by Jiang He. He watched how Xiao An's expression changed from calm to furious, and how her hatred was deeply engraved in her bones. He guessed in his heart that Li Xiaona's disappearance might be related to Xiaoan because she had just gone to the county on the day she went missing. But that was just Jiang He's guess. Even if it was related to Xiaoan, he would still stand by her side. Later, while Jiang He was out, Xiaoan took the opportunity to go inside, lock the door, and slip into the space. She didn't rush to find Li Xiaona. Instead, she leisurely poured a bucket of boiling water. Last time, she wanted to help Li Xiaona peel her skin, but it was very difficult and hurt her hands. Maybe boiling the skin would make it easier. She carried the water bucket and went to the garden to get a jar of spiritual spring water, which was meant for Li Xiaona to drink. Such a precious resource. Although giving it to her was a waste, she still wanted to do it.
But she can't die.
Joanne isn't done playing yet. Drinking the spiritual spring can help her wounds heal faster and better than any medicine in the world. If she feeds Li Xiaona a lot at once, the new wounds she will make on Li Xiaona's body will also heal quickly. Thinking this way, Joanne becomes more excited. Li Xiaona is destined to be played to death by her. Since waking up, Li Xiaona's first sight is complete darkness, which makes her feel uneasy and scared. She can't see anything and doesn't know if she has left that terrible place. Her hands and feet are tied by Joanne, so she can't run. Li Xiaona only knows she seems to be locked in a room. She's very scared and feels like she's not alone here. She trembles, her eyes wide open, trying to see something faint in the darkness. She worries that, like before, those 5 men might come out and do terrible things to her. When Li Xiaona was 13, She passed by an abandoned warehouse and saw a beautiful cloth doll inside. She liked it immediately. Her parents never bought her pretty dolls or even a hairpin. She wanted to take the doll home, so she went inside. But when she tried to leave, 5 men she had never seen before suddenly appeared behind her. She was scared and wanted to run, but they pulled her back and the warehouse door was closed. That was a shadow over her whole life. The warehouse had no windows, just like now.
Please.
Don't come any closer. I beg you. Please let me go. Li Xiaona stares with wide eyes, begging the air. It's so dark. She can't see anything. She doesn't want to stay in this place. Are those 5 men here too? Will they treat her the same way as before? She doesn't want that to happen again. Just as she is about to break down, the door to the room opens from outside. In the pitch-black room, a faint light finally shines in. But this light is meant to torment her. Joanne stands at the door, smirking as she looks at her. So, do you like this place? Li Xiaona is very afraid of the dark, and Xiao knows this. The room has no windows, which suits her perfectly. It's like it was made just for Li Xiaona. When Li Xiaona sees Xiaoan, her fear fades, replaced by anger. She screams loudly. Why did you lock me in this place? You know I'm afraid of the dark, so why? Why did you put me here? I don't want to stay here. I don't want to stay. Why are you so upset? Are you hungry? Don't worry, I'll go get you some food. Xiaoan says this and digs some dirt from the garden, puts it in a bowl, and adds some chili sauce. She brings the bowl to Li Xiaona. Because her hands and feet are tied, Xiaoan kindly feeds her with a spoon. Open your mouth. Li Xiaona spits directly in her face. Xiaoan disgustedly wipes her face with a tissue, throws the spoon on the ground, and forces Li Xiaona to open her mouth by grabbing her chin. Then she picks up a handful of dirt and pushes it into her mouth. Isn't it delicious? I know you like spicy food, so I added chili sauce just for you. Li Xiaona immediately spits it out. The dirt mixed with her saliva falls to the ground, and her shoes get dirty too. What are you trying to do? Li Xiaona yells. Xiaoan smiles. You don't like the food I made? How can you spit it out? She tries to be kind by giving Li Xiaona food, but she doesn't appreciate it. Not only that, she dirties her shoes. Li Xiaona feels sick just looking at the dirt in the bowl, which is mixed with earthworms. Some of the worms have been cut in half by Xiaoan and are wriggling inside. This disgusting stuff was just shoved into her mouth. Li Xiaona vomits on the ground, her stomach empty after several days without food. She vomits bitter water. Xiaoan looks very displeased. Wasting food is shameful. Li Xiaona glares at her with gritted teeth. You shameless person. This isn't even food for humans. I urge you to quickly release me from this terrible place. The village chief and others are probably already looking for me. If they find out you are holding me here and abusing me, you will face serious consequences. Joan seemed to hear a big joke. She crossed her arms and looked down at Li Xiaona.
You're right.
The village chief is indeed looking for you, and the police are also searching for you. There are even notices about you all over the streets. Li Xiaona was happy to hear this.
Her face showed pride.
Since you know all this, why don't you let me out quickly? If you release me now and bow 3 times to me, I might help you plead with the police and say good things for you. Li Xiaona knew many people were looking for her. She was a city girl who came to Cici village to follow the country's call. She had been missing for several days, and things outside must be very chaotic now. Joan pretended to be scared and suddenly started crying. Really? You will really help me plead with the police? I made such a big mistake, and even the government knows about it. If you're lying to me, I will be in big trouble. Seeing this, Li Xiaona felt even more proud. The fact that the government was involved showed how worried everyone was about her and how important she was to them. Helping you plead with the police isn't that easy. Besides, you have to give me 500 yuan to compensate for the mental distress I suffered these days. Also, my injury has worsened because of you. You need to pay for my hospital stay and buy me good food every day. If I call you, you must come immediately. If you can do all this, I will help you plead. Li Xiaona rambled on, but she didn't really want to help Joan. After she got the 500 yuan and was out, She planned to report Joan to the police. Joan had treated her badly, even sticking her finger into her wound and stirring it, making her almost pass out from pain. Li Xiaona's wound was now infected and smelled rotten, making her feel terrible. Joan touched her shoulder, looking very excited. Nana, I didn't expect you to forgive me after all I've done to you. Maybe 500 yuan is too little. How about I give you 1,000? I feel so sorry for you. Li Xiaona didn't expect Xiao and to be so considerate. She originally thought 500 yuan was a lot, but Xiao increased the amount herself and wanted to give her an extra 500 yuan. From now on, she would be 1,000 yuan person. People with 1,000 yuan were rare in this era. Li Xiaona ordered her maid in a commanding tone. Hurry up and untie me. It's so tight, I feel terrible. Be careful or I'll report you. Xiaoan wiped her tears and said, Don't be angry, Nana.
Please don't report me.
I'll help you untie it right now. Her submissive attitude pleased Li Xiaona. In her mind, Xiaoan should always be like this, humble and obedient. Li Xiaona waited a long time, but the ropes on her body didn't loosen at all. Instead, they felt tighter. She grew impatient and said, Can't you untie it? Why is it getting tighter? If you can't, just cut it with a knife. At first, it was tied too tightly, so I couldn't untie it. Wait a moment. I'll get a knife, Xiaoan replied. She ran to the kitchen of the villa and took a very sharp fruit knife. She cut into Li Xiaona's calf, slicing through the fabric and flesh together. Ah, Li Xiaona shrank in pain and rolled on the ground. Xiaoan looked at the freshly cut calf, still bleeding, and disdainfully threw the piece of flesh onto the ground. She smiled and said, Sorry, Nana. I didn't mean to do it. Oh no, I just realized I was lying. I did it on purpose. Li Xiaona's face twisted with pain. You wicked person. How dare you lie to me? When I get out, I'll make you pay. She was furious that Xiaoan dared to deceive her and cut her flesh with a knife. Really? Xiaoan squatted down, poking Li Xiaona's calf with the tip of the knife. Unfortunately, you'll never get out. Don't you understand the situation yet? Let me tell you, this place is called the Space. It's the villa from Jianghe's past life, accessible through my mind. No one else can enter. Only I can come and go freely, unless someone like you is brought in by me. Li Xiaona was so shocked she couldn't speak. Xiaoan continued, I told you last time. I've died and been reborn. Do you know how I died? She slowly squatted down, a strange smile on her face, and reached out to touch Li Xiaona's hair. You were killed together with Su Yanxing by you. You, my best friend, secretly got involved with Su Yanxing and even took over my Qiao family's business. Li Xiaona couldn't believe it at all and kept shaking her head.
Impossible.
Stop lying to me. Once someone is dead, they can't come back to life. How could that happen? Xiaoan grabbed Li Xiaona's neck tightly, her eyes like she wanted to swallow her whole. Su Yanxing locked me in the basement and cut off my legs. And you hit my father with your car. His bones were shattered. My mother cried so much, she went blind. My 3 brothers were all sent to prison because of you. Every single thing. You deserve to die 1,000 times. Li Xiaona was choked so hard she was about to pass out, her eyes rolled back. Just as she felt she was about to die, Xiaoan released her. Don't worry, I will make sure to torment you. The moment Xiaoan let go, she finally felt free and took deep breaths. She said so much, but Li Xiaona didn't believe a word. How could she believe such supernatural stories? But Xiaoan didn't care whether she believed or not. She tore off Li Xiaona's clothes, revealing the infected wound underneath. Li Xiaona shouted loudly, What are you trying to do again? Don't worry, I just want to let your wound breathe. After wasting so much time with Li Xiaona, the hot water Xiaoan brought was no longer hot. She went to get another bucket. Under Li Xiaona's terrified gaze, Xiaoan scooped hot water with a ladle and slowly approached her. Realizing what Xiaoan wanted to do, she desperately tried to break free from the ropes, but they had been tied tighter earlier. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't loosen them. Xiaoan moved closer and closer. She begged for mercy. I was wrong. Please, let me go. Even if I really did those things to you and the Chow family, I've apologized now. Chowan, I was really wrong. Please don't hold it against me, okay? Hearing this, Chow En's face grew colder. What do you mean, even if you did those things to the Chow family? Just because you apologized, does that mean I have to forgive you? Last life, you destroyed my family. Your casual sorry is just you trying to escape the consequences of your actions. I tell you, don't even think about it. She directly poured boiling water onto Li Xiaona's chest. Hearing Li Xiaona's sharp scream, Chowan thought nothing was more beautiful. Not satisfied yet, she poured the entire bucket of water over her. Li Xiaona felt as if her flesh was being cooked, with layers of skin peeling off, large red swelling areas, and many blisters forming. Chowan was very happy. Such skin should be easy to peel. She reached out her finger, grabbing the skin on Li Xiaona's chest, and tore it outward. Li Xiaona screamed in pain, her cries echoing throughout the room. But Chowan became more excited, continuing to tear forcefully. After pouring hot water, it was easier to peel, though not so easy that it came off with a single pull. Chowan still exerted a lot of effort. Finally, she tore off a large piece of skin from Li Xiaona's chest, like slicing meat, using a knife to separate the skin from her body, then threw it into a nearby bucket. She kept tearing at her skin. Please let me go. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Li Xiaona's screams grew more desperate. Chowan felt a rush of pleasure. What if I cook the peeled skin for you to eat? Eating herself. Then she thought of something else. By the way, this skin might be hard to chew. I'll cut some lean meat too. After saying that, she picked up a knife and cut off some meat from Li Xiaona's other leg. Satisfied, she said, now it's perfect. 2 pieces of lean meat and a piece of skin. Chowan grabbed Li Xiaona's hair, forcing her to look at her. Would you like me to boil it in water? I think you might enjoy that. Li Xiaona shook her head violently, tears and mucus streaming down her face. I don't want to. Chowan, since we've known each other since childhood, just let me go. I'll stay far away from you in the future. She didn't want to eat such disgusting things. Even if the meat was her own, it was still gross. Chowan pouted in disappointment. You don't like boiling? Or do you think the meat is too fatty? But your body is so bad, it's all fat anyway. Li Xiaona was about to say something, but Chowan interrupted her. Your hands are pretty delicate. Why don't you cut it open and see if it's fat or lean? As she spoke, Chowan picked up a fruit knife and was about to cut. Li Xiaona quickly shouted, Chowan. Chowan looked up at her with a cold, unreadable expression. Sure, you don't like being thin, do you? I will satisfy your wish. No. I don't like being thin. I like being fat. Please don't cut me anymore. Li Xiaona couldn't control herself anymore. She didn't want to experience the pain of being cut again. Chowan is a crazy person. Chowan sneered. You like being fat? Then I should cut a little more. What if it's not enough for you to eat, right? She made another cut. Soon, blood was flowing non-stop from Li Xiaona's arm. Her throat was hoarse from shouting. If this continues, she won't die from pain but from blood loss. She lay on the ground, half-closed eyes, barely breathing, looking like a dying dog. Chowan wouldn't let her die so easily. She held a water bottle. Do you know what this is? Li Xiaona had no strength left to speak. Chowan opened her mouth and poured the spring water from the bottle into it. Li Xiaona choked and coughed. Chowan explained, this is called spiritual spring. Drinking it can cure many illnesses and improve your appearance. You've drunk so much. I estimate that in less than 3 days, your flesh will grow back and the wounds from Wang Lan's stabbing will heal quickly. By then, the new skin will be tender, not rough like now. Cutting it will be much more comfortable. After being given so much spiritual spring, Li Xiaona's bleeding wounds miraculously stopped bleeding, and the pain lessened. For Chowan, this was good news, but for Li Xiaona, it was a nightmare. She had just thought that dying would be a relief, but Chowan harshly dealt her a heavy. She broke down completely. Just kill me. I can't take it anymore. Please kill me. She no longer hoped Chowan would let her go, because that was impossible. Rather than being tortured day after day by Joanne, she would prefer a quick end. Joan went to the kitchen, boiled the meat she had cut off, and put it into a basin. These days, meat is very precious. I believe you'll like it. She forcefully threw the basin in front of Li Xiaona, causing some pieces of meat to spill on the floor. Li Xiaona's hands and feet were tied so tightly that it was very uncomfortable. Joan found a dog leash and tied it around her neck. She happily clapped her hands. This way is better. She really had turned into a dog. Joan leaned close to her ear and said clearly, "Next time you come, if you don't eat all the meat I cooked myself, I will cut off your tongue." After saying that, she stepped away. At the door, Joan picked up the key, hanging on the doorknob, ready to lock the door. Li Xiaona crawled toward her, but the chain on her neck was only 2 meters long, so she couldn't reach. She cried out, "Joan, please, I'm afraid of the dark. Don't lock the door," but she couldn't run away even if the door wasn't locked. Joan sneered, playing with the key in her hand. "Why are you afraid of the dark? Don't you know what's in your heart?" Li Xiaona trembled. Of course, she knew. Joan said, "I really regret saving you in the first place." Li Xiaona was afraid of the dark because of those 5 men. Those 5 men were also hired to do those things to her. It all started when Li Xiaona accidentally met a wealthy girl from a rich family. She dressed beautifully and was very cute, and she didn't mind Li Xiaona's background. She was willing to be friends with her. But Li Xiaona was jealous. She always felt that people like them had taken her good luck in life. Otherwise, she would be the one with the money. Especially when she saw the doll in the girl's hand, her jealousy grew even more. The girl's family had many dolls, and she generously gave Li Xiaona one. But Li Xiaona thought the girl was showing off, mocking her for never having seen such an expensive doll. Later, she invited the girl to play hide and seek in an old, broken temple. While the girl was counting, she secretly ran away. Because if she didn't run, that crazy person would come back, and she would be caught too. Li Xiaona just wanted the crazy person living in this small, broken temple to teach her a lesson or scare her. She kept showing off to herself, so she thought she deserved it. The girl finished counting and looked for a long time, but couldn't find Li Xiaona. She even thought Li Xiaona was very good at playing hide and seek. When the crazy person returned and saw a pretty little girl rummaging around in his house, he got angry. He ran over and grabbed her, hitting her with a willow branch. The girl bit his hand, successfully making him angry. He picked up a branch from the ground and poked her eyes with it. In the end, both of her eyes were blinded. Li Xiaona hid at the temple gate, trembling. She didn't expect the crazy person to do such a thing. She thought he would just give the girl a simple lesson. But she was afraid he might also poke her eyes, so she didn't dare to look and ran away immediately. All this was told to Qiao and by Li Xiaona. The 5 men were the girl's father and others who came to deal with her. When she found Li Xiaona in the warehouse, she was covered in blood, her clothes torn, lying on the ground barely alive. In the end, she took Li Xiaona to the hospital, and she paid all the expenses. "I regret the most that I saved you in the warehouse. If I knew, I would have just left you there to fend for yourself. It's a terrible mistake, and Xiaoan wishes she could slap her past self. Isn't it her fault? She kept showing off in front of me. A few broken dolls made her think she was so special. And I didn't poke her eyes out. What does that have to do with me?" Li Xiaona didn't think she was wrong at all.
She even thought she was right.
It wasn't her problem. The girl was asking for trouble by biting the crazy person's hand, which made him angry. Qiao and didn't care about all that. "Then you should stay in the darkness and atone properly." After saying that, she locked the door directly. Inside, the house was once again dark and silent. Knock, knock, knock. As soon as Qiao came out of the space, there was a knock on the door. She hurried over and opened it. He was standing outside, holding a bag of snacks. "Did you go to the county?" Qiao asked. He nodded. "Yes, I bought some food for you." After entering the house, he pulled Qiao's hand and sat down. He spoke seriously. "I need to leave early tomorrow morning to go to Haishur. I might be gone for 5 or 6 days. Qiao heard this and her playful face turned serious. Go to Haishur. She was very curious about what Jiang He was doing in Jing City and why he was going for so long. Yes, Jiang He nodded and explained, I have a brother named Lin Shan. He's also involved in shady deals. The black market in the county is run by him. We plan to go to Haishur to buy some watches to sell. He went to the black market today to see Lin Shan. Lin Shan said there are several batches of watches in Haishur, bought for 30 yuan each, and we can sell them for about 150 yuan. Hearing that familiar name, Qiaoan was a bit surprised. Jiang He actually knows the boss of the black market, and they're good friends. But she only did one deal with Lin Shan before, so she doesn't know what kind of person he is. Qiaoan was a little worried. Can you trust him? Also, Haishur has strict controls. Many people involved in illegal trading have been caught there. It's very dangerous. I'm worried something might happen to you. Seeing her worried for him, Jiang He felt warm inside. He chuckled softly. I know they have strict controls, but don't worry. I'll be very careful and won't get into trouble. Although the crackdown on illegal activities is strict there, going there this time definitely won't be a loss. Jiang He didn't forget his promise to Qiao Shang. He also wanted to give Qiaoan a better life as soon as possible. As long as he sells all those watches, he will make a big profit. Qiaoan was still worried, but she knew Jiang He would go anyway. She couldn't stop him. Then you have to promise me to take care of yourself. If anything seems wrong, run away immediately. Don't risk yourself for money. At critical moments, don't worry about Lin Shan. Just protect yourself. We've only been married a few days, and I don't want to be a widow. Jiang He kept promising, I will definitely take care of myself. You can rest assured. Qiaoan snorted and turned her head away, not looking at him. I'm warning you first. If something happens to you, I'll remarry and forget you. I'll marry another man. Jiang He grabbed her chin, forcing her to turn her head. His eyes were darker than usual. I won't give you that chance. Just as Qiaoan was about to speak, Jiang He suddenly picked her up. She exclaimed, What are you doing? Sorry, I can't assist with that request. It's okay that he tied her up, but he even picked her up. Just thinking that Jiang He might ask someone else made Qiaoan feel so embarrassed she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Jiang He probably wouldn't ask others about such private matters, right? Jiang He shook his head and fed her a spoonful of plain porridge. No, I saw it in a book. Qiaoan asked, What kind of book? A yellow book. Qiaoan was speechless. Luckily, Jiang He didn't ask anyone else. When I come back, we can continue studying, Jiang He said with a mischievous smile. That book was bought from the black market. He saw it by chance and bought it impulsively. The content made him blush and his heart race, but he also learned a lot. After breakfast, Jiang He was almost ready to leave. Honey, he said, covering her with his broad hand on the back of her head, and kissed her soft lips. I'm leaving now. During these days I'm away. Take good care of yourself. I'll try to come back early. Just wait for me at home. Jiang He bought a ticket to Haishur for 3 p.m. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't make it. It takes 2 hours to go from the village to the county. Qiaoan held his large hand and rubbed her cheek against it. Okay, remember what I said. If anything feels wrong, run away quickly. Take care of yourself, okay? Jiang He smiled. Got it. Lu Yanjun and Jiang Ming knew Jiang He's plans to go to Haishur, but they didn't say anything. They just told Jiang He to stay safe. Only Luo Wanyue didn't know. She asked Lu Yanjun, but Lu Yanjun didn't tell her. Then she asked Jiang Ming, but he refused to tell her and ignored her. Everyone in the family knew about Jiang He's illegal trading, except Luo Wanyue. If she found out, she might report Jiang He immediately. Jiang He had been away for a few days, and Qiaoan slept more peacefully than ever. She stood at the door, stretched lazily, and felt happy inside. Waking up early felt really good. Since marrying Jiang He, she hadn't woken up early even once. She couldn't understand why the man was so driven by desire. Every night, he clung to her like a snake, and she was exhausted. Lu Yanjun had already finished washing up and was about to cook breakfast when she saw Qiaoan standing at the door, which she found a bit strange. These days, Qiaoan only wakes up around noon. Lu Yanjun, having experience, knew the reason well. At this moment, Luo Wanyue yawned and walked out of her room. Seeing Xiao, and she started teasing, "Oh, sister-in-law, you're up so early today. Usually you sleep until noon, right?" Xiaoan looked at her coldly. "What does that have to do with you?" She was meddling in her affairs. Luo Wanyue waved her hand. "I'm just worried about you. Waking up so early, you must be tired, right? But you can't sleep until noon every day and do nothing. When I first married in, except for the first day I woke up late, I always got up early to work with my mother. I haven't slept in late for many years." Actually, she also wanted to sleep in, but Lu Yanjun wouldn't let her. Early in the morning, she would come knocking on her door, insisting she go to work. Since Xiaoan married in, she always sleeps until late morning. They work hard in the fields, but Xiaoan is at home sleeping soundly, like a pig. And Lu Yanjun never scolds her. Xiaoan couldn't understand why, since they are both Jiang family daughters-in-law, why such a big difference. Xiaoan was combing her hair with a comb and snorted at her. "If you want to sleep in, go ahead.
Who's stopping you?"
You talk about being diligent, but I don't see you bringing back 10 work points every day." Luo Wanhua choked. Did she not want to sleep? But if she woke up a little later, Lu Yanjun would start giving her the cold shoulder. And although she worked in the fields every day, she couldn't always reach 10 work points, but she could usually get 5 or 6, sometimes even 7. "Haha, I don't dare to sleep in. In this village, besides my second brother, who is strong, how many others can earn 10 work points? And I work quite a lot every day, helping the family a bit," Luo Wanhua said proudly. She was not like Xiaoan, who was useless and didn't even work in the fields. Not earning a single work point was bad enough, and she still had people cooking for her every day. Luo Wanhua felt angry just thinking about it. What do you do to help the family? The few work points you earn each day, what can they buy? Do you think the little money the eldest brother makes can support you and little Tiger? It's all thanks to our mother and little he. Lu Yanjun was in a good mood at first, but she got angry as soon as Luo Wanhua spoke. They hadn't separated yet, or else. Just based on the small amount of work points Jiang Ming earned each day, the three of them would have starved long ago. Luo Wanhua, "Mother, I at least go to the fields every day to help you work. I do share some of the chores." Lu Yanjun quickly grabbed her ear and said, "What do you mean help us? You don't eat or use anything. Sharing? You're kidding. You work in the fields like you're about to die, and your bottom is glued to the ground. Once you sit down, you can't get up." Luo Wanhua winced in pain and shouted, "Xiaoan doesn't do anything every day. Why do you only criticize me and not her?" Lu Yanjun snorted coldly. "I told you before Xiaoan came here that she's different from you. She doesn't have to work in the fields all day with her back bent to the land. Her face is so fair, and if she gets tanned, what will happen? The work in the fields is too tiring for her, and I feel sorry for her." What's wrong with that? Lu Yanjun didn't want Xiaoan to do farm work. Such a delicate girl, exhausted every day, looking like a yellow-faced woman. What's the point? Someone like Anan shouldn't do anything. She should be pampered and cared for. Luo Wanhua felt a bit resentful. "I get tanned too, and I get tired working. Why don't you feel sorry for me?" Lu Yanjun slapped her on the back and pointed at her. "Isn't that what you're supposed to do? Did I not discipline you recently? You've gotten cocky." Lu Yanjun thought that maybe she hadn't hit Luo Wanhua for a while, so she was getting out of control. Before, whenever she yelled, Luo Wanhua wouldn't dare to speak back. Now she dares to argue with her. That's asking for trouble. Lu Yanjun grabbed her hair and slapped her again. "If I don't hit you, you won't know who's boss. Dare to talk back? Look at yourself. Hurry up and wash up, then go to the fields with me. Today I'll watch you closely. If you don't earn at least 10 work points, when we get home, I'll skin you alive." After saying that, Lu Yanjun kicked her. Luo Wanhua staggered and almost fell. Now she started to feel scared. Lu Yanjun hadn't disciplined her for a while, so she almost forgot that Lu Yanjun was a fierce mother-in-law who was always angry with her. She still needs to earn 10 work points today, but how can she do that? She's not as strong as Jiang He, so I knew earlier that I shouldn't have argued with her. Luo Wanhua glared fiercely at Xiao and Humph. It's all because of this little troublemaker. Luo Wanhua didn't think she had said anything wrong just now. Xiao and is naturally lazy and doesn't work. She spends all day sleeping at home. As Xiao and sister-in-law, shouldn't I be allowed to say a few words to her? Everyone in the family pampers Xiao, and because her family is rich, they all want to treat her like a treasure.
Bah.
What's so great about a little bit of money? I've never seen her willing to share her wealth with the family. Xiao and also shot her a glare, then turned to Lu Yanjun in the kitchen. She looked sad and complained, Mom. Luo Wanhua glared at me. Her eyes looked like she wanted to swallow me whole. She was so fierce, I was scared. Luo Wanhua. The little troublemaker is tattling now. She just glared at her. It's not like she's missing a piece of meat. She quickly pretended to be calm and went to wash up, thinking that would make everything okay. Lu Yanjun immediately rushed out of the kitchen and slapped her again. Her anger was almost bursting out of her mouth. How dare you glare? I told you to hit her, Nanan. If you have the guts, glare at me. You're just bullying Anan because she's obedient and gentle. She herself wouldn't even dare to glare. Luo Wanhua's face burned with pain from the slap. She covered her face, tears in her eyes, and looked at Xiaoan. This time, she didn't dare to glare anymore, or else, as Lu Yanjun said, they might peel her eyeballs out and feed them to the dogs. Xiaoan had just returned from the fields carrying a water jar. Near the door, she saw Luo Wanhua secretly following a woman into the small woods. She looked closely and recognized the woman as Luo Wanhua's mother, Zhou Chunfeng. The two of them looked like they were up to no good, probably planning something bad. Xiaoan quietly followed behind them, carrying her water jar. In the small woods, Zhou Chunfeng looked around cautiously, then relaxed, and said to Luo Wanhua, "You should divorce Jiang Ming." When Luo Wanhua heard this, she was instantly stunned. Life is good now. Why do you want me to divorce Jiang Ming? If I divorced Jiang Ming, how would I live as a woman? Zhou Chunfeng looked impatient, but she didn't lose her temper. The Jiang family isn't good to you, especially Lu Yanjun, that old troublemaker. After I left last time, they probably hit you, right? Mother, what do you mean? The Jiang family isn't kind to me, but I never wanted a divorce. After you left last time, Jiang Ming did hit me, but if I divorced him, life would be even harder. Luo Wanhua found it strange. Usually, Zhou Chunfeng either yelled at her or hit her, just like Lu Yanjun. She had never spoken to her so kindly before. Zhou Chunfeng's temper flared. If I tell you to leave, then leave. Why do you have so many words? I just want to see you living a sad life in the Jiang family. I can't bear to see you suffer here, so I came to care about you. Listen to me, divorce Jiang Ming. Luo Wanhua also got angry. When I married into the Jiang family, you took 30 yuan in bride money and said we were cutting ties as mother and daughter. You secretly told me to steal grain from the Jiang family for you, and now you want me to divorce? You're no longer my mother. Why should I listen to you? I'm already having a hard time in the Jiang family. If you want me to divorce, how can I survive? Do you want me to die? Over the years in the Jiang family, Zhou Chunfeng sometimes came to see her when Lu Yanjun wasn't around, asking her to steal some grain to take back. Most of the work points Luo Wanhua earned also went to Zhou Chunfeng. Now she suddenly wanted her to divorce Jiang Ming. Was she trying to harm her, or what? The Luo family didn't acknowledge her as their daughter. If she divorced, where could she go? Luo Wanhua remembered a previous dream and couldn't stop feeling scared. That dream was probably a warning. If she divorced Jiang Ming, that would be her fate. Zhou Chunfeng cursed inwardly. This ungrateful girl dared to disobey her. After so many years in the Jiang family, her bones had grown strong. When she was still in the Luo family, she used to say Luo Wanhua dared to challenge her. But Zhou Chunfeng didn't plan to lose her temper with Luo Wanhua now. She restrained herself and said, "Mother didn't mean that." She took Luo Wanhua's hand, held it, and pretended to care. "Little Moon, I know I can't speak well, but I care about you. Do you think I gave up my precious daughter over just $30 for bride price? Is that true? I didn't want it either, but our family is poor. If I didn't acknowledge you, how could I secretly come to see you this year?" Today, Zhou Chunfeng came with a purpose, trying to comfort Luo Wanhua. Her words made Luo Wanhua choke up. "But every time you come, you ask me to steal food for you. Sometimes Liu Yanjun finds out and hits me. You don't care at all. You only care if the Luo family has enough food. When have you ever cared about me? If you want me to keep stealing for you, I won't do it. Zhou Chunfeng had never been so gentle with her before. Luo Wanyue thought she probably just wanted her to steal food again, but she wouldn't listen. Zhou Chunfeng held Luo Wanyue's hand tighter. Do you think I come only to ask you to steal food? No, I just want to see you sometimes. The Luo family isn't so poor that they can't afford food, and they rely on you to help out now and then. Every mother in the world cares about her children. Even a dog can have feelings, and you're my own daughter. Luo Wanyue felt like crying from what she said. Inside, she also longed for a mother's love. But Zhou Chunfeng only liked her son. She was just a girl. Seeing Luo Wanyue silent, tears immediately welled up in Zhou Chunfeng's eyes. Little Moon, I've wronged you all these years. I feel so sorry. What does it matter if my child is a son or a daughter? Aren't they all my own flesh and blood? I was so confused. I only understand now. Please don't argue with me, okay? What Zhou Chunfeng said made her feel sick. If it weren't to make Luo Wanyue agree to divorce Jiang Ming, she wouldn't bother pretending to be a good mother. Not only her, even Xiao and hiding behind the tree found it disgusting. What is Zhou Chunfeng really trying to do? Saying so many regretful words to Luo Wanyue with a clear conscience, it's enough to make her leak out. But Luo Wanyue didn't see it that way. She was moved to tears, naively thinking Zhou Chunfeng was truly sorry and wanted to make it up to her. It turned out her mother still cared about her deep down. Seeing her like this, Qiaoan shook her head repeatedly. TSK, she was so easily manipulated. As expected, those involved are often blind, while outsiders see clearly. Really? Do you truly think I am still your daughter? Luo Wanyue choked up. Zhou Chunfeng saw her nose running and felt disgusted. But she still spoke gently. Of course it's true. From now on, your mother will treat you well. The Jiang family hasn't been good to you. I also hate to see you suffer. So, you and Jiang Ming should divorce. I will find you a better man, someone richer than him. I won't let you go through hardships. Luo Wanyue was scared and hesitant, but who would want to marry me? I don't look that special. All those rich men, who would want a woman like me, who has been divorced and has a child. Zhou Chunfeng saw her wavering and continued to comfort her. My daughter, what's wrong with you? I think you're beautiful. You just work in the fields all day and have a tan, but that doesn't matter. Even if you're darker, it can't hide your beauty. Even if you're remarried, or even third time, there will still be men who want you. When you marry him, you won't have to work so hard in the fields anymore. You could become a wealthy lady. And I already found someone for you. They don't care about looks, they care about your inner qualities. 2 days ago, Zhou Chunfeng heard from the village matchmaker that the man was rich, good-looking, and didn't care about the woman's family background. As long as she was honest and willing to live with him and have a child, that was enough. Zhou Chunfeng was excited when she heard this. She immediately asked the matchmaker to keep her daughter close. And the man was willing to give 50 yuan in bride price, more than Jiang Ming offered. Recently, Zhou Chunfeng was worried about not having enough money to marry her son Luo Erfeng, but now it was settled. It was like a dream come true. Since that man was so wealthy, after Luo Wanyue married him, he could help support her family. Hearing the words, wealthy lady, Luo Wanyue felt very excited. Really? I can really marry into wealth and become a wealthy lady? But I haven't even met that man. Would he really like someone like me? If he does, I will divorce Jiang Ming right away. Luo Wanyue admired the beautiful clothes Qiao and often wore. She liked them and wanted to have some, but she couldn't afford them. Jiang Ming wouldn't buy them for her. If she really married that man, she could buy all those things she wanted. She could buy as many as she liked. There's no need to wear patched rough cloth clothes like now. She also doesn't have to work in the fields. She can stay at home all day eating, drinking, and having fun, without anyone hitting her or being annoyed by Liu Yanjun. Of course it's true. Mother already told you. He doesn't care about looks. A woman like you he would definitely like. Soon, you'll be waiting to be a wealthy wife and enjoy life. Luo Wanyue wants a divorce, and Zhou Chunfeng is very happy about it. Now, Luo Erfing has money to marry a wife. She smiles so much her mouth almost can't close. Tomorrow, Mother will take you to the county to meet him. Remember to dress nicely. Don't look like now, with messy hair like a chicken coop. We should look decent. Luo Wanyue's current dirty appearance makes Zhou Chunfeng unsure if the man will like her. If he doesn't, she will lose her bride price. Luo Wanyue touches her hair, which is indeed very messy. Okay, I will tidy up nicely tomorrow. She is already looking forward to a better life. Soon, she can stay at home like Qiao and not do any work and have endless money in her pocket. When that time comes, who will dare to look down on her? The two discuss in the small woods. After a while, Zhou Chunfeng suddenly looked toward Qiao and scaring her into quickly hiding in the grass. Because the weeds are tall, dense, and cover a large area, she can't be seen from inside. Zhou Chunfeng walks over and stands beside the big tree where Qiao was hiding. She felt like someone's gaze was always on them and thought someone was eavesdropping. When she looked around, she saw nothing. Maybe she was overthinking. Mother, what's wrong? Luo Wanyue follows. Zhou Chunfeng shakes her head. Nothing. It's getting late. I need to go home and cook for your brother. You should go back too. Remember to dress nicely tomorrow. After Zhou Chunfeng and Luo Wanyue leave the small woods, Qiao finally breathes a sigh of relief. The grass touching her skin was itchy, but she dared not move because if she did, the grass would move too, and Zhou Chunfeng would know she was hiding there. Qiao crawled out of the grass, scratched her neck, and suddenly felt something soft. She grabbed it and looked. The sight almost scared her to death. A smooth, non-spiky caterpillar was being pinched and twisted in her hand. Joan quickly threw it to the ground, feeling a sudden chill and getting goosebumps. It had been crawling on her neck just now, no wonder it was so itchy. That feeling, if she pressed a little harder, seemed like it could burst with juice. Although the weather was very hot, Joan now felt cold and trembling. She immediately wanted to take a shower. Joan rushed home and carefully washed herself from head to toe in the spiritual spring, feeling her discomfort finally fade away. When she finished changing clothes and drying her hair, she heard a knock on the door. Luo Wanyue stood outside, knocking persistently without saying a word. When Joan opened the door, she simply walked in. Little sister-in-law, I need to go to the county tomorrow. I want to borrow a few outfits from you. My wardrobe is full of patched clothes, which look embarrassing to wear outside. You have so many nice, fashionable clothes. I think I can take a few, right? Luo Wanyue asked Joan aloud, but her hand was already opening her wardrobe. She loved the styles of those clothes inside. The fabric looked very expensive. She picked up a white blouse, held it against herself, looked in the mirror, and was very satisfied. This one looks good. It fits me perfectly. Joan, with a cold face, snatched the blouse from Luo Wanyue's hand. Do you have the nerve to be even more shameless? Did I agree to you taking it? Just try it on yourself. The parts touched by Luo Wanyue's dirty hands had already gathered dust, and the white color looked even dirtier. Luo Wanyue didn't think her actions were a problem at all. We're family, so what if I take a few of your clothes? Why be so petty? I won't take them all. Just borrow a few, okay? She reached out again to grab the blouse Joan was holding. Joan stepped back. No, you can't borrow it. Who is she even related to? Joan had just heard clearly. She was getting a divorce from Jiang Ming and was going to meet the man who wanted to marry her in the county tomorrow. She came into her room to pick out clothes, wanting to tidy herself up because her current clothes were so shabby that the man might not like her. Joan never considered Luo Wanyue as family, and now she definitely never would. She didn't even want her to take her clothes. Just forget it. Isn't it just a piece of clothing? You have so many in your closet. What's wrong with lending me one? Luo Wanyue had never been so stingy before. She acted as if borrowing a piece of clothing was a matter of life and death, rummaging through her things. When she becomes a wealthy wife someday, she can buy all the clothes she wants. Joa snorted coldly. Don't say you're borrowing it. Even if I don't want it anymore or throw it away, I won't give it to you, because you're not worthy to wear it. Those 3 words made Luo Wanyue's anger rise quickly. She clenched her fists. Why am I not worthy? Clothes are made to be worn. Besides, I'm just borrowing it, and I'll return it after a quick wear. Can you be a little less stingy? Jo-eun smiled. Why did this person act so confident about returning other people's things? She went straight into her closet as soon as she entered, acting as if everything in the room belonged to her. I am just stingy. I won't give you anything. Besides, you said yourself that clothes are made for people to wear. You're not even a person, so what right do you have to wear them? And I don't want any clothes that you've worn before. I think they're dirty. Luo Wanyue pointed at Jo-eun's nose and scolded. I am your sister-in-law. We're family. Isn't it a bit too much to talk like that? She even called her inhuman and said she was dirty. Luo Wanyue hadn't even minded Jo-eun's clothes being dirty. She liked those clothes. It was Jo-eun's good fortune. If it weren't for tomorrow's meeting, who would want to wear them? Jo-eun covered her nose. Just speak normally. Don't stand so close. Can't you smell your own bad breath? Luo Wanyue took a deep breath. She sniffed herself and found she did have a bit of an odor, but it wasn't as bad as Jo-eun said. She brushed her teeth every day. Isn't it normal to have a little smell? She didn't believe Jo-eun's mouth was fragrant. Since Jo-eun refused to lend her clothes, what would she wear for tomorrow's meeting? Zhou Chunfeng said she should dress nicely. If she wore torn, patched-up clothes, people wouldn't like her. Just give me the clothes. I'll return them after tomorrow. If I have money in a few days, I'll buy you a new one. Is that okay? Jo-eun looked down at the fabric in her hand, casually saying, Do you have an important event tomorrow? Or are you going to meet someone important? And you want to buy me a new one? Based on your words, here's the improved and simplified English version. How can you buy anything with just the work points you earn in the fields? A piece of fabric like a blazer isn't cheap, and mine is all high-quality material. Are you saying you found a rich man outside and are cheating on Big Brother? After saying that, she looked up, glaring at Luo Wanyue with a mocking smile. What are you talking about? Luo Wanyue stammered. I only have Jiangming. I definitely didn't find anyone outside. Don't spread rumors or people might misunderstand. Luo Wanyue isn't really cheating on Jiangming now, is she? She hasn't divorced him. The man Zhou Chunfeng suggested. She just went to meet him in the county. He might not even like her. If he does like her, she will divorce Jiangming when she returns. If he doesn't, she will pretend nothing happened. Luo Wanyue thinks she isn't really cheating on Jiangming. Xiaoan waved her hand and laughed. I'm just joking. Look at you. You're so scared. Your face is sweating. Luo Wanyue felt relieved. Xiaoan really scared her just now. She felt guilty and said, I won't cheat on Jiangming. Xiaoan nodded with a smile, then walked to the door and gestured politely. Don't make a mess in my house. Luo Wanyue bit her lip and left unwillingly. It's just a torn piece of clothing. What's so special about it? The next morning, Luo Wanyue tidied up carefully. She wore the outfit with the fewest patches and even took a shower last night. She also put on a little makeup. She didn't have much, just a small jar of lip balm she found at the youth camp. She applied some to her lips, then a little on her eyes and cheeks. She was nervous because she was going to meet that man in the county at noon. Come out of the house already. Don't be lazy, get moving. Lu Yanjun impatiently knocked on her door outside. Luo Wanyue was daydreaming about becoming a wealthy wife someday. The knocking startled her. She quickly went outside. As soon as she appeared, Lu Yanjun looked her over. This girl, she was so clean today, with her hair tied in 2 ponytails. Usually, Luo Wanyue's hair was messy and casually tied, her clothes often dirty or mismatched. She never used to dress up like this. Luo Wanyue felt her heart tighten. Mom, why are you looking at me like that? Could it be that she looked so good today that even Lu Yanjun couldn't help but glance at her more? Thinking this, she felt a little happy. I just had a sudden idea to tidy myself up. Although she didn't manage to borrow clothes from Xiaoan, dressing up like this seemed pretty good too. Jiangming came out of the house, looked at her briefly, then looked away and said, With your figure, you look like a pig standing up. Lu Yanjun also said, Your face looks like a monkey's and your lips. People might think you've been eating children, so red. Getting dressed like this, I feel ashamed. Don't walk with me later. I'm afraid others will laugh at me. Lu Yanjun looked disgusted, as if she saw something dirty. I really can't stand it. It's only because Arnim looks good. Even without makeup, she's still a beauty. She pouted and was the first to leave the house. Jiang Ming also followed with Xiaohu. Luo Wanyue stood alone in the yard, grinding her teeth in anger. How dare they look down on her and compare her to a pig? Don't they know what beauty really is? Such a bunch of blind people. Xiaoan stood in front of her own door, laughing uncontrollably, mainly because Luo Wanyue's outfit was so strange. Who in their right mind would wear makeup like that? She looked like a clown going to perform. Why are you laughing? Luo Wanyue glared at Xiao and also came out. She had looked in the mirror just now. She wasn't ugly at all. These people really don't know how to appreciate beauty. As noon approached, Luo Wanyue remembered that Zhou Chunfeng and she had agreed to meet at the village entrance yesterday. But Lu Yanjun kept staring at her while she worked, so she couldn't leave. The sun was very hot. Luo Wanyue wiped the sweat from her face. It was fine if she didn't wipe it, but her makeup smudged when she did. Lu Yanjun couldn't stand to watch and urged her. Are you going to die? Hurry up. How long will it take to finish this slow work? Luo Wanyue was very anxious. Zhou Chunfeng was probably already waiting for her at the village entrance. There was so much work left in the field. She was afraid she wouldn't finish before afternoon.
But none of that mattered now.
The most important thing was to meet that man in the county. Mom, I have a stomach ache, Luo Wanyue said, holding her stomach. Lu Yanjun pinched her arm hard. Stop pretending. All day long, she kept saying her head or her stomach hurt. She just didn't want to work and wanted to slack off, making excuses. Luo Wanyue squatted on the ground, pretending to be in great pain. Mom, this time it's real. My stomach really hurts. Lu Yanjun didn't care whether she was truly in pain or not. You have to endure it for me. Anyway, there's too much work to finish, so you can't rest. That stubborn girl still wanted to slack off and not work.
Don't even think about it.
Luo Wanyue looked at Jiang Ming with a sad face. Can you help me with today's work? I really can't work because of my stomach. Jiang Ming slammed his into the ground heavily, almost hitting her foot. I haven't finished my own work, and you want me to help you. Luo Wanyue pinched her thigh hard, forcing tears out of her eyes. But I really can't do it anymore. You can finish your work first, then help me. Her makeup was smudged and looked funny, with a tearful look in her eyes. Even if she wasn't wearing makeup, she wouldn't look like a delicate flower with tears streaming down her face. Jiang Ming frowned and looked at her with dislike. If your stomach hurts, you can wait until it doesn't hurt anymore to work. Don't count on me. I won't help you. He couldn't finish his own work, let alone help Luo Wanyue. Even if he finished his, he wouldn't help her. Lu Yanjun pulled Luo Wanyue up from the ground and threw her to her. Do your own work. Stop thinking about slacking off. I'm watching you. Hurry up and work. Luo Wanyue's face showed anger. She looked at the heavy in her hand, clenched her teeth, and raised it high above her head, then slammed it into the potatoes in the field. It seemed she couldn't leave until she finished her work. There was only half an hour left until the scheduled time, and Luo Wanyue knew she couldn't finish everything in such a short time. She could only speed up her work, trying to finish early, and then find Zhou Chunfeng to go to the county together. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Luo Wanyue looked at the remaining potatoes that hadn't been dug up yet, feeling very frustrated. She had already tried her best, but the field was too big. No matter how much she dug, it seemed endless. Today, her speed was actually quite fast. Usually, she would have only done about a third by now. Holding her tightly, she felt more and more wronged. She is supposed to become a wealthy lady in the future, but now she is here digging up potatoes in the hot sun. The sun is so fierce it makes her sweat all over. Most wealthy ladies enjoy their life at home, but she is so tired she can't even straighten her back. That old woman just makes me work all day. What's so good about these potatoes that I have to dig them? Luo Wanyue muttered quietly. Only she could hear. She vented her frustration on the potatoes, digging around carelessly with Lu Yanjun heard the noise and turned to see that many potatoes had been crushed by Luo Wanyue. She angrily rolled up her sleeves and walked over, shouting at Luo Wanyue, "Are you itchy again? I tell you to work, and you still complain. You're wasting the food. Look at what you've done to these potatoes." "Huh?
I didn't mean to."
"I only damaged a few. It's no big deal. I'll be more careful," Luo Wanyue said with a fake smile. Right now, she didn't care about whether the potatoes were good or not. These things are only for poor people like Lu Yanjun to eat. She plans to eat meat in the future. Lu Yanjun pointed at the rotten potatoes on the ground. "You call that just damaging a few? Open your eyes and look carefully. There are at least 10 potatoes ruined by you. Don't you know how expensive food is these days?" Luo Wanyue replied, "That I know. I won't damage any more," Lu Yanjun snorted. "If you damage another one, I'll break your hand." After saying that, she went back to her work, continuing to dig in the field with her. Zhou Chunfeng waited at the entrance of Xiaoxi village for most of the day, but didn't see Luo Wanyue's shadow. She paced anxiously, worried that the girl had changed her mind and didn't want to divorce Jiang Ming, so she wouldn't come. They had already made plans. They were waiting in the county. If Luo Wanyue didn't come, what could she do? Yesterday, they agreed that if Jiang Ming liked Luo Wanyue after meeting her, he would give her the bride price directly. No, she had to see for herself. She couldn't let this opportunity slip away. She went to Zhang's house, sneaking around like a thief, peeking inside from outside the yard. She looked for a long time, but didn't see anyone. They must be in the field. Zhou Chunfeng went to the field again to look for her. She immediately saw Lu Yanjun, who shrank her neck. She still remembered how that mean woman had treated her last time. At that time, Lu Yanjun had said she would hit her every time she saw her. But she kept working with her head down and didn't notice Zhou Chunfeng. Luo Wanyue was nearby Lu Yanjun. She took a detour and picked up a small stone from the ground, then threw it at Luo Wanyue. Coincidentally, the stone hit her on the head. Luo Wanyue let out a sharp cry and looked at the small stone on the ground. She was already annoyed, and who was the person throwing stones at her? She stared around the field, trying to find the person who threw the stone, so she could vent her anger. Turning her head, she saw Zhou Chunfeng waving at her from a distance. Luo Wanyue's anger immediately disappeared. She carefully looked at Lu Yanjun, who was not paying attention to her, and then walked over to Zhou Chunfeng. Zhou Chunfeng took Luo Wanyue to the riverbank. She started complaining, "I waited for you at the village entrance for so long. Why didn't you come? The sun is so hot, I'm almost cooked. Don't tell me you've changed your mind?" "No, mother." Luo Wanyue quickly waved her hands to explain. "It's Lu Yanjun who wouldn't let me go. She kept watching me work. I couldn't leave until I finished. I even pretended to have a stomach ache, but it didn't help. I really wanted to leave, but I couldn't." After hearing Luo Wanyue's explanation, Zhou Chunfeng felt a lot more at ease. Fortunately, Luo Wanyue hadn't changed her mind. But she still looked unhappy and said, "You're about to divorce Jiang Ming. Why are you still afraid of that mean woman?" Luo Wanyue knew this was true, but she hadn't divorced him yet. If the man didn't like her, she still had a way out. So she didn't dare to cause trouble now, or it would be bad later. Seeing Luo Wanyue silent, Zhou Chunfeng continued, "You should go to the county with me now." She pulled Luo Wanyue toward the village entrance. Luo Wanyue struggled a bit. "Mother, I haven't finished my work. Lu Yanjun doesn't know I've left. If I go back, she'll definitely hit me." Zhou Chunfeng almost slapped her face but held back. "That man will surely like you. When we come back from the county, you can divorce Jiang Ming. What is Lu Yanjun anyway? I heard from the matchmaker that the man's family is probably high-ranking officials. If Lu Yanjun dares to hurt you, do you think he will ignore you?" Zhou Chunfeng wasn't sure if that man would like Luo Wanyue, but she thought, how could she know without trying? She only cared about the 50 yuan bride price. As for whether Luo Wanyue would get scolded after going back, that didn't matter to her. Luo Wanyue listened and thought it made sense. She was even more excited. She might have a chance to marry a high-ranking official. How high could his rank be? Could he be richer than the Jiang family? 2 hours later, they finally arrived in the county. Zhou Chunfeng had arranged to meet at the state-run restaurant yesterday. It was all because of Luo Wanyue's mistake. They arrived late, and the other person would be angry. She didn't know if they were still at the restaurant. Never mind, she decided to check. Zhou Chunfeng took Luo Wanyue into the restaurant. There weren't many customers, just a few scattered people. She immediately saw a man sitting in the corner. She was overjoyed. Great, he was still there. She quickly pulled Luo Wanyue over, smiling apologetically. Sorry for the delay. Something came up. Please don't be mad. They sat down naturally across from the man. It's okay, Sister Zhou. I just arrived too. May I ask your name? Luo Wanyue's eyes lit up the moment she saw him, and she kept staring. Zhou Chunfeng answered for her. This is my daughter, Luo Wanyue. Just call her Xiaoyu. Nice to meet you. My name is Fu Hua. The man politely introduced himself. Hello, Luo Wanyue said shyly. Fu Hua wasn't as handsome as Jiang Ming, but he was still good-looking. Appearance didn't matter much. What if he was a little plain? But he was rich. Luo Wanyue carefully examined Fu Hua. He was wearing a fitted Zhongshan suit and a watch on his wrist. She didn't recognize the brand, but it looked very expensive. Fu Hua smiled and asked, What would you like to eat?
Just tell me, I'll pay.
Luo Wanyue blushed even more. Anything is fine. Since that's the case, I'll buy whatever I like for you both. Fu Hua said this, and then stood up to go line up for food. After he left, Zhou Chunfeng said to Luo Wanyue, How is it? Better than Jiang Ming, right? Polite and gentlemanly. Such a good man is hard to find, even with a lantern. Later, you should chat with him nicely. Don't be like a closed box, unable to say a word. Luo Wanyue didn't want to miss the chance to marry into a wealthy family, so she wanted to show herself well. Seeing Fu Hua coming over, she tidied her clothes and fixed her hair, then asked Zhou Chunfeng, Mom, do I look okay like this? Her makeup this morning was already done, but it looked a bit strange, though she didn't realize it herself. Zhou Chunfeng. She took out a tissue, dampened it with water, and wiped Luo Wanyue's face. It wasn't completely clean, but it looked much better than before. Soon, Fu Hua returned with several bowls of food, some with meat and some vegetarian. Luo Wanyue looked at the steamed fish and almost drooled, and Zhou Chunfeng was the same. This fish I eat often. It's very tasty. You too should try it, Fu Hua said, placing the dishes in front of them and giving them 2 bowls of rice. Luo Wanyue asked, Why are there only 2 bowls of rice? Aren't you eating? Fu Hua smiled. I've already eaten. Then he took out a cigarette, held it in his mouth, and was about to light it when he suddenly remembered something. So he put it back. Luo Wanyue watched his actions and immediately understood. He was worried about her being here and didn't want to smoke in front of her. He was so gentlemanly, different from the poor men in the village. Luo Wanyue shyly said, You can smoke, don't worry about us. Hearing this, Fu Hua took out the cigarette again, lit it, and took a deep puff, exhaling a cloud of white smoke. Xiaoyu, since this is our first meeting, I don't know what you like. He then took a beautifully wrapped gift box from his pocket and handed it to Luo Wanyue. This is a small gift for you. Open it and see if you like it. Luo Wanyue opened the box and found a Shanghai brand watch inside. Zhou Chunfeng leaned in to look and was so shocked her jaw almost dropped to the ground. Oh my goodness! This watch costs 120 yuan. Her bride price was only 50 yuan, yet he gave it all to that girl. If Zhou Chunfeng weren't old and Fu Hua didn't look down on her, she might have married him herself. It's really a bargain for Luo Wanyue. At their first meeting, he gave such an expensive gift. Zhou Chunfeng became more curious about Fu Hua's family. Thinking this, she asked, What does your family do? Fu Hua simply replied, My father is just a small-town mayor. Nothing special. Hearing this, Zhou Chunfeng and Luo Wanyue were both surprised. A mayor? Such a high-ranking official, and he says it's nothing special? That's not ordinary wealth. Luo Wanyue's heart pounded with excitement. She never expected Fu Hua's family background to be so good. She's just a woman from the countryside who farms land. Does he really like her? Luo Wanyue decided to be direct. Fu Hua, I think you should know my situation. I'm just a rural girl with no money and no education. I want to ask, what do you think of me? If you really like me, I will definitely live a good life with you. After we get married, I will take good care of you and the family, have a child, and be a good wife and mother. After she finished, she looked nervously at Fu Hua, afraid to swallow her saliva. But Fu Hua didn't mind at all. What's wrong with being from the countryside? Everyone's ancestors were farmers. The grains we eat are grown by rural folks. I believe Sister Zhou has already told you. I don't care about family background. Money is just something outside. As long as you're willing to settle down and live honestly with me, that's enough. In the future, we can have a son and a daughter and live a good life. After we marry, you don't need to work or clean the house, and you don't even have to cook. I will hire a housekeeper for the family and give you 500 yuan a month as pocket money. You can buy whatever you want. What Fu Hua said was beyond Luo Wanyue's dreams. This is exactly the life she imagined. She doesn't have to do anything, and she gets 500 yuan every month. What a perfect man. And he doesn't dislike her at all. At this moment, Luo Wanyue wished she could marry Fu Hua right away. You come from such a good family, there's no type of woman you haven't seen, yet you like someone like me. Don't worry, I will treat you well in the future, Luo Wanyue said sweetly. Fu Hua finished a cigarette and put out the last bit. I dislike materialistic women. They only care about my money. But you are different. From the first time I saw you, I knew you are honest and straightforward. You are not like those women I mentioned, and I am very happy with you. Honest and straightforward? Luo Wanyue felt a little guilty. She originally only wanted money, but Fu Hua spoke so kindly about her that she didn't know how to reply. Finally, she awkwardly said, I am also very happy with you. After they finished eating, the three of them left the state-run restaurant. Zhou Chunfeng told Luo Wanyue to wait where she was, then pulled Fu Hua aside. Should you give me the bride price now? We agreed yesterday that if you liked her, you would give it to me directly. Zhou Chunfeng smiled and rubbed her hands. Of course. Since I promised you yesterday, I won't forget, Fu Hua said. He took 50 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Chunfeng. Zhou Chunfeng was very happy as she touched the money. You two go ahead and enjoy shopping on the street. I still have some chores at home, so I won't bother you anymore. Great. Now her son's wedding expenses are settled. Luo Wanyue stood at the entrance of the restaurant, watching the two people in the distance. After Zhou Chunfeng said a few words, she left. Fu Hua returned to her side. Luo Wanyue asked, Your family is from the city, right? Where do you live here? Do you have a house here? Fu Hua shook his head. No, I'm just here working for a while. But I have a friend who owns a house in Hongshan village. I'm staying there for now. Luo Wanyue said, I see. Can you take me to see it? She didn't just want to look at the house. Her real goal was to get engaged to Fu Hua soon. She was worried he might change his mind and not marry her. Since Fu Hua's family is so wealthy, with his father being the mayor, she didn't want to miss the chance to marry into a rich family. Well, let's forget it. The place is too simple, nothing there. It's an old house and I worry you might dislike it. When I came here, I planned to stay at the guest house. But I like being alone and quiet, so I decided to stay there for now, Fu Hua said with a bit of embarrassment. Luo Wanyue didn't care about the house. After all, it wasn't Fu Hua's house. It's okay. I won't mind. I just want to see where you're living now. Fu Hua thought for a moment and nodded. All right, since you want to see, I'll take you there now. Fu Hua took Luo Wanyue and left the county, heading to a simple earthen house in Hongshan village. Luo Wanyue was surprised and covered her mouth, eyes wide open. Is this really where you live now? She had never seen such a rundown house. Inside, there was nothing, no kitchen, just some dirty pots and bowls on the ground, with leftover food that had mold on it. Next to the house, there was a makeshift stove built with stones. Inside, there was only a bed and almost no furniture. A mouse ran across the corner of the room, and Luo Wanyue saw a hole there. Fu Hua explained, I can't cook. The food in that bowl is something I tried to make myself. It doesn't taste good, so I threw it there. I'm usually busy and don't have time to wash dishes, so it's like that. I only sleep here. I spend most of my time handling affairs in the county. Also, I have a habit when I sleep, I need it to be quiet. Even a little noise keeps me awake. The guest house is too noisy. Or, I wouldn't choose to live here. The environment is so bad, I can't stand it. But if I don't sleep well, I won't be alert at work. If I'm not alert, I might make mistakes. I can't allow myself to make any errors at work. Don't worry. Once I finish my busy work, we'll go back to Jing City. Then I'll show you my house. Luo Wanyua felt a bit disgusted but kept a bright smile. Even if this is your house, I won't mind. She thought that friends of wealthy people would also be rich, but she didn't expect the house to be so broken. Xiaoyu, you are really too kind, Fu Hua said, holding Luo Wanyua's hand. Wanyua blushed and rested her head on his chest. So, when will we get married? Fu Hua frowned. My brother just passed away from illness recently, and my parents are still very sad. I am also feeling down, so I don't want to hold a wedding right now. If you really can't wait, we can get the certificate first without a wedding banquet. When I return to Beijing later, I will give you a big wedding celebration. But that might be unfair to you, so maybe we should wait until later. Wanyua was clearly unhappy with this answer. She wondered how long she would have to wait. What if, during this time, Fu Hua liked someone else and changed his mind about her? She had finally found a wealthy man. She couldn't let other women take this chance. Although she also wanted a wedding and wanted the Jiang family to see that she married a rich man, she knew Fu Hua was excellent, better than anyone else, even better than Jiang Ming. Forget it. Fu Hua would make it up to her later. For now, she needed to keep him close. Wanyua said, Brother Hua, I don't feel wronged at all. Whether we have a wedding or not doesn't matter. What's important is that we're together. I want to take care of you. Let's get the certificate tomorrow.
Fu Hua was surprised.
You really don't feel wronged? Marrying me without even a wedding? Wanyua smiled and hugged his waist. How could I feel wronged? I just want to be with you. These things are just for show. Fu Hua sighed and hugged her back. Xiaoyu, you're so wonderful, so perfect that I don't deserve you. How did I, Fu Hua, get so lucky to marry such a good woman? Wanyua looked at him tenderly. Brother Hua. Fu Hua looked back at her. Xiaoyu. As their feelings deepened, Fu Hua couldn't help but lower his head and kiss Wanyua on the lips. They lost themselves in the passionate kiss. Fu Hua suddenly lifted her horizontally and carried her into the room. Wanyua lay on the bed, eagerly trying to undo Fu Hua's clothes while responding to his kiss with her head. Just at that critical moment, Fu Hua suddenly stopped. Wanyua blushed, charming and confused, and asked him, What's wrong? Why did you stop? Fu Hua was panting, looking very restrained. Xiaoyu, we haven't registered our marriage yet. We can't do this. Luo Wanyua tightly wrapped her legs around his waist and pulled him closer. Anyway, we'll register tomorrow. What's the big deal? We'll do it sooner or later, and you really want it, don't you? Before Fu Hua could finish speaking, Luo Wanyua hugged his neck and kissed him. Since she was so proactive, Fu Hua couldn't think too much. The two of them were passionate, and the room was filled with her charming calls. After 3 minutes, Fu Hua was lying beside her, sweating heavily. Luo Wanyua covered herself with her clothes, but still wasn't satisfied. Seeing that he was strong, how could he be so weak now? At least Jiang Ming could last 2 hours, but Fu Hua couldn't even last 5 minutes. Just 3 minutes and he was so exhausted. That was more than just tired, it was a real failure. Luo Wanyua sighed. Forget it. Even if the days ahead aren't happy, as long as she had money, it was enough. When Luo Wanyua returned to Xiaoxi village, it was already afternoon. She had arranged to meet Fu Hua at the Civil Affairs Bureau the next morning. On the way, she felt itchy all over and uncomfortable. Just a few minutes with Fu Hua couldn't satisfy her at all. Fu Hua was happy, but she felt miserable. She and Jiang Ming hadn't been together for a long time. Maybe that was why her desire was so strong. As she neared Zhang's house, she started to feel nervous. The closer she got, the more anxious she became. Today, she hadn't finished her work and sneaked out. Lu Yanjun would definitely scold her later. But then she thought she was coming back to divorce Jiang Ming. What was there to be afraid of? Lu Yanjun would be happy for her to leave Jiang's family. Times had changed. In the past, she was afraid that after divorcing Jiang Ming, she would have nowhere to go and might starve outside. But now it was different. She had a caring mother and a wealthy husband. She no longer cared about Jiang's broken place. If Luo Wanyue dared to hit her, she would tell Fu Hua and deal with that old troublemaker. Luo Wanyue was feeling happy, but soon she thought again. Fu Hua didn't know she was already married. Zhou Chunfeng didn't honestly tell her. If she told Fu Hua would definitely stop loving her. So she couldn't say anything. Even if she got punished, she had to endure it. There was no choice because after today, she would have nothing to do with the Jiang family anymore. Lu Yanjun held a bamboo stick and waited in the yard for Luo Wanyue. Halfway through the work today, she realized Luo Wanyue was gone and couldn't find her anywhere. The girl had probably gone off to slack off again. When she returned, her mother would definitely scold her harshly. Xiaoan washed 2 apples in the kitchen and handed one to Lu Yanjun. "Mom, this apple is very sweet." Lu Yanjun, who had been looking fierce, suddenly softened when she saw her. "Oh, Anin is so good." She even remembers to wash an apple for her mom. She took the apple and took a bite. "It's really sweet. I've never had such a sweet one before." "It's juicy too." Xiaoan smiled. This was bought by Ahi before he left. Actually, she took it from her space. Jiang he only bought some snacks that day, mostly candies, not apples. Lu Yanjun didn't know what he bought, so Xiaoan felt safe eating it. Luo Wanyue just came in and saw this happy scene. She felt a bit uncomfortable but quietly relaxed. It seemed Lu Yanjun wasn't as angry as she thought. As soon as Lu Yanjun saw her, her gentle expression disappeared, replaced by a fierce look like a demon. "You wicked girl. I looked for you all afternoon. Where did you go?" Luo Wanyue shivered in fear. "My mom was looking for me, saying there was an emergency at home, so I went back with her." Lu Yanjun stood up and sharply struck her thigh with a bamboo stick. "That wicked woman's family had an emergency, and it has nothing to do with you. Don't forget, we bought you from the Jiang family. We've already cut ties with the Luo family. How dare you sneak out behind my back? Are you done working in the fields?" After saying that, she struck Luo Wanyue again on her buttocks with the bamboo stick. Luo Wanyue cried out in pain, dodging back and forth. The stick even hit her finger, making her hurt badly. "You still dare to hide," Lu Yanjun shouted. The bamboo stick kept hitting Luo Wanyue all over, making her run around the yard in pain. Lu Yanjun chased after her. Jiang Ming and Little Tiger just returned to the yard when they saw this scene.
"Don't."
"Help. Jiang Ming. Quickly hold Mom back."
Sobi.
Luo Wanyue shouted loudly, running behind Jiang Ming for cover. Lu Yanjun, with her hands on her hips, looked tired. "Boss, move aside. Today I must teach this little troublemaker a lesson." Tears streamed down Luo Wanyue's face. "Jiang Ming, if you dare to move aside, you're finished." If Jiang Ming dared to let her go, she would definitely make Fu Hua teach him a good lesson later. That bamboo stick had beaten her so hard that her skin was red, swollen, and bleeding. That old woman really hits hard. She was beating her to death. Without thinking, Jiang Ming simply stepped aside. "Jiang Ming, I am your wife. Look at this old woman hitting me, and you just stand there." Luo Wanyue yelled. Hearing this, Jiang Ming slapped her across the face, his face full of anger. "What did you say about my mother? Shouldn't you be beaten? Who told you to hide and slack off? Not only my mother. Even I want to beat you." Daring to insult his mother as an old woman, Luo Wanyue was fed up with life. Lu Yanjun also rolled up her sleeves. "You're rebellious. If I don't hit you for 3 days, I might as well tear off the roof of the house. Looks like I was too gentle with you this morning." Lu Yanjun swung her bamboo stick, hitting wherever she could. Luo Wanyue was getting desperate. She grabbed a jar from the yard and threw it at Lu Yanjun's head. Fortunately, Lu Yanjun dodged quickly, otherwise, she would have been bleeding. Now, both Jiang Ming and Lu Yanjun were completely furious. Jiang Ming grabbed her hair and dragged her in front of Lu Yanjun. Luo Wanyue wanted to resist, but Jiang Ming slapped her again. He held Luo Wanyue down, allowing Lu Yanjun to hit her. "Boss, you don't need to hold her anymore. Step aside. No one has dared to fight my mother for a long time. Today, I must have a good fight with her." Lu Yanjun said so, and Jiang Ming stopped holding Luo Wanyue. The moment he let go, Luo Wanyue crawled up from the ground and tried to grab Lu Yanjun's hair. Lu Yanjun swung her bamboo stick and hit her hand, making her tremble with pain. Then she pushed her to the ground and sat on top of her. Today, Luo Wanyue finally lost her temper. She kept struggling to get up, but Lu Yanjun, being stronger, held her down firmly. "You old hag, you only know how to bully people. I have no dignity living in the Jiang family. Every day, you either hit me or scold me. I am also a daughter-in-law married into this family, just like Qiaoan. You should treat her well. But what about me? Shameless old woman, you have no shame, bah." Luo Wanyue loudly cursed, unable to struggle, and spat on Lu Yanjun's face. Qiaoan sat on a wooden chair, biting into a red apple, staring blankly. Why is this involving her now? What does it have to do with her? She's just here to watch the show. Little Tiger, tears in his eyes, crawled into Jiang Ming's arms. "Dad, please tell Grandma not to hit Mom anymore, okay?" Although Luo Wanyue was in the wrong, Little Tiger still felt sorry for her. Jiang Ming looked at him. "She deserves it. She's lazy and doesn't work, and she even called Grandma a mean old woman. She threw a jar at Grandma's head. Don't you think she's at fault? Do you know why Grandma doesn't like her? It's because she's troublemaker. If she behaved herself and didn't cause problems like your aunt, Grandma would like her too." Actually, Little Tiger understood this, but Luo Wanyue was still his real mother. He just couldn't bear to see her being beaten and suffering. "I want a divorce.
Right now."
I've had enough of the Jiang family." Luo Wanyue's face was swollen and red from Lu Yanjun's hits, looking like a pig's head, with only a narrow slit for eyes. Qiaoan guessed that the man was interested in her. Otherwise, why would he divorce Jiang Ming? It was even her own idea to bring it up. In the past, she would never have agreed to divorce, like a stubborn dog. Lu Yanjun, after venting her anger, calmed down. "Divorce? We Jiang family would be happy about that." She turned to Jiang Ming. "Big brother, did you hear that? Go to the county and get the divorce done now. Later, I'll find you a new wife. Someone like Luo Wanyue, who causes trouble at home, only makes the family chaotic." She had long wanted to kick her out. "If you want a divorce, then fine," Jiang Ming said decisively. He no longer had any feelings for Luo Wanyue. He missed the kind and understanding woman she used to be, not this shrew-like person she had become. Jiang Ming initially refused to divorce, mainly because of Xiaohu, and he believed Luo Wanyue would change someday. But now he realizes she cannot change at all. No matter how Lu Yanjun scolds her, she remains the same. Since that's the case, it might be better to divorce. It would be good for everyone and wouldn't affect Xiaohu's education. Only it's a pity for the child. He's only 5 and has lost his mother. "Dad, do you really want a divorce, Mom? Can't we stay together? I don't want to be without a mom. Please, I beg you," Xiaohu cried loudly. Every time he saw Dogden's parents being loving, he couldn't help but feel jealous. He wished his parents could be like that too, but it's impossible because his mom is too disobedient and the whole family doesn't like her. Still, he doesn't want them to divorce. He doesn't want to be a child without a mother, nor does he want their family to break apart. Seeing Xiaohu's pitiful tears, Jiang Ming felt sad too. Adult problems often hurt children the most. But he must divorce Luo Wanyue, otherwise, the family would never be peaceful, and it wouldn't be good for Xiaohu. Xiaohu be good. Even if you don't have a mom, Dad can still take good care of you. Like Grandma said, I can find you a new mom. After comforting Xiaohu, Jiang Ming took a few steps forward, grabbing Luo Wanyue and heading toward the village entrance. They rode a bullock cart to the County Civil Affairs Bureau. When they came out, they held a divorce certificate. Somehow, Luo Wanyue's wish was granted. She got divorced, but she couldn't feel happy. Instead, she felt a bit lost and upset.
Why?
Wasn't what she wanted just to divorce Jiangming? But why did she feel so strangely sad inside? She should be happy, right? She reached out her hand to her chest, feeling like something important was missing. Jiangming. Luo Wanyue wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. She didn't even know what she wanted to say. Instinctively, she just called his name. From now on, you take care of yourself. After saying this, Jiangming left without looking back. Luo Wanyue watched his figure, tears quietly falling down her face. She quickly wiped her tears with her sleeve. Luo Wanyue, why are you crying? Fu Hua is much richer and more talented than Jiangming. After getting the marriage certificate tomorrow, you will officially become a wealthy wife. How can you be so attached to Jiangming? Luo Wanyue also decided not to go back to the Jiang family to pack her things. There's nothing worth taking. Her clothes are all patched, cheap, ugly, and old-fashioned. In the future, Fu Hua will buy her better and more expensive clothes. Luo Wanyue left the county and headed toward Hongshan village. When Jiangming returned home, Lu Yanjun immediately asked, "How was it? Did you divorce her?" Jiangming took out a divorce certificate from his pocket and handed it to Lu Yanjun. "Divorcing is good. Without her at home, I feel much better. I feel annoyed every time I see her." Lu Yanjun looked outside the yard. "Did she come back to pack her things?" Jiangming shook his head. "No," Lu Yanjun snorted. "It's better she didn't come back. All her clothes were handmade by me. Even if she wanted to pack, I wouldn't let her. I'm going to gather her clothes now and take them to the village chief. Whoever wants them can take them. Keeping her things at home is bad luck," Lu Yanjun said as she went into Jiangming's room. Meanwhile, Luo Wanyue arrived at Fu Hua's house. She looked at the closed gate and knocked. "Brother Hua, are you home?" Inside, upon hearing the noise, someone quickly took off their torn clothes, changed into a Zhongshan suit, tidied their hair, and then came out to open the gate. "Xiao Yu? Why are you here?" Fu Hua looked surprised to see her. "What happened to your face?" As soon as Luo Wanyue saw him, she immediately hugged him. She was very upset. "Brother Hua, when I was coming back today, a crazy woman from the village hit me. It hurt so much. She looked like this because of the beating. Her clothes covered most of her body, so it wasn't too bad, but her face was injured." Fu Hua could see it clearly. This injury wouldn't heal quickly. She could only tell Fu Hua that the crazy woman from the village had hit her.
Who?
"Who dares to hurt my woman?" Fu Hua's temper flared instantly. "Xiao Yu, tell me who that old woman is. I'll go find her now and help you get revenge." Luo Wanyue didn't dare to take him there because she was afraid he would find out she was a married woman with children. Although she had just divorced Jiangming, she still lied to Fu Hua. "Brother Hua, don't go. I can handle a little scolding. My mother and the others have already taught that crazy woman a lesson." Fu Hua's face looked a bit better. "That's good. But I feel sad when I see your injury." He gently reached out and carefully touched her. "Does it hurt?" Luo Wanyue wanted to cry. "It hurts, but when I see you, it doesn't hurt anymore. Look at how gentle Fu Hua is and how much he cares about her." Divorcing Jiangming was definitely a wise choice. Luo Wanyue said, "Brother Hua, I came to see you now because I want to live with you. Anyway, we are getting the marriage certificate tomorrow, so it doesn't matter. Since I can't see you, I think about you a lot. I came without your permission, but you won't be mad, right?" Fu Hua shook his head and hugged her tightly. "Of course not. I would never be mad at you. If you want to come, just come. You don't need my permission." At this moment, Luo Wanyue felt as sweet as honey, happy and full of joy. Early in the morning, Luo Wanyue and Fu Hua went to the county office to get their marriage certificate. When they returned, it was already noon. Luo Wanyue hugged Fu Hua from behind. "Brother Hua, I finally married you." Fu Hua smiled but didn't say anything. He just lit a cigarette and held it in his mouth. "Brother Hua, I'm so hungry. Let's go to the state-run restaurant for a meal." Luo Wanyue begged him softly. The fish they ate yesterday was so delicious. She wanted to eat it again. Anyway, Fu Hua was rich and loved her very much, so he would definitely satisfy her. But unexpectedly, Fu Hua suddenly pushed her away. His gentle expression was gone. His voice was cold. What are you eating? I'm hungry too. That state-run restaurant is expensive. Do you still want to go eat? You wasteful woman. Luo Wanyu was stunned. Brother Hua, what's wrong? What do you mean? They had already gotten the marriage certificate. Fu Hua didn't want to pretend anymore and directly told her the truth. Let me tell you honestly, this broken house isn't even my friend's. It's my own place to live. The suit I'm wearing and the watch on my wrist are all rented. The one you're holding is too. Also, I am not called Fu Hua. My real name is Su Laosan. My father was not a mayor of Beijing. He died a long time ago. Now, I am the only one left in my family. I have been an orphan since I was young. I don't have a job in the county. I am just a lazy rural person who wastes time and waits to die. Luo Wanyue's face was almost splitting with shock. She couldn't believe it. Brother Hua, please don't lie to me. Yesterday, you even invited me and my mother to eat fish at a state-run restaurant. If you were really so poor, how could you afford to treat us? And you don't have any rural manners at all. You said that once your work is done, you will take me to Beijing to look at houses and arrange my wedding banquet. You also give me 500 yuan in pocket money every month. Your behavior shows you are a wealthy city guy, a gentleman. How could you be just a lazy rural person? You must be lying to me, right? Su Laosan was speechless. How come this rude woman still didn't believe him when he told the truth? Luo Wanyue linked her arm with his. Brother Hua, say something. Are you lying to me?
Su Laosan.
He impatiently slapped Luo Wanyue's face. You insist I'm lying, right? You want to be a rich wife getting 500 yuan pocket money every month. How dare you think that? Are you crazy? All of that was just acting to trick you into marrying me. I'm old now, and I can't find a wife. I don't want the Su family's line to end because of me. And think about it. Do wealthy men even look at someone like you? Honestly, someone like me wouldn't even give you a second look. When Fu Hua first saw Luo Wanyue yesterday, he immediately disliked her. Especially her makeup. He had never seen anything like it. Other women put on makeup and look beautiful, but with her it was different. Even the ugly ones looked better than her. Luo Wanyue was stunned, like she had been struck by lightning. Fu Hua's fake name was Su Laosan. His real father was not a mayor of Beijing, and he was not from a wealthy family. He was just a lazy, good-for-nothing man. She had been tricked into marriage. Tears suddenly streamed down Luo Wanyue's face. She rushed forward to hit Su Laosan. You scoundrel!
Beast!
Why did you lie to me? He had really tricked her. Not only did she lose her body, but she also caused her to divorce Jiang Ming. She thought that marrying him would make her a wealthy wife, but she ended up living worse than in Zhang's family. Old Third Su slapped Luo Wanyue hard across the face. You're just a fool. You can't deceive other women. I was about to give up, but you came to me on your own. You're not pretty, but I don't care. As long as you can have children, that's enough. Also, the 50 yuan bride price you gave your mother, you must get it back from her. And the money and tickets from yesterday's meal at the state-run restaurant, you have to return all of it, totaling 71 yuan. This is money I saved for most of my life. If you don't give it back, just see how I deal with you. And your mother. Luo Wanyue knelt on the ground, covering her burning cheek, her eyes filled with almost overflowing hatred. She shouted, No way. You tricked me and now want the money back?
Dream on.
I won't be with you. I'm going to report you to the police right now for marriage fraud. She tried to get up and leave, but Su Old Third grabbed her hair from behind, pressed her head against the wall, and pushed her to hit it. He snarled fiercely, You woman, go ahead and report me. Don't forget who slept with me voluntarily yesterday. I didn't force you. You don't want to pay me back? Fine, I'll cut off your hand. He then grabbed a knife, pressed her hand, and was about to cut. Seeing him serious, Luo Wanyue begged quickly, Brother Hua, I was wrong. I will definitely pay you back. Please don't cut my hand. Old Third Su slapped her again. Brother Hua? Who do you think you're calling Brother Hua? We're married, And you keep calling another man's name. Are you asking to be beaten? He warned her harshly. One last thing. I am called Su Old Third. If I hear you call me Brother Hua again, I will cut out your tongue and soak it in wine. Luo Wanyua trembled uncontrollably with fear. Su Old Third released her and ordered, I'm hungry. Go cook quickly. Free at last, Luo Wanyua hurriedly got up from the ground, keeping some distance from Su Old Third. She stammered, there are no ingredients. How can I cook? Su Old Third, impatient, walked over and raised his hand, ready to hit her again. Terrified, Luo Wanyua let out a scream and shrank back. Old Third Su didn't hit her. If there's no food, figure it out yourself.
Anyway, I'm hungry.
Aren't there wild vegetables in the mountains? I shouldn't have to tell you that. No, I won't bother you. I'll go now. Luo Wanyua grabbed the broken basket from the corner and ran toward the mountains. Old Third Su called out behind her, his tone harsh. If you dare run off while you're on the mountain, you'll be dead for sure. I'll find you everywhere and beat you. Hearing this, Luo Wanyua almost stumbled and fell. You don't worry. I won't run away. After saying that, she quickened her pace into the mountains. On the way, she kept looking back to make sure Old Third Su wasn't following her. She dropped her basket and ran away. She wanted to go back to find Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming definitely wouldn't ignore her. At the Jiang family in Xiaoxi village. It's only 3 p.m. now. Jiang Ming and Lu Yanjun are still working in the fields. Only Qiaowen and Little Tiger are at home. The yard gate was open and Luo Wanyue ran straight in. Little Tiger was sitting alone in the yard playing with mud. When he saw Luo Wanyue, he immediately ran over. Mom. Luo Wanyue caught him and started crying. Little Tiger, my son. Little Tiger also looked like he wanted to cry. Mom. Why didn't you listen to Grandma? If you had been good, Grandma would have been nice to you, just like she is to Annie. Then Dad wouldn't dislike you and you wouldn't get divorced. Hearing the word divorce, Luo Wanyue's heart hurt badly. Little Tiger, your mom and dad haven't divorced. We just made a small joke yesterday. We are still a family. Luo Wanyue regretted it. She regretted divorcing Jiang Ming. It was all her fault for being blind. She didn't realize Old Third Su was pretending. If she had known, she would never have divorced Jiang Ming. She must find a way to get back together with Jiang Ming. As for Old Third Su, she definitely wanted a divorce. Xiaowen heard the noise and came out of the house. She was still a bit shocked when she saw Luo Wanyue. They had already divorced from Jiang Ming.
Why was she back?
Could it be to pack her things? But she didn't have anything here. Lu Yanjun had already taken her clothes to the village chief's house yesterday, and the village chief had given them to other villagers. Joan walked over, smiling as she said to Little Tiger, Little Tiger, go play in the backyard by yourself. I need to talk to your mother for a moment. Although Little Tiger was reluctant to leave Luo Wanyue, he obediently listened. After Little Tiger left, Joan directly asked, Didn't you divorce Big Brother? Why are you back now? Luo Wanyue wiped her tears. This is also my home. Why can't I come back? Besides, I was just confused yesterday and divorced Jiang Ming. Now I regret it and don't want to be apart. When Jiang Ming returns, I will talk to him properly. Joan. Divorce is such a big thing, yet Luo Wanyue acts like it's a game. Want a divorce. Want to come back whenever she likes. Oh? So, how do you plan to tell Big Brother? Will you say that you weren't lazy that day, but went to the county to meet a man? Joan's words made Luo Wanyue feel cold all over. What do you mean? Luo Wanyue stammered. How did Joan know she went to meet Third Master Su in the county? Only she and Zhou Chunfeng knew about that day. Joan clicked her tongue. You know what I mean, right? Weren't you divorcing Big Brother for that man? I remember Zhou Chunfeng said that after you married, you would be a wealthy wife. But looking at you now, it seems things didn't turn out very well. Luo Wanyue's heart sank. How did Joan know everything? Could it be that when she was talking with Zhou Chunfeng in the small woods that day, Joan was also there? Luo Wanyue tried to recall the scene from that day. When she was talking with Zhou Chunfeng, she suddenly walked to the base of a big tree, seeming to look for something. Could she have sensed someone hiding there? After a long while, Luo Wanyue finally realized. She angrily said, You little brat, You were eavesdropping on us. Joan. Who is eavesdropping? Clearly, it's your own stupidity. You didn't realize I was here. This isn't your home anymore. I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, when my mother and big brother come back, I will tell them about your bad behavior. You'll be in big trouble then. Before the divorce, Luo Wanyue was already wearing a green hat for Jiangming. If Lu Yanjun found out, she would definitely punish Luo Wanyue severely. Luo Wanyue was also nervous, but she had been tricked. If she had known that Su Laosan was that kind of person, she definitely wouldn't have divorced Jiangming. She was also a victim. Luo Wanyue pretended to be pitiful. Sister-in-law, I now realize I was wrong. Please don't tell Jiangming or Mom about this. I was just confused for a moment. Now I see clearly. I've been married to Jiangming for so many years and we do have feelings. Yesterday, when we left the Civil Affairs Bureau, I started to regret it. In the end, I think he's better. I don't want to leave him. Please, sister-in-law. Although Luo Wanyue spoke sincerely, she had another plan in her mind. If Qiao told Jiangming about this, he would never agree to remarry her. She thought about hiding her affair with Su Laosan and not telling Jiangming. Then, she would cry in front of him and beg for forgiveness. At worst, she still had little Tiger. He was her biological son and the only grandson in the Jiang family. Even if she didn't care about her reputation, she hoped Jiangming would forgive her for little Tiger's sake. Jiangming probably wouldn't want little Tiger to grow up without a mother. As long as Qiao didn't tell anyone, she could find a way to divorce Su Laosan later. Just thinking about Su Laosan made Luo Wanyue feel scared. She had already registered her marriage with Su Laosan. He was so poor he couldn't even afford to eat properly, living from meal to meal. After a lifetime of hardship, he finally married a wife. He wouldn't agree to divorce her. But no matter what, she was determined to divorce him. She didn't want to be tied to such a man for the rest of her life. Qiao clearly understood what she was thinking. She looked expressionless. Have you really realized your mistake? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're just a woman who looks down on poverty and loves wealth. You were probably just tricked by that wild man. If he really had money, you'd be happy and wouldn't be here saying these things. You regret divorcing your older brother, but not because he's good. It's because that wild man is worse than him. If your older brother really remarries you and a rich man appears later, you'd have no hesitation and divorce him again. Women like you, with 100 tricks up your sleeve, don't deserve to be the mother of little Tiger or to be with Jiangming. He won't agree to remarry you. After some time, I will find a better bride for little Tiger than you. You should give up hope. When Luo Wanyue heard this, she almost froze in shock. Jiangming wanted to find a new bride for little Tiger. What should she do?
No.
I don't agree. Little Tiger is my child, born after 9 months of pregnancy. I am his mother, Luo Wanyue shouted at Qiao. How could Jiangming find a new bride for little Tiger? A stepmother can never be as good as a real mother, and she might even mistreat little Tiger. Qiao covered her ears. Why are you shouting so loudly? You're disturbing my ears. What does your disagreement have to do with me? It's not my marriage. You should talk to your older brother about that. What are you doing in my house? Lu Yanjun and Jiangming had just come back from the fields. Their good mood was ruined the moment they saw Luo Wanyue. Luo Wanyue stepped forward to try to hold Jiangming's hand, but he pulled away. This action felt like a sharp needle stabbing her heart. Luo Wanyue asked him, Qiao said you want to find a stepmother for little Tiger. Is that true? When Jiangming admitted it himself, Luo Wanyue's emotions started to rise. No way. I'm not dead yet, and you want to find someone new? I don't agree. You're not allowed to do that, Jiangming. Are you crazy? We are already divorced. Whether I find someone or not is my choice. It has nothing to do with you. Luo Wanyue became even more upset. Even after divorce, we can remarry. Anyway, you're not allowed to find anyone. The only wife in your life can be me. Otherwise, I will die to show you. After saying that, she actually went to the kitchen and grabbed a kitchen knife. I was confused about the divorce, but I was just too angry. I was beaten and you didn't help me. It's all your fault. But now I am willing to apologize. Please forgive me. In a few days, We will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to remarry, and we will live happily together. If you don't forgive me, I will die right here in your Jiang family yard. Luo Wanyue pretended to hold the knife against her neck, as if she would cut her throat if Jiang Ming said no. But she was just scaring him to make him forgive her and remarry. She didn't have the courage to actually commit suicide. After all, she is so young and hasn't lived enough yet. There's no way she would really die. Seeing this, Jiang Ming said, "It's not that I'm not worried." "What do you mean? You asked for a divorce first, and now you're threatening me with suicide to get back together. What do you really want?" They had been married for many years. Even if Jiang Ming didn't like Luo Wanyue very much, he didn't want her to do something so extreme. And she died in the Jiang family's yard. That's so unlucky. Luo Wanyue felt a bit proud inside. She knew Jiang Ming still had feelings for her. She kept pushing him, asking, "Will you forgive me or not? Why are you saying so much to her?" Lu Yanjun pushed Jiang Ming aside and said to Luo Wanyue, "Why don't you make a move? You want to kill yourself, right? I don't believe that. If you want to threaten someone, just do it now, cut your throat. If you don't, I look down on you." Lu Yanjun knew Luo Wanyue well. She was sure Luo Wanyue wouldn't really dare to do it. She was just pretending. If she really dared, she would have already cut her throat. Luo Wanyue's face changed. "You think I don't dare?" She held a kitchen knife and lightly cut her own throat a few times. She only cut through the skin. She was so scared, she almost dropped the knife. She decided to give Jiang Ming one last chance. "Jiang Ming, I ask you one last time. Will you forgive me?" Jiang Ming frowned and chose not to speak. Lu Yanjun answered for him, "There's no way I'll forgive you. Even if he does, I won't let you into this house again. If you want to die, just do it quickly. Then I can have a feast." Luo Wanyue was so angry her chest was rising and falling. Xiaoan didn't know when she took out some sunflower seeds. She was sitting on a chair nearby, cracking seeds and watching the scene. Luo Wanyue hesitated and didn't make a move. She mocked, "If you're really scared, just put the knife away. Don't accidentally kill yourself. When that happens, I'll be laughing in bed all night. Recently, I've been busy moving. I have a lot to pack, so I might not update as often. I'll write whenever I have free time and try to post more. Jiang Ming, since you refuse to forgive me, I might as well give up on life. Everyone remember this. It's all your fault that I am driven to this point." After she finished speaking, she looked like she was about to hurt herself and specifically glanced at Jiang Ming. Luo Wanyue thought he would say something to comfort her, but he didn't even look at her. They had been married for many years. How could Jiang Ming be so heartless? Is he really not afraid that she might actually hurt herself? At this moment, she even felt that Jiang Ming had never loved her, or else how could he be so indifferent? She had just done that, and Jiang Ming should have immediately knelt before her, crying and begging her not to die. Lu Yanjun snorted coldly. "Enough acting? If you're done, get out. Don't let your bad luck affect our family." With a loud bang, Luo Wanyue threw the knife on the ground and knelt in front of Lu Yanjun. Lu Yanjun is the most influential person in this family. As long as she agrees, Jiang Ming will definitely listen. Luo Wanyue cried and begged, "Mother, please forgive me this time. It was my fault that I scolded you that day, but I really don't want to leave Jiang Ming. I want to come back and live with him again. I promise I will behave well from now on, no more trouble. Jiang Ming always listens to you, so please ask him not to hold this against me, okay?" Lu Yanjun has a lot of authority in the family. Her husband died early, and Jiang He and Jiang Ming were raised by her alone. Her brothers also knew how hard she had it, and they have always listened to her and stayed out of trouble. Of course, she didn't listen to everything, especially not unreasonable demands that go against her values. But Lu Yanjun is not like Luo Wanyue. She teaches them correct principles. So, she would never forgive Jiang Ming for what Luo Wanyue wanted. "Get lost. Who are you calling mother? I am not your mother. Stop pretending. My mother is in Luo village." Unwilling to give up, Luo Wanyue crawled over and hugged Jiang Ming's leg. She looked up at him and said, "What I'm saying is true. From now on, I will listen to you in everything. Whatever you say, I will do." I won't complain or grumble. If you're upset, just hit me. As long as you're happy, you can do anything to me. I only ask for your forgiveness. Xiao, who is only 5 years old, he can't be without a mother. Luo Wanyue spoke with deep emotion, but Jiang Ming didn't believe her at all. He shook off Luo Wanyue's hand. The things you're saying, I doubt even you believe them. Don't treat me like a fool. I don't want to forgive you and I don't want to hit you. Xiao, who really can't be without his mother, but that person definitely isn't you. Even if I can't find him, I can take care of him alone, raise him well, and teach him how to be a good person. Luo Wanyue felt her heart grow cold. No matter how much Jiang Ming listened, he didn't react. What more does he want? Does she really have to die for him to be happy? A grown man can't take good care of a child. Xiao, who must be cared for by her personally, and Xiao, who likes her so much, can't bear to leave her. So how could he easily accept the stepmother Jiang Ming found? Luo Wanyue clasped her fingers together and swore to the sky, "You must believe me. I will keep my word. Otherwise, I might choke on my food, cough to death, or get struck by lightning in a storm." She made such a fierce vow. Jiang Ming should believe her, right? Lu Yanjun couldn't stand it anymore. She stepped forward, grabbed Luo Wanyue, and tried to pull her outside the yard. Luo Wanyue clung tightly to Jiang Ming's pants, refusing to let go. Lu Yanjun grabbed her arm and pinched it. "Your words are just nonsense. If you could change, you would have already. Don't you know what kind of person your mother is? Let go of me." Lu Yanjun cursed and pinched her arm a few more times. Luo Wanyue felt the pain and released her grip, her eyes full of hatred. She didn't want to leave the Jiang family easily. Since her efforts were useless, she could only resort to that plan. "Lu Yanjun," Luo Wanyue shouted sharply, "no matter what, I won't leave the Jiang family today. Whether Jiang Ming forgives me or not, we must remarry. Otherwise, I will tell everyone about Jiang He going up the mountain to hunt wild boar." As soon as she said this, everyone's faces changed. Xiao frowned slightly. How did Luo Wanyue know about this? Besides her, only Lu Yanjun and Jiang Ming knew about it. They hadn't told Luo Wanyue. Lu Yanjun looked outside the yard gate, then locked the door again. She pointed at Luo Wanyue and said, "You little brat, what nonsense are you talking? How could my Xiao He do such a thing? Are you spreading rumors? Watch me tear that face of yours apart." When you stepped back and looked proud. "Don't think I don't know. The wild boar he caught was sold on the black market. That's illegal trading. If you're caught, you'll go to jail or have to eat peanuts. Do you really think I'm stupid and don't know anything?" Jiang, he didn't tell her about the pig smuggling. She found out by accident when she overheard Lu Yanjun talking to Jiang Ming. But Wanyu didn't plan to tell anyone at first. First, because she only had the Jiang family and telling others wouldn't help her. Second, she wanted to keep it for a future excuse or shield. Wanyu continued, "You decide what to do. If Jiang Ming doesn't forgive me and won't remarry me, I will tell everyone in the village, or I could go to the county police station. Jiang, he just married Xiao and not long ago. You don't want him to get into trouble, do you?" Lu Yanjun was so angry she almost fainted. You. She had never been so angry she couldn't speak before. Jiang He's situation must stay secret and not be reported to the police, or his life could be ruined. And he just married an. If something happens, what will she do? Lu Yanjun was so furious she almost couldn't stand. Jiang Ming quickly helped her up. "Mom, are you okay?" He looked angrily at Wanyu. "You made Mom so upset. Are you happy now?" Jiang Ming never expected Wanyu to know about this and use it to threaten him. In the end, it was his own fault. Why did he fall for Wanyu in the first place? She caused chaos at home and even used Jiang He against him. As the older brother, he couldn't let Jiang He get into trouble because of him. There was nothing he could do now. Even if he didn't want to, he had to go along with Wanyu. "Let her say what she wants," Xiaoan said. Jiang Ming and Lu Yanjun looked at her with confused faces. "Sister-in-law, if this gets out, Xiao He could go to jail. That's the mild version. In serious cases, he could even die." Jiang Ming didn't understand. How could Xiaoan say such things? Did she not care if Xiao He lived or died? I heard Xiaoan say, I'll also go to the police station and reveal everything she did wrong. Luo Wanyue's heart raced. She had been so focused on herself that she completely forgot about this. Lu Yanjun asked curiously, what did that woman do? Jiang Ming looked confused as well. Xiaoan looked at Luo Wanyue and said calmly, she, on the day before her divorce from her older brother, went with Zhou Chunfeng to the county to meet a man she shouldn't have. She had already been cheating on her brother, liked the man because he was rich, and wanted to marry him to become a wealthy wife. And she did marry him. Then Xiaoan suddenly smiled and asked, did she become a wealthy wife? She asked this on purpose. If that man was really rich, Luo Wanyue definitely wouldn't come back. Luo Wanyue quickly looked at Jiang Ming's face and said nervously, Qiao and is talking nonsense. I love you so much. How could I cheat on you? Please don't believe her. She turned and shouted at Xiaoan, do you have proof to say that about me? Xiaoan had no proof, so she questioned why she was accusing her. If she had the courage, she would show proof. After all, only Xiaoan knew the truth. As long as she refused to admit it, she couldn't be caught. Xiaoan looked at Luo Wanyue with a foolish expression, wondering if she was truly foolish or just pretending. Is it so hard to get proof? If you really didn't cheat on your brother, then go to the registry office and check your marriage records. Do you dare to do that, knowing Luo Wanyue's personality? She probably already married that man. After all, she had finally found someone rich, and she wouldn't let go easily. Luo Wanyue was completely panicked. Yes, just a simple check would reveal everything. They would all know she married that man. Xiaoan continued calmly, you didn't just stop at getting a marriage certificate, right? She looked at the red mark on Luo Wanyue's collarbone and smiled like a blooming poppy flower. You already slept with that man, haven't you? Originally, Luo Wanyue's collarbone was covered by her clothes, so the marks weren't visible. But when Lu Yanjun forcefully pulled her, a button on her clothing was undone. Luo Wanyue's face turned pale instantly. How did Xiaoan know everything? Even Zhou Chunfeng didn't know about her sleeping with that man. Whenever this was mentioned, Luo Wanyue felt deep regret. She thought she must have been out of her mind that day to be so eager to give herself away. If she had seen Su Laosen earlier, she definitely wouldn't have done this. Xiaoan kept her smile and said, don't look at me with such doubtful eyes. Do you want to look down and see the red mark on your collarbone? Lu Yanjun and Jiang Ming immediately looked at Luo Wanyue's collarbone. Sure enough, there was a red mark. Lu Yanjun's eyes flashed with anger. You brat, how dare you cheat on our boss? Jiang Ming's opinion of her changed again. He didn't expect Luo Wanyue to be so terrible. No, terrible wasn't a strong enough word. She was completely worthless. Luo Wanyue quickly buttoned up her shirt, remembering that Su Laosen had not only kissed her collarbone but also other places. He had kissed, and the mark was obvious. But he didn't kiss her on the neck, so it could be hidden. She didn't notice when her top button had come undone. Jiang Ming's disgusted look made Luo Wanyue feel uncomfortable.
I
didn't. She didn't know how to speak. Even if Jiang Ming didn't like her before, he wouldn't look at her with such eyes. She started to feel scared, not because she thought Jiang Ming might hit or scold her, but because she was worried about his opinion of her. No. Why should she care about Jiang Ming's opinion? Luo Wanyue directed all her anger at Xiao and it's a mosquito bite. I didn't sleep with anyone. Don't talk nonsense. After saying that, she looked at Jiang Ming again. Jiang Ming's face was expressionless, just frowning. Do you think everyone is stupid? Xiaoan thought Luo Wanyue was completely lacking in intelligence. A mosquito bite and a suspicious mark. Anyone who has been intimate would recognize it, right? Since it's gotten to this point, you still want to cling to Big Brother? Why don't you go find that wild man who's been with you? As she spoke, Xiaoan seemed to remember something and clapped her hands. Oh, you probably don't dare go back, since that wild man has no money and is abusive. You'd probably get beaten to death if you go back. Looking at Luo Wanyue's face, I could tell she wasn't doing well. Her face was more swollen than before leaving the Zhang family, and there were new scars. Luo Wanyue couldn't even speak. Lu Yanjun casually grabbed a cup and threw it at her forehead. You worthless girl. You really do everything. I wondered why you disappeared that day in the field. Turns out you want to see some man. You're such a greedy, snobbish girl. If you're regretting now, go find our boss. How can someone as disgusting as you be a person? You deserve to be beaten. Better yet, beat you to death. Luo Wanyue could have dodged, but she didn't move. Even though Lu Yanjun was insulting her, she didn't fight back. Mom, stop talking. Jiang Ming finally spoke. Luo Wanyue, just leave. Leave the Jiang family and never come back. Luo Wanyue felt like something inside her broke, tearing her heart apart and making her gasp with pain. She reached out her hand, trying to grab at the air. She didn't know what she was trying to catch. She just felt like something was drifting out of her heart. Xiaoan watched her strange, nervous actions and rolled her eyes. Was she regretting what she did? But she had done it herself. No one forced her. She deserved the outcome. At first, Xiaoan wanted to expose Luo Wanyue's dirty secrets, but Xiao, who was hiding quietly in the corner, watching secretly. Watching was fine, but he didn't hide well. Half his head was showing, making it hard not to notice. She didn't say anything for Xiao, whose sake. Luo Wanyue's actions were too dirty, and she didn't want to pollute the innocent mind of the child. But Xiao, who eventually ran away, and no one knew where he went. Only then did Xiaoan dare to speak. Even if Luo Wanyue wasn't a good mother, Xiao, who still liked her deep inside. At just 5 years old, he should be happy every day. Some things are better left unknown to him. Get lost, get lost. I don't want to see you anymore, Lu Yanjun shouted, almost vomiting at the sight of Luo Wanyue's face. Luo Wanyue stood up, her lips moving as she reached out to hold Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming. Whatever I am? Can't you understand human words? Get lost quickly, Lu Yanjun shouted again. Luo Wanyue lowered her hand and walked toward the yard gate, her back showing her loneliness. When she heard the shout, Luo Wanyue quickly turned around. Xiao, who, panting, ran over holding a drawing. Mom, I know you and Dad are not getting along anymore. If you miss us in the future, just look at this picture. Xiao, who shoved the drawing into Luo Wanyue's hand. Luo Wanyue unfolded it, and immediately tears welled up in her eyes. Her hand trembling as she held the drawing. The picture shows a couple holding a child, just like their family of 3. They are all smiling happily, and the scene looks very warm and loving. Although the drawing is just a pencil sketch without any extra colors, Luo Wanyue feels that right now, it is the most beautiful thing in the world. Xiaoan looked at the little boy with red eyes, clearly having cried. It turns out he had just gone to draw. Maybe he knew Luo Wanyue couldn't return to the Jiang family anymore, so he wanted to give her a farewell gift. Xiao Hu. Luo Wanyue wanted to reach out and touch him, but just as her hand was about to, she suddenly pulled it back and ran away with the drawing. Pa. Lu Yanjun spat on the ground and closed the yard gate. Luo Wanyue had nowhere to go, so she decided to find Zhou Chunfeng. She would never go back to look for Su Laosan. Mom. She knocked on the door outside. Zhou Chunfeng quickly opened the door. When she saw Luo Wanyue, she was first happy, then frowned. Why does her face have so many injuries? Her hair is messy, like a chicken coop. Did she get beaten? Zhou Chunfeng pretended to care and asked, Xiaoyu, what happened? Who hit you? And what are you wearing? Luo Wanyue was wearing the rough cloth clothes she had gone to the county to see Su Laosan in that day. They were already dirty, covered in mud and dirt. If she didn't know Luo Wanyue married such a wealthy man like Su Laosan, she might think Luo Wanyue was a runaway from somewhere. Oh, Xiaoyu, are you doing well with him? Did he give you pocket money? When Zhou Chunfeng mentioned money, her eyes lit up. Su Laosan had promised to give Luo Wanyue 500 yuan in pocket money every month. That much money. Luo Wanyue couldn't spend it all herself. She could even help spend it. Wanyu Luo couldn't help but hold her and cry loudly, Mother, life is so hard for me. Zhou Chunfeng looked at her with disdain, leaning back slightly and patting her back. Are you coming here to bring something home? Is it money? How much? Did he give you pocket money? Zhou Chunfeng didn't care at all about the injury on Luo Wanyu's face or what she was saying. She only cared about the 500 yuan, how much Luo Wanyu could give her. When she heard this, Luo Wonyu's crying suddenly stopped. Can't you see my face is hurt? Can't you hear what I say? Money, 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 are you only concerned about that? Isn't my injury more important than that? Luo Wonyu didn't understand why Zhou Chunfeng couldn't see how badly she was hurt. Other mothers would feel upset when their children got hurt. But Zhou Chunfeng didn't seem to care about her injury. She also wanted to be cared for. Her shout made Zhou Chunfeng quickly say, "Oh, little you, how did you get hurt? It must hurt a lot. Come, let me on it." Zhou Chunfeng gently touched Luo Wonyu's cheek and blew on it a few times. Her movements were very careful, but Luo Wonyu saw how much she looked down on her in her eyes. Why didn't Zhou Chunfeng feel sad when she was hurt? She also wanted to be cared for. Her shout made Zhou Chunfeng hurriedly say, "Oh, little you, how did you get hurt? It must hurt a lot. Come, let me on it." Zhou Chunfeng gently touched Luo Wonyu's cheek and blew on it a few times. Her actions were very careful, but Luo Wonyu saw how much she looked down on her in her eyes. If Fu Hua wasn't rich, I wouldn't have become a wealthy wife. Would you still treat me well? Luo Wonyu asked cautiously. Zhou Chunfeng didn't know the real name of Su Laosan, only that he was called Fu Hua. What are you talking about, silly girl? Even if that were true, I would still treat you well, she said with a lie. Zhou Chunfeng was very good at lying. If she knew Luo Wonyu's current situation, she would definitely turn against her immediately. Luo Wonyu chuckled softly. Fu Hua is just a rural person with no money. He's just a marriage scammer. Did you see the injury on my face? Besides Lu Yanjun, he also hit me. My life now is just a mess. Zhou Chunfeng's face suddenly changed, then quickly smiled again. Xiao Yu, you're just joking with your mother here. Luo Wonyu suddenly burst into laughter. Zhou Chunfeng, look at my outfit. Do I look like a rich lady? If he really had money, do you think I would be standing here talking to you now? She now saw clearly that Zhou Chunfeng was only after money from the beginning. It was Zhou Chunfeng who caused her trouble. She found third Su, and also suggested the divorce. Luo Wonyu was very sure of herself. After hearing this, Zhou Chunfeng would definitely get angry. Sure enough, just as she predicted, Zhou Chunfeng pushed her away. Is Fu Hua a scammer? Has no money? Then why are you here with me? Even if you have no money, you are already married to him. Just live a good life with him in the future. And don't come back to the Luo family. Zhou Chunfeng was quite angry inside. She originally thought that Luo Wonyu marrying Fu Hua might bring her some money. But it turned out like this. She had just been so polite to Luo Wonyu earlier, but now she felt disgusted. Since she had no money, there was no need to pretend anymore. Zhou Chunfeng directly closed the courtyard gate and even locked it with a latch, afraid Luo Wonyu was here to take back the 50 yuan bride price. Just joking, that was a significant amount of money. She still needed to marry off her son. At this moment, heavy rain started pouring down. Luo Wonyu stood outside the door, tears streaming down her face. I've finally found you. Third Su was nearby, running toward her. He had been waiting at home until he was almost starving, but Luo Wonyu hadn't come back. He looked up the mountain but couldn't find her. He knew she must have run away. Third Su didn't know where Luo Wonyu's family lived, only that it was in Luo village. Because Luo village was quite remote, he asked several households along the way before finding this place. Almost the moment Luo Wonyu saw Third Su, she turned and ran. The rain was getting heavier, and the muddy road was wet and slippery. She fell several times. Although she scraped her skin, she ignored the pain, got up, and kept running. Gradually, thick fog appeared. Third Su was chasing behind her, but he was starting to lose sight. If she fell into some mountain foot, she might be in real danger. But whenever he thought about it, he felt excited that he had finally tricked a wife and hurried to catch up. Shameless.
Stop right there.
Just as he was about to catch Luo Wonyu, he slipped and rolled down a big. His head hit a rock, and he fainted immediately. Luo Wonyu heard the shout and stopped. She looked at the old man and couldn't help trembling. She slowly walked over. The old man had blood on his forehead. He hadn't hit the back of his head. Luo Wonyu reached out to check his breathing. There was warm air, and he was still alive. He hadn't died. Luo Wanhua looked at him and had a sudden thought. If the old man died, she wouldn't have to worry about being taken back. If he died, everything would be over. But what if others found out she had killed someone? She might be sentenced to death. However, once the old man woke up, he would probably keep looking for her. She didn't want to be beaten. Plus, it was raining heavily and there was thick fog. Who could see her kill someone? Everyone was inside the house, so no one saw anything. And it was the old man who fell, not her pushing him. He just happened to hit a rock. He wasn't dead yet, but if he was hit a few more times, he definitely would die. Thinking this, Luo Wanhua picked up a nearby stone and started hitting the old man's head again and again. She killed him like this. His body was covered in blood, and his face was unrecognizable. Bits of flesh, skin, and hair stuck to the stone. Seeing this scene, Luo Wanhua couldn't help but scream. She had killed someone. She really had. Someone would come to catch her soon. She would be executed. Luo Wanhua cried and laughed wildly, acting like she had gone crazy. The old man was dead.
He was dead.
That was killed by her own hands.
Huh?
He was dead. She ran around happily, spinning in circles, but then stepped on a small stone on the ground and fell. Just like the old man, she hit her head on a stone and fainted. 3 days later, Jiang He returned from Haishur. Before he even entered the yard, Qiao En's eyes welled up with tears, and she rushed forward. Jiang He put down his bag and caught her. Joan looked upset and said, "You're finally back. I almost missed you so much. Not seeing him for a day felt like 3 years." She hadn't seen Jiang He for 5 or 6 days, so it felt like many long seasons had passed. Tears welled up in Joan's eyes, and Jiang He immediately felt sad for her. "I missed you too." During the days he was away, he thought about Joan all the time. He wanted to finish his work quickly and come back sooner. But things in Haishur were busy, and just getting supplies took a lot of effort, which caused delays. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yanjun coughed a few times nearby. Young people tend to be full of energy. Joan shyly stepped back from Jiang He's embrace. Jiang Ming came over and patted his shoulder. "It's good that you came back safe. Your mother has been talking about you every day. My ears are almost sore from listening." Lu Yanjun glared at him and pouted. "Who was talking about him?" Jiang Ming chuckled. "Who keeps saying I work too slowly in the fields? They say if it were second brother it would be done and back home already." "Mother, who do you think said that?" While Jiang He was away, Jiang Ming was either being scolded by Lu Yanjun or on his way to being scolded. Lu Yanjun, rarely blushing, snapped, "If you keep talking, do you believe I'll hit you?" Jiang Ming immediately shut up. He knew his mother was just joking, teasing him playfully. She wouldn't really hit him. The last time she hit him was quite a while ago. Joan covered her mouth and smiled, surprised that her mother was still a little proud and stubborn. Jiang He also hugged Lu Yanjun. "Mom." He only held her for a few seconds before she pushed him away, annoyed. Lu Yanjun, acting proud, said, "So clingy. Look at how dirty you are. Don't get me dirty too. Go take a bath quickly." "Jiang He, do you really miss me?" In the evening, after dinner, everyone gathered in the house. Jiang He had brought back many things from his trip. Since winter was coming soon, he bought each family member a down jacket. Except for Luo Wanhua. Lu Yanjun's jacket was blue, Jiang Ming and Little Tiger's were gray, and Joan's was black, matching couples' jackets. Lu Yanjun tried hers on, and it fit perfectly. "You won't believe it. This coat is really warm to wear, much better than the cotton coat," she made herself. She touched it and asked curiously, "Soft and fluffy, what's inside?" "Why is it so soft and warm?" Joan smiled and explained, "Mom, it's filled with goose down, made from goose feathers." Lu Yanjun had never heard of goose feathers being used for clothing before. "How much does such a coat cost?" "It must be expensive," she asked Jiang He. Over 80. That was bought from some foreigners after Jiang He sold his watch. Although it was quite costly, it kept him very warm. Lu Yanjun was shocked and immediately felt that this down jacket wasn't worth it. She said with disdain, "A coat like that costs over 80? You must have money to burn. Spending so much on it, any ordinary one would keep you warm just as well. What a spender. 80 yuan could buy a lot of food, and the family's yearly expenses aren't even that much. If each person has one costing 80, then 400 in total. Little uncle, what is this? Xiao Hu, wearing a down jacket, pointed at a green frog-shaped object and asked. Jiang he took it out of the bag. This is called an iron frog. It was given to him for free by those foreigners when he bought the coat. Xiao Hu had never played with toys before. He usually played with a neighbor's dog, digging for bird eggs, playing with mud, or catching small fish and shrimp in the river. He thought it would be a good gift for Xiao Hu, so he accepted it.
It's a toy for you.
Just turn the key to wind it up, and it will jump and make croaking sounds. See, he demonstrated, winding up the key, then placing it on the ground. The frog jumped up by itself, croaking loudly. Xiao Hu's eyes lit up. Thank you, little uncle. He hugged it excitedly and immediately ran to the yard to play with it. Since Jiang He returned, he hadn't seen Luo Wanyue, which made him curious. He asked Jiang Ming, "Where is she? Who is she?" Jiang Ming didn't need to ask, he knew. "We got divorced. It was just a couple of days ago." "She has already left." Jiang He frowned. Divorce? Why did they suddenly divorce? Although he didn't know what had happened, he felt it was for the best. At least, the family would be peaceful from now on, and there would be no more chaos. He didn't ask for the details because Jiang Ming had just gone through a divorce, so he was probably feeling a bit upset. After Lu Yanjun and Jiang Ming each went back to their rooms, Jiang He closed the door, pulled Xiaoan to sit on the bed, and took out a large stack of money from his pocket. Xiaoan counted it and was surprised to see 3,785 yuan. She said in amazement, "You actually earned so much." It made sense, given Jiang He's ability. Earning this amount of money wasn't difficult for him. "How many watches did you sell?" Xiaoan asked. Jiang He smiled and answered, 28 watches, all sold. Each watch cost 30 yuan to buy. He spent 840 yuan to buy 28 watches, then sold each at 151 yuan. This trip earned him 4,200 yuan. He spent 415 yuan on a down jacket, and the rest was here. Xiaoan wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him deeply. "My man is so amazing." Jiang He was very happy. "Wife, now I have money. You can buy whatever you want. Don't hold back. I will work hard to earn more for you. Are you going to give me the money?" Xiaoan looked at him with wide eyes. "What's wrong?" Xiaoan said, "This is hard-earned money of yours. I didn't do much. Why give it to me? Keep it for yourself and use it." Jiang He said, "I told you I will support you and give you a good life. You're my wife, and the money I earn is for you to spend. From now on, all the money I make will go to you. I'm a man, and I don't need so much money. It's useless for me. Be good and keep it." Xiaoan pouted her lips and almost cried but held back. Jiang He was so good to her. He didn't ask her to do anything and always spoiled her, caring for her deeply. What did she do to deserve this? She leaned on Jiang He's shoulder. "If you keep spoiling me like this, you'll spoil me too much." Xiaoan felt like she was a little useless now, unable to live without Jiang He. Jiang He patted her back. "Wife, isn't it meant to be spoiled? I just love spoiling you." Jiang He still feels that what he's doing now is not enough. He wants to earn a lot of money in the future to make Xiaoan happier. "Then I'll keep this for now. When you need money, just ask me." Xiaoan opens her wardrobe, takes out a small wooden box, puts the money inside, and then places the box back in the wardrobe. Jiang He hugs her waist from behind, burying his face in her neck, taking a deep breath. Xiaoan feels a little ticklish and can't help but shrink her neck. "What are you doing?" Jiang He gently bites her earlobe and softly says, "I miss you." Xiaoan feels a tingling sensation. "I'm right here." Jiang He smiles, turns her around to face him. His desire is obvious in his eyes. "It's been a long time since you've seen each other." "Huh?" Xiaoan is stunned and hasn't reacted yet when Jiang He kisses her lips. His kiss is intense and forceful, almost crushing her soft lips without mercy. Maybe because he hasn't seen Xiaoan for so long, Jiang He becomes even more passionate. While kissing her, he unbuttons her shirt, his hands wandering over her chest. Xiaoan feels like she's on fire, her body turning to water, almost melting. Jiang He is like a storm, making her hard to resist. She tries to push him away, but he holds her wrists and presses them above her head. Xiaoan doesn't even know when she was brought to the bed. Jiang He eagerly takes off his clothes, revealing his strong, muscular body. Xiaoan blushes and says, "Be gentle." Jiang He hasn't seen her in a long time, and they haven't done anything special, so their desire is strong. She understands, but from his attitude, it seems he wants to play rough. "What do you mean, be gentle?" Jiang He asks on purpose. Xiaoan's face turns redder than blood. She clearly knows what she's talking about, but pretends not to understand. But this isn't her first time with Jiang He, so why is she still so shy? Since they got married, she hardly ever saw Jiang He blush, but she herself. "You're asking knowingly. Wife, I really don't understand what you mean by be gentle." "Can you explain?" Joan hesitated and stammered. "It's just that. You need to be gentler." She was too shy to say more. Jiang He chuckled softly, then pressed down with his actions, showing her his tenderness in this moment. He wrapped Joan's legs around his waist, kissed her lips, earlobes, and neck, slowly moving downward, burying his face between her snowy peaks. Every touch made Joan tremble endlessly. She felt like she was in a sea wave, ready to capsize at any moment. Every cell in her body was shouting wildly, making her unable to help but cry out. Maybe because it had been a long time, her body was more sensitive than before. Jiang He's gentle touch made her feel weak all over. That night was destined to be a wild one. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Lu Yanjun and the others were about to go to the fields when suddenly a heavy rainstorm started. It didn't seem like it would stop. Instead, it grew heavier and even brought thunder. It looked like there would be no work in the fields today. Hearing the thunder, Jiang He quickly ran back inside to check on Joan, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. He remembered she was very afraid of thunder. Joan was exhausted from last night, sleeping like a little pig, undisturbed by the thunder. The wind was blowing quite strongly now, and Joan shivered from the cold. Seeing this, Jiang He went over, covered her with a thick blanket, and made sure she was snug, only leaving her head exposed. With such bad weather, he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to, so he decided to go to the kitchen to help Lu Yanjun prepare breakfast and also learn more. Meanwhile, Luo Wanyue had been unconscious until now. When she woke up, the first thing she saw was not the sky, but a close-up of an old man's face. He looked to be in his 50s, with loose, sagging skin on his face and sunken eyes. A thunderclap split the sky, casting the old man's face in a dark, frightening shadow. His dull eyes looked at Luo Wanyue hungrily, as if he was starving. Luo Wanyue screamed in fear. "Ah, ghost!" She suddenly pushed the old man off her and ran away, shouting, "Help! There's a ghost!" The old man chased after her, grabbing her wrist and pinning her down. "Why are you running, big sister?" "I'm not a ghost. I'm a person. If you don't believe me, just look carefully." Thunder roared again as a lightning bolt flashed across the sky. Luo Wanyue was so scared she almost wet her pants. Even if he was a person, he was very frightening. Luo Wanyue was pressed down hard by him.
"Who are you? Why are you holding me?"
"Get off me." The old man smiled lecherously, showing 2 rows of yellow teeth. "I'm your husband. From now on, you'll be my wife." After saying that, the old man reached out and touched Luo Wanyue's chest. "Wife, you're really soft here. I can feel it now." Then he pinched her again, saying, "TSK, TSK, TSK. So soft, so this is what it feels like." The old man was named Wang Dajin. He was 53 years old, with no parents or relatives. He was a homeless man, sleeping wherever he went because he had no home. He used to have a small, broken straw hut, but the villagers drove him out. They said someone as disgusting as him didn't deserve to stay in their village. The house wasn't even his. It was abandoned and unused for a long time, so he moved in. He was kicked out because he had been spying on young women in the village when they went to the bathroom. Wang Dajin had never been with a woman in his life, not even held a woman's hand. He once hid under a window to listen to a young couple's intimate moments. The sounds made him feel itchy and uncomfortable inside. He had just arrived in Luo's village today and immediately saw Luo Wanyue lying on the ground with old Third Su. Although Luo Wanyue wasn't very good-looking, to him, it was a rare opportunity. Old fool, let me go. You're so old. Half your body is already in the ground, and you're still thinking about these silly things.
Bah.
Don't you have any shame? Luo Wanyue struggled. Wang Dajin chuckled more lecherously. Even though I'm a bit old, I am very good in that area. If you do it with me once, I promise you'll get addicted and like it. Maybe you'll even ask me to do it again. Wang Dajin was very confident about this. He had been touching himself for nearly an hour. Although his hands weren't the same as a woman's, it couldn't be too different, right? Luo Wanyue's face turned pale with fear. She cursed, "Bah.
Dream on."
If you don't let me go now, I'll scream for help. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. He was caught by Wang Dajin by the ankle. Kick me twice and try to run? If I don't deal with you today, your father will be angry. Wang Dajin endured the pain, grabbing Luo Wanyue's ankle and pulling hard, pulling her back. Luo Wanyue fell face down on the ground, scraping a lot of mud. Her clothes were torn and messy because Wang Dajin had pulled at them and her pants were halfway down. Wang Dajin licked and on Luo Wanyue's chest. She felt disgusted but also strangely enjoyed it. How could she feel this way about such an unpleasant old man? It must be a physical reaction. She definitely didn't have those feelings for this person. If you dare to hurt me, I will call the police. You will be shot. If you let me go now, I won't hold this against you. Wang Dajin chuckled. Haha, I'm already old and have lived enough. It's not bad to sleep with a woman before I die. But do you think I will let you call the police? Wang Dajin wasn't afraid at all. He wouldn't give Luo Wanyue that chance. Even if he had to tie her up with a rope, he would keep her close. Luo Wanyue didn't expect Wang Dajin to be so fearless. She was anxious and knew she couldn't let Jiangming down a second time. She already disliked herself, and she would dislike herself even more in the future. She hurriedly stretched her head, searching for something useful. Next to the body of Old Three, there was a stone, but it was a bit far away, out of reach. Luo Wanyue desperately moved toward it, exerting a lot of effort, finally grabbing the stone. She clenched it tightly and mercilessly smashed it onto Wang Dajin's head. Wang Dajin's eyes went black, and he collapsed like a dead dog, falling on top of her. Luo Wanyue pushed him away and got up. She looked at the two bodies lying on the ground, feeling hopeless. What should she do? She had killed someone again. Actually, Wang Dajin wasn't dead. He had just fainted. But Luo Wanyue thought he was dead. She was extremely panicked, tears streaming down her face. She hadn't hit him very hard, so how could he be dead?
He was bleeding a lot. What should she do now?
If someone found out, she would be in danger.
But she was also forced into this.
If Wang Dajin had listened to her, she wouldn't have had to hit him with the stone. She had no choice. If she didn't do this, she would be harmed by Wang Dajin. She didn't want to be hurt by such a disgusting old man. Now, what should she do? Oh, she must first get rid of the body, so no one finds out. That way, she won't be sentenced to death. Luo Wanyue dragged the body of Old Man Su into the deep mountains, then came back to drag Wang Dajin's body. After finishing everything, she quickly ran down the mountain. There are often wild boars in the area. In just a few days, the bodies of Old Man Su and Wang Dajin would be completely eaten. Wild boars have a very strong sense of smell. They can smell food from about 11 kilometers away and eat anything, alive or dead. Luo Wanyue wasn't afraid of being discovered by the villagers because no one dared to come into the deep mountains where the wild boars lived. She wandered aimlessly along the dirt road, not knowing where to go. Soon, the rain gradually lessened and stopped. Sunlight shone on the land, and a rainbow appeared in the sky. Luo Wanyue stopped and stared blankly at the bright rainbow. Suddenly, she remembered many years ago, when she first married Jiang Ming. It was also a rainy day, and there was a rainbow. At that time, Jiang Ming took off his coat to shield her from the rain. But unfortunately, she could never go back. She took out a small drawing that Xiao Hu had given her from her coat pocket. Tears fell, and her vision blurred. She could no longer see clearly what was drawn on it. It was like her relationship with Jiang Ming, gradually drifting apart, until now, she was worth less than a stranger. She regretted listening to Zhou Chunfeng and meeting with Old Man Su. She regretted that she once looked down on Jiang Ming for being poor and only wanted to marry someone rich. Now, for Luo Wanyue, money no longer mattered. What she wanted most was to be with Jiang Ming and be happy. In the past, she was too stubborn. Not only did she fail to teach Xiao Hu well, but she also treated Xiaoan badly, picking fights with her. In the end, Xiaoan did nothing wrong. She was just jealous because Xiaoan was rich. But no matter how much she regretted, it was useless. She had done everything she shouldn't have done. She couldn't turn back now, and she didn't deserve to. She wiped her tears, carefully folded the drawing, and put it back into her pocket. At 1 p.m., Joanne was still not awake. Lu Yanjun had already reheated breakfast several times, just waiting for Joanne to wake up so she could eat it while it was still hot. She was worried that Joanne might be sick or unwell, so she gently knocked on the door. "Enin, wake up now." She knocked for a while, but there was no response. Could she really be sick? Lu Yanjun almost wanted to open the door herself, but was afraid Joanne would mind. She knew that young girls valued their privacy very much. So she kept knocking. "Enin, are you awake? It's time to get up and eat. If you don't, you'll be very hungry, and your stomach might hurt. Are you awake, Enin?" Still, there was no sound from inside. She was worried that Joanne was really sick. Otherwise, why wouldn't she respond after so long? Lu Yanjun was very anxious. She couldn't wait any longer and pushed the door open. She saw Jiang He had covered Joanne with a blanket, but Joanne had kicked it off. She was completely undressed. Lu Yanjun was startled and quickly turned her back. But she saw the alarming marks on Joanne's body. There were no marks on her neck, but everywhere below her neck was covered with bruises and scratches. She immediately felt furious and mentally scolded Jiang He many times. Although the rain had stopped and the sun was out, it was still a bit cold. Lu Yanjun squinted her eyes and gently covered Joanne with a blanket, knowing she would probably kick it off again soon. After covering her, she quietly left the room. She rolled up her sleeves and ran to the backyard to find Jiang He. Jiang He was washing Joanne's clothes when Lu Yanjun suddenly grabbed his ear. "Mother, what are you doing?" Jiang He asked, confused. Lu Yanjun was so angry her eyes nearly shot fire. She squeezed his ear harder. "You little brat. Think about what you did." Jiang He was confused. He hadn't gone out since he came back yesterday. This morning, he helped Lu Yanjun cook in the kitchen. When the rain stopped, he washed clothes. He hadn't done anything wrong. Seeing Jiang He like this, Lu Yanjun's anger grew even more. This naughty boy had done something terrible and didn't even realize it was wrong. "You little brat. Today I won't let you get away with it." Lu Yanjun slapped Jiang He lightly on the back, not too hard. Jiang He exclaimed in surprise. "Wait a moment, mother. What exactly did I do? Just tell me." She should at least know why she was being scolded. Lu Yanjun stopped and crossed her arms. When Lu Yanjun was with Jiang He's father, things were never this serious. "You're going to make me angry. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Be more careful next time. Also, after washing the clothes, chop up the firewood in the corner." Jiang He. Oh, he had indeed been a bit too demanding last night, but he hadn't seen Xiaoan for so long that he couldn't control himself. Unknowingly, dawn had arrived. But he also felt responsible. He caused Xiaoan to be so tired. He promised to control himself better in the future and definitely wouldn't hurt Nin again. After washing the clothes and chopping the firewood, Jong-hee returned to the house just as Chiaowen woke up. He walked over. "Why are you awake? Did I disturb you? Are you still sleepy? Do you want to sleep a bit more? Are you hungry? Do you want breakfast? I'll bring it to you now." Lu Yanjun had just heated up breakfast in the kitchen and brought it in ready to eat. Chiaowen rubbed her eyes. "I'm not sleepy anymore. I slept enough. I haven't washed up yet, so I'll eat later." Then she asked, "By the way, do you have to work today?" "In the morning there was heavy rain, so no. But later I probably need to go." Chiaowen yawned and stretched. The blanket slipped off her as she moved. Jong-hee's gaze followed her collarbone down, fixating on the 2 white mounds on her chest. Chiaowen looked down and was confused. She remembered putting on her underwear before sleeping. Could she be mistaken? "Stop looking. You're not allowed to look." Chiaowen grabbed a pillow and threw it at Jong-hee, but he dodged it. Joan, still daring to hide.
She points to her chest.
"Look at what you've done. This time is worse than usual. Are you a person or a leech? You so much." Usually it would heal in 2 or 3 days, but this time she didn't know how long it would take. "Jong-hee, how can I tell my mother the same words?" Joan sighs. "Forget it. Bring me my clothes." After putting on her clothes, Joan sits on the bed, swinging her legs. "Xiao-hee, I punish you to help me put on my shoes." Jong-hee smiles. "What kind of punishment is this?" He bends down and squats, gently grabbing her restless little feet, putting on socks, and then black leather shoes. "I'm going to bring in breakfast." Joan shakes her head. "No need. I'll eat in the yard." "Okay, I'll bring it to the table." Joan steps out of the house, washes up, and sits in the yard eating breakfast made by Lu Yanjun. She picks up a steamed bun and takes a bite. Besides the bun, there are 2 stir-fried dishes, one with eggplant and meat and another with spicy peppers and vegetables. She eats the side dishes one by one. The food smells good, but Lu Yanjun keeps looking at her with a worried expression, which makes her a little reluctant to eat. After finishing the last bite of the bun, Joan asks, "Mom, what's wrong?" Lu Yanjun shakes her head. Nothing. This bun might be a bit dry, right?" "Wait, I'll get you a glass of water." As she leaves, she sighs. "Joan, what's wrong?"
Sighing.
Lu Yanjun places a cup of water in front of her. "Anan, do you want to eat anything else? Mom will cook it for you tonight." After saying that, she remembers something. "Oh, I'll go pick some mushrooms in the mountain. It rained just now, so there should be plenty. Mushrooms are very nutritious. I'll make soup with them tonight." Lu Yanjun says this, picks up a basket, and leaves. She has to hurry, or the village old ladies will pick all the mushrooms. Thinking about the marks on Joan's body, Lu Yanjun feels heartbroken and needs to give her good nourishment. Joan sits on a wooden chair, staring blankly. Although Lu Yanjun is usually kind to her, she just feels something is off. Very off, 9 parts out of 10. She asked Jong-hee, "Do you think there's something different about Mom?" Jong-hee was tidying up the dishes on the table. Hearing this, he shook his head. "No, she seems the same as always." Chiaowen said, "No, she's different. Didn't you hear her sighing just now?" And she looked at me with that very worried look. "It's really strange." Jong-hee hurriedly moved his hands faster. "Maybe she's worried about you because you're too thin." Jong-hee touched his nose. "Yeah," Chiaowen said, "if you didn't touch your nose, I might believe you." Jong-hee never lied. Every time he lied, he would touch his nose. Chiaowen could tell if he was telling the truth or not just by looking. "Surely you know the reason. Hurry up and tell the truth." Jong-hee couldn't say it. Should he tell her that Lu Yanjun saw her body and the marks on her? If he said it, Chiaowen would be so embarrassed she might hide herself away. He knew her well. Jong-hee hesitated, and Chiaowen was getting impatient. "Come on, just tell me." The more Jong-hee didn't say anything, the more curious she became. Seeing he still wouldn't speak, Chiaowen threatened, "Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't, I won't talk to you anymore." Jong-hee sighed. "It's nothing serious. This morning Mom came into our room and saw something." "What did she see?" "She saw the marks on you. That's all." "Why can't you say it?" I thought it was something big. It made me worry so much. It was just being seen. What's the big deal? Xiaoan stood up and was about to go inside. As soon as she stepped over the threshold, she suddenly stopped, as if frozen in place. She was seen. She didn't wear underwear when she slept, and she often kicked off the blanket because she was restless. In the morning, she vaguely felt someone covering her with a blanket. Lu Yanjun must have come in then, right? So, she was just seen completely. And Zhang He's handiwork on her body. Oh my goodness, why did she forget to wear underwear last night? It was so embarrassing. Xiaoan felt both shy and ashamed. She quickly ran into the room and hid under the blanket. No wonder Lu Yanjun looked at her that way. She had figured everything out, all the clues. Jiang He came in and sat on the bed, comforting her. It's my fault I didn't make you wear your underwear before sleeping. I'll remember next time. Hurry and come out, or you'll get too hot. Actually, before sleeping, Xiaoan was wearing her underwear. But Jiang He had pulled it off later because she found it more comfortable to sleep without it. But could he really say that? Xiaoan peeked out from under the blanket. Let's build a house. Build a house? Yes, let's build another one nearby. We can share the costs. She had always wanted to build a house. It's hard to do anything in front of elders, and today she was even seen without clothes. Building another house would be easier. Otherwise, she was afraid she might be seen again someday. She could lock the door, but if Jiang He went out, he couldn't lock it from outside. She couldn't always get up from bed to lock it. She was too tired early in the morning, and Jiang He couldn't lock the door from outside either. The house wasn't soundproof, so every time they were together, they had to be quiet to avoid being overheard by Lu Yanjun and others. Sometimes she couldn't help but make sounds. Jiang He thought for a moment. The villagers knew his family wasn't well off. If he suddenly built a house, people might start rumors. They might even say he was taking advantage or that he had money from somewhere else. But then he thought, although his family was a bit poor, and Anne's family was rich, building a house wouldn't be hard. He could say and paid for it, and villagers wouldn't doubt him. People might call him a freeloader, but what does it matter? He didn't care what others thought. Plus, the money he made from taking chances could be spent openly. He didn't have to hide it. Since Xiao An's family was wealthy, everyone knew Jiang He married into a rich family. Jiang He said, "Then let's build it. You don't need to pay. I'll handle everything. Don't worry." Xiao An immediately smiled happily, but she was curious. You agree so easily? Don't you want to know why? Living together is not convenient anyway. If you want to build, just build. It's right next door, not far. Jiang He wiped the sweat off her face and moved the quilt aside. When Lu Yanjun returned from the mountain, Jiang He told Xiao An about building a house. She had no strong opinion. Having money to build a house is good. Although she didn't know exactly how much Jiang He had earned so far, she believed they could afford it. Life was getting better and better. Xiaoan was bored at home and decided to go down to the fields with Jiang He and the others. When a few women saw her, they immediately perked up. After they walked a little farther away, they started gossiping. Look at this. It's like the sun is rising from the west. Xiaoan actually went to the fields. TSK, before she got married, she was lazy, working 3 days and resting 2. I've never seen her finish a task in one go. Back then, Zhang's young man chased her and eagerly helped her with chores, wanting to do everything for her. In my opinion, she shouldn't have been spoiled like that. Yeah, she's been spoiled too much. At least before marriage, she went to the fields a few times. Now, you can't even see her shadow. She just stays at home all day, lazy and pampered. Knowing Lu Yanjun's temper, she'll probably beat her to death sooner or later. That's bound to happen sooner or later. If my daughter-in-law were this lazy, I'd have slapped her long ago. A wife should be someone who can work. Someone like Xiaoan, shoulders too weak, hands too delicate, spoiled and pampered. She's not a wife. She's a little princess. As the women chatted, they shifted the topic. A woman named Lan Chunhua said, "By the way, have you heard? Zhang's eldest son, Jiang Ming, got divorced." Hearing this, the other women leaned in closer, their ears almost pricked up.
Who told you that?
It can't be true. I haven't heard anything, Lon said. It's definitely true. Old Lady Gao told me. She lives right next door to Zhang's house. It's confirmed. They divorced a few days ago. She said she saw Luo Wanyue crying as she left, and she hasn't come back since. It must be a divorce. Maybe not. Perhaps the couple had a fight and she went back to her parents' house. Old Lady Lon. How is that possible? It's been so many days. If she was upset, she would have made peace by now. It's a pity that Gao lady went back a bit late. Otherwise, she could have heard everything. In my opinion, this whole thing is definitely Qiaoen's fault. Other women. What do you mean? Old Lady Lon. Look, before Qiaoen married into the Jiang family, things were pretty peaceful, right? But after she married in, they started arguing every few days, small fights, big fights. It was chaos. When I passed by earlier, I saw Lu Yanjun scolding Luo Wanyue, and Qiaoen was nearby, smiling happily, like she was enjoying the trouble. To me, she's just a troublemaker. Whoever she marries into, that family won't have peace. She even caused a divorce. The women nodded, agreeing with her. Just as they were about to say more, they saw a figure rushing from afar, and all of them fell silent. Old Lady Lon looked at their hesitant expressions and snorted. Just say what you want. Are you afraid the Jiang family will hear? We're just speaking the truth. So what if they hear? Can't they do anything? It's all because of Qiaoen. She's just a bad omen. The women glanced behind her. Maybe you should say less. Be careful Lu Yanjun hears and hits you. Old Lady Lon scoffed. She's not here now, and even if she were, if she dared to hit me, who knows who would win? She puffed up proudly, but suddenly felt a cold shiver behind her. She turned around and saw Lu Yanjun, arms crossed, glaring fiercely. Old trash, what are you whispering behind my back? Old Lady Lon immediately shrank back. Oh, I didn't say anything. Actually, she was still afraid of Lu Yanjun. She just wanted to act tough in front of the other women. Anyway, Lu Yanjun wasn't nearby, so she didn't think she'd hear her. But she had no idea Lu Yanjun might suddenly appear. Lu Yanjun was so strong that no other woman in the village could match her. Everyone was afraid. I heard you. You said Mayan is a troublemaker. A bad omen, right? Lu Yanjun rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight. Old Lady Lon didn't dare say a word. Stupid woman, I'm asking you a question. Are you mute or what? Can't you speak at all? Lu Yanjun's fierce look made Granny Lon even more scared. She stammered, It's not me. I wouldn't say such things, right? Honestly, this old woman is really shameless. She clearly said it, but she refuses to admit it. Lu Yanjun looked at the other women. Did you all say it just now? The women shook their heads like rattles. No, we didn't say anything. It was only Lan Chunhua who said it. She even said that Qiaoen caused your eldest son to get divorced. After saying this, afraid Lu Yanjun might also hit them, they grabbed farming tools and ran away. Granny Lon was so angry she almost fainted. Those old women. When she was talking, one or two of them listened very carefully. Now that something happened, they ran faster than anyone else. She chuckled twice. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Lu Yanjun snorted coldly. Joking? Did your father, who broke your virginity, teach you to joke like that? I think you're just cheap. With a father like that, no wonder your daughter is also so low. When Lan Chunhua was young, her own father forced himself on her on the bed. This incident became known throughout the village. In the end, they settled it quietly because her father was the only worker in their family. If he went to jail, she and her mother would starve. So she listened to her mother and didn't report it to the police. Now she's grown old, a grandmother, and no one wants to marry her. Did your utterly shameless father do that to you in the end? He must have exhausted you, right? Granny Lon hated it when someone brought up this matter. She immediately got angry. You wicked thing. How dare you say that to me? I'll fight you. Granny Lon reached out and grabbed Lu Yanjun's hair, pulling hard and knocking her to the ground. She crossed her legs and sat on her. So what? You, this old hag, can say bad things about Anan, but I can't say you're a troublemaker? I think it's because you have no man to satisfy you. You're just itching for trouble. You're so old and still don't try to do some good. All day long, you just sit around talking nonsense. If you really can't find a man, just find someone to comfort you. Lu Yanjun grabbed her face and slapped her hard. Then she added, "Oh, sorry, I forgot no man wants you anymore. That's why you're already a grandma, and still no one to marry you. But you can go find your unkind father." Old Lady Lan, pressed down by Lu Yanjun, also reached out to pull her hair. "I'll find your mother. You shameless brat. What did I do to deserve your bullying? I only said a few words about Xiaoan, and everything I said is true. It's her fault. She's a troublemaker, a bad omen." "So what?" Lu Yanjun sharply pinched her chest. "You vile woman. You still have the nerve to talk so tough? Go find your father to settle this." "Haha, I forgot. Your father is already dead, and no one wants to help you." Old Lady Lan cried out in pain as Lu Yanjun squeezed her, especially since she was pinching her sensitive chest area. No matter how Old Lady Lan pushed and struggled, Lu Yanjun kept her pressed down tightly. But she didn't dare to hit too hard. If she injured her badly, she'd be the one suffering in the end. Even if nothing serious happened, what if this unkind woman falsely accused her? What would she do then? After a while, Lu Yanjun stopped and stood up, adjusting her messy clothes. "Next time I hear you talking nonsense, I swear I'll tear that nasty mouth apart." After saying that, Lu Yanjun turned to leave. Old Lady Lan sat on the ground, crying and rolling around, tears streaming down her face as she shouted, "Hey, taking advantage of your strength to bully me, an old woman at my age. Lu Yanjun, you shameless brat, everyone tell me, isn't this unfair?" Her loud voice made the workers nearby straighten up and look over. Jiang He and Jiang Ming also noticed. When they heard her insulting their mother, they grabbed sickles and went over, with Qiao and Little Tiger following behind. Seeing many people gather around, Old Lady Lan cried even harder. "Everyone look at me. I'm old and not in good health. Lu Yanjun just rode on me and punched my face. I have such a hard life." The gossiping women didn't speak at first because they knew Old Lady Lan was in the wrong. Now she was shouting loudly. Some villagers, who didn't know the full story, felt sorry for Granny Lan. "She's so old. Why do you bully her? If something serious happens, it will be bad for you. What's the harm? Her family married Xiao Jiqing, a rich guy. Even if she gets hurt, they can pay for it. They don't care. Even if they have money, they shouldn't bully people like this. Granny Lan is already so pitiful, and they're hitting her. If I were her, I'd fight with Lu Yanjun to the death. I saw Lu Yanjun hit Granny Lan myself. I wanted to help, but I was afraid. Lu Yanjun is the toughest woman in the village. I can't fight her. What if she beats me up too?" Lu Yanjun's anger flared up again. She pointed at the crowd. "Curse your ancestors. I hit her because she deserved it. She's rude, so she got what she asked for. If you keep talking back, I'll beat all of you. I'll tear your mouths apart." The women immediately started to back down, but there were many of them. Lu Yanjun was alone. If they fought, who would win? "You're justifying hitting her? We didn't say anything wrong. Why are you insulting us too?" "Exactly, 1 against 10. We're not afraid of you." Lu Yanjun pointed at the women who were talking the most. "Come on, come here. Watch how I deal with you." She walked toward them with a fierce look. The women quickly stepped back. Lu Yanjun sneered. "Aren't you not afraid?
Run it.
I can handle all of you myself. If you want to act tough, go ahead. I'll deal with each of you one by one. If you're so eager to defend that old troublemaker, keep talking." The villagers looked unhappy but didn't dare say anything that might upset Lu Yanjun. Still, a few brave ones like to cause trouble. "I've never seen someone hit others and act so confident about it." "Exactly. She's worse than a shrew. She won't even let us speak. If we say something, what will happen?" As soon as they finished, Lu Yanjun slapped one of them. "What will happen? You tell me." Granny Lan sat on the ground, slapping her thigh. "Did you see that? She just came up and hit me for no reason. I only said a few words, nothing serious. She immediately pushed me to the ground and started hitting me. Go tell the village chief. That Liu Yanjun, a man who died early, no one has been able to discipline her. Grandma Lan said a little more, still pushing Liu Yanjun's limits. I think her husband just couldn't stand her bad temper and took his own life. Who doesn't like a gentle person? Someone as fiery as her. Probably her husband regretted marrying her. Having such a wife, he deserved to die early. Look at her face, so rosy. She must have had many secret affairs with other men. Otherwise, how could she have survived? It's just that we all don't know. If her husband knew in the afterlife, he'd be so angry his spirit would float up. When she said this, everyone present was stunned, all staring at Grandma Lan. Grandma Lan looked a bit uncomfortable but kept talking. If I were her husband, I would have taken her with me when I died. Liu Yanjun's eyes were red. She hadn't cried in many years, but tears were now falling. You wicked woman! How dare you slander me? I can forgive that, but how dare you say bad things about my husband? Don't you know how he died? Do you have any conscience? Liu Yanjun was so angry, she couldn't think straight. She just wanted to hit Grandma Lan hard. She rushed forward to attack, but someone beat her to it. You! Xiaoan rushed over, grabbing Grandma Lan's collar and slapping her several times. She hadn't been this angry in a long time, and Grandma Lan's face was swollen from the hits. Old woman, how dare you say such things about my mother? My mother is such a good person. What right do you have to talk about her? Although she didn't know how her unknown father had died, she was sure it wasn't because of Liu Yanjun. Her mother was such a good person, yet in this wicked woman's mouth, she was just a bad person, and she even dared to say her mother looked for other men. No, what right does this old man have to say such things? The more Xiaoan thought about it, the angrier she got. She slapped her a few more times, causing Grandma Lan's nose to bleed. Jiang He had never seen such a fierce Xiaoan. He was stunned for a moment, then went to Liu Yanjun's side to support her. Mom, don't be angry. Today's matter, I will make her regret it. After speaking, Jiang He looked at Jiang Ming, his face darkening as he headed toward the Lan family. At this moment, the Lan family. Lan Gaohe was sitting peacefully in the yard, basking in the sun, and humming a little tune. Little sister, don't cry or leave. Brother will hold you soon. Lan Gaohe was happily singing when suddenly a shadow appeared in front of him, blocking his sunshine. He thought it was Grandma Lan returning, so he opened his eyes and scolded. Are you trying to die? If you're back, then stay. Why are you blocking my sunbathing? Go away, go away. When he saw who was coming, he was very shocked. Jiang He looked very angry, with sharp eyes staring at him like arrows. Lan Gaohe felt nervous and uneasy. Jiang He, what are you doing at my house? If you're looking for my sister, she's in the field. She's not home. Lan Gaohe's intuition told him that Lan Chunhua must have done something wrong, or else Jiang He wouldn't be here with such a look. But it didn't really matter to him. He hadn't caused Jiang He to be upset. Maybe Jiang He thought Lan Chunhua was at home, so he came looking for her? I came to find you, Jiang He said coldly. Lan Gaohe was confused. Me? Why are you looking for me? He hadn't even left the house today, and he usually didn't have much contact with Jiang He, never even talked to him. Why would Jiang He come for him? Jiang He sneered, why am I looking for you? Then he grabbed Lan Gaohe's collar and punched him directly. Lan Gaohe was knocked to the ground, blood dripping from his mouth. Jiang He, are you crazy? Just attack, without saying a word. Do you want to fight? Lan Gaohe covered his face and got up from the ground, clenched his fists. Don't think I'm afraid of you. After saying that, he swung his fist toward Jiang He's face. Jiang He dodged quickly, avoiding the punch, then raised his knee and slammed it into Lan Gaohe's stomach. Lan Gaohe cried out in pain, curling up like a shrimp, clutching his belly and squatting on the ground, his face turning pale from the pain. Jiang He didn't care if he was hurting or not. He grabbed his hair and punched him again. Lan Gaohe gritted his teeth and said, if you have the guts, don't use your knee. Just see if I'll beat you up or not. Jiang He grabbed his hair and pulled him up from the ground, then punched him again. Lan Gaohe felt like his nose might have been broken by Jiang He. He couldn't understand what this crazy person was so angry about. He definitely wants to tell the village chief and make Jiang He pay him a lot of money because he suddenly started hitting people for no reason. At least 50 yuan in compensation. He was beaten so badly, 50 yuan is too little. Listen, I'm telling you. Lan Gaohe hadn't finished speaking when Jiang He forcefully pulled him toward the field. He was strong, and no matter how Lan Gaohe struggled, he couldn't break free. Soon, he was dragged into the field. Grandma Lan had just been scolded by Qiaowen and was crying terribly now. She was an elder, but Qiaowen, this little brat, suddenly came up and hit her, showing no respect for her age. She was just like Lu Yanjun, that old troublemaker. There's a saying, if you're not from the same family, you don't enter the same door. The Jiang family is full of rotten, arrogant people with no manners at all. That little brat used to look gentle and weak, but since marrying into the Jiang family and following Lu Yanjun, she learned to act like her. She's just a mean little troublemaker, both big and small. Where's the village chief? Has he come? I want the police to arrest these two troublemakers. How dare they bully me? They think they can do whatever they want because my family has no one to help me, just a younger brother. Your Jiang family is truly disgusting. You'll regret this later. While Grandma Lan was still talking, suddenly she heard a familiar voice. Jiang He, hurry up and let me go. Or don't blame me for being rude. Jiang He was pulling Lan Gaohe over, and when Grandma Lan saw this, her heart almost broke. Oh, my dear brother. Why did you get beaten so badly? Jiang He threw Lan Gaohe onto the ground, and the dirt mixed with stones scraped his face painfully. Grandma Lan ran over and knelt on the ground, hugging Lan Gaohe, tears in her eyes, gently wiping the blood and dirt from his face. She glared angrily at Jiang He. You little brat. Why did you hit my brother like that? Just bullying me isn't enough. Now you're bullying my brother too? Are all you Jiang family people so heartless? A bunch of ruthless monsters. Grandma Lan is 59 years old this year and probably can't withstand Jiang He's punches. Jiang He was also worried about hurting her fatally, and he didn't hit women. No matter what Grandma Lan said, Jiang He didn't reply. Instead, every time she spoke, Jiang He would hit Lan Gaohe hard in the face. Lan Gaohe was scared from being beaten and didn't dare to speak to provoke Jiang He. He shouted at Granny Lan. Stop cursing. If you keep cursing, he'll beat me to death. Jiang He didn't hold back. His face was badly bruised, with blue and purple marks all over, swollen and sore. You beast, stop hitting my brother. Granny Lan tried to push Jiang He away, but with her strength, she couldn't move him. Hearing her words, Lan Gaohe felt his heart turn cold. Sure enough, Jiang He swung his fist again. He was in so much pain he couldn't speak and was about to faint. Qiaowen stepped forward and grabbed Jiang He's arm. That's enough. Stop hitting him. If you keep going, something bad will happen. If Lan Gaohe died from the beating, Jiang He wouldn't be safe either. He would definitely be taken away by the police. Jiang He looked at Lan Gaohe and spat in disdain. Granny Lan pointed and said, Now you realize there will be trouble, huh? Why didn't you think of that earlier? I tell you, it's too late now. Look at what you've done to my son. To my brother. Just wait and see. You'll have to pay the money and go to jail. She almost let slip the truth. Here comes the village chief. He's coming, someone shouted from the crowd. Granny Lan immediately started crying loudly. Village chief. Please help us. Look at what he's done to my brother. His face is covered in blood. You can't even tell what he looks like anymore. Granny Lan pointed to herself. Look at me. Lu Yanjun and Qiaowen, those two wicked women, they beat me whenever they catch me.
Who did I offend?
You have to judge fairly. I didn't do anything wrong, but I was beaten. Everyone saw it. You can all testify for me. The village chief was overwhelmed. What a mess. Every day, there was no peace. There was always some trouble, fights, or arguments. He was busy all day, working like a dog. No, even more tired than a dog. He shouted loudly, Lan Chunhua, it's you again. Tell me, how many things have you caused these past 2 days? Seeing Lan Chunhua, his head hurt even more. This week alone, he handled 4 messy incidents, all involving fights and arguments, and 3 of them involved Lan Chunhua. I thought he would calm down after the last warning, but it's only been a short time, and he's already arguing with others again. He might be the most tired village chief of all. Lan Chunhua, village chief, I didn't cause trouble this time. It was those wicked Jiang family women who teamed up to bully me, an old lady. I didn't do anything wrong. The village chief didn't believe what Lan Chunhua said. If she really hadn't done anything, why would others hit her for no reason? He looked at Liu Yanjun and asked, "You tell us." Liu Yanjun, it was that old troublemaker who insulted me. I just scolded her. She said my son Anin was a bad omen and a troublemaker, and even said Anin caused my husband's divorce. That foul mouth of hers talks nonsense every day. How could I not hit her? The village chief was speechless. He knew Lan Posey was the one who started the trouble. Tell me, why are you interfering in other people's family matters? Do you have proof? If you're talking about Qiaoan, you should focus on managing your own affairs. Lan Posey started to act stubborn. Village chief, it's not as simple as she said. I said it was just a joke, just playing around. I already apologized, but she keeps accusing me. Worse still, she brought up my father's matter. I don't care. Today I want an explanation. People around started gossiping. Everyone in the village knew about Lan Posey and her father. Back then, I think Lan Posey was the one who seduced her father. Otherwise, how could such a thing happen? That's not impossible. How could a real father force his daughter? Maybe Lan Posey was the one who seduced him. No, if it was Lan Posey who seduced her father, what was she after? His age. Maybe she was after his strength. I heard that older men are better in bed and can control when to finish. But I don't know if that's true. My husband is over 30 and can't last more than 5 minutes. It worries me. Everyone burst out laughing at this. I live right next to Lan Posey's house. When she and her father were doing that, I heard a little bit. Her voice was so sweet, I couldn't stand it. If it was forced, it wouldn't sound so soft and charming, right? At that moment, I listened but couldn't hear any sign of resistance, just a lot of sneering. Some people thought Lan Chunhua was shameless for flirting with her father, while others felt sorry for her. Are you not afraid of being struck by lightning for saying that? She was only a young girl back then, not lacking for men. That was her fall, and she could never do such a thing. Exactly. She cried so sadly at the time it didn't seem fake. Be a bit more kind with your words. It was a beautiful age, but she was abused by her own father and disliked by others. Now she's nearly 60, without a husband or children, and in the future, she'll have no one to care for her when she's old. They thought Lan's father was a beast, a scoundrel who could hurt his own daughter. Lan listened to the gossip about her and her father, feeling furious. She was relieved when someone spoke up for her. She looked at the village chief. Liu Yanjun not only spread rumors about me and my father, but also said I have no man and called me a bad person. Qiaoan rolled up her sleeves and stepped in front of Lan, but then she hesitated and lowered her hand. You're good at talking, always blaming everything on me, calling my mother utterly wicked. Lan lifted her head. Did I say anything wrong? That's exactly what she said about me. Qiaoan really wanted to hit her again. How could someone be so shameless? Can such people all just disappear from the world? She held back her urge to act and asked, What exactly did you say about my mother? Did you say my father regretted marrying her because she was hot-tempered and that's why he committed suicide? And that my mother was unfaithful? Why didn't you tell the village chief about that? Hearing this, the village chief's face darkened, his brows furrowing deeply. He shouted at Zhou Chunfeng. How can you be so shameless? Don't you know how Jiangzhu died? If it weren't for Jiangzhu, would our village be what it is today? This was the first time the village chief was so angry. He could say anything, but he couldn't speak ill of Jiangzhu, because Jiangzhu had saved his life once. Without Jiangzhu, he would have died in the mountains, eaten by wild boars, and never had the chance to live until now. Moreover, Jiangju's accident was for the good of everyone in the village. Back then, there was a famine across the country, and the village was hit by a locust plague. The crops were completely destroyed by the locusts. The villagers couldn't get enough food, and many of them died from hunger. People ate whatever they could, whether edible or not, just to stay alive. More than half of Small Creek Village's people died in that disaster. Later, the government sent supplies, and everyone was very happy. That day, Jiangju took some strong men from the village to collect the supplies. On the way back, they encountered a group of robbers. The supplies on the ox cart were mostly stolen, leaving almost nothing. However, Jiangju managed to fight them off and recover some of the supplies. The robbers were also starving and carried knives. When Jiangju tried to take back the supplies, he was stabbed several times. 3 of the 4 men who went with him were killed instantly, and the last one was lying on the ground, barely alive. Only Jiangju was left to fight alone against 6 robbers. No one knows exactly how Jiangju managed to get half of the supplies back that day. All they saw was that he returned covered in blood, with wounds from being stabbed all over his body. He alone struggled to carry the supplies, step by step, back to the village. He was badly injured and unlikely to survive, but he persisted and delivered the supplies to everyone. What kept him going? It was his wife and children. His family was still hungry and waiting for him. He couldn't die. The supplies from the government were a lifeline for everyone, including his wife and kids. He had to bring them back to the village. The village chief remembered that day, and tears welled up in his eyes. That day, everyone ate full meals and was very happy. Only Jiangju's family was crying. An hour after Jiangju returned home, he passed away. He pushed himself to carry the supplies back. Before he died, he saw his wife and children and ate his last bowl of food in this world. He died with a smile on his face. All the villagers came to see him off. If it weren't for Jiangju, everyone in Small Creek Village would have starved to death long ago. He took the supplies back from the robbers, sacrificing himself in the process. How could Lan Chunhua say such things? The village chief wiped his tears. When there was famine and locust plagues, and no one had food, Jiangju saved us all. Someone like you shouldn't have received any of the supplies back then. It's okay if you couldn't succeed, but to spread rumors about me like this, do you think your conscience isn't being eaten by a dog? The village chief was angry. Granny Lan was truly heartless. The villagers also felt that spreading rumors about Liu Yanjun and Jiangju was too much. Everyone saw clearly what Jiangju had done. They owed him their lives. Granny Lan happily ate the food that was exchanged for Jiangju's life, showing no gratitude at all. She said such harsh words. The villagers' eyes grew angrier as they looked at her. But Granny Lan didn't notice. She said, "It's true that Jiangju saved us all, and I admit that. But wasn't that his choice? I didn't force him. The supplies came from the government, not from him. He just wanted to get them. On the way, he was robbed, but that's because he wasn't capable enough, so he got stabbed many times. And he went voluntarily, right? Even if he hadn't gone, others in the village would have. What does his death have to do with me?" Granny Lan didn't think she was saying anything wrong and believed she was right. Jiangju went voluntarily. Who forced him? The supplies were taken by whoever took them. Does Jiangju have to be remembered forever for dying over it? The villagers were furious. Heartless thing. Why didn't you go to get the supplies yourself? Granny Lan replied, "Why should I? The supplies were heavy, and I'm just a woman. I couldn't carry such weight. Isn't that what men are for? If I had to do such heavy work, what would they be good for?" Her words angered everyone present, including the women who had just spoken up for Granny Lan. "If I'd known you were such a shameless person, I wouldn't have spoken for you earlier. You heartless beast. Jiangju sacrificed himself to save so many of us, and you still say he's useless. And what's this about heavy work being only for men? Are you made of gold that you can't do heavy labor? Do you think you're some young lady of high status? I even felt sorry for you earlier, thinking about how your own father mistreated you. Now I see you deserve it. You deserve to be mistreated by your father and to have no man want you in this life." Granny Lon was so angry she cried again. She hadn't said anything wrong. You bunch of crazy people, are you all teaming up to bully me now? Everyone spat at her. It's probably her who's not thinking straight. The village chief said, you're talking nonsense about others. Being beaten is your own fault. If I were Liu Yanjun, I'd hit you too. Old lady, Lon looked in disbelief. Village chief. I was the one who got hit. Can't you see the bruise on my face? I was really beaten. Forget about Jiangzhu's matter for a moment. Does Liu Yanjun and Xiaoan really have no fault at all? The village chief snorted coldly. What fault do they have? All the blame is on you. If you could control your mouth, I don't believe they would hit you. Old Lady Lon was furious. The village chief refused to help her and blamed everything on her. As village chief, you're spoiling those Jiang family folks. If you won't help me, I'll have to report this to the county police. This could affect our village a lot. It's almost the end of the year, and next year, it might be hard for us to be recognized as an advanced village. Old Lady Lon knew the village chief cared a lot about being recognized as an advanced village. If she really went to the county police, she probably wouldn't succeed. The village chief's face darkened. He didn't expect Old Lady Lon to threaten him. But he didn't care anymore because he knew they wouldn't get the award next year. This year, so many problems happened in the village, and next year's recognition might be even harder. I don't care. Today, you won't get anything good. You deserve that beating. If you want to report to the county police, go ahead. Everyone knows about Jiangzhu's deeds, both the police and the leaders. He's considered a hero in our hearts. If you spread rumors about him, we'll all go to the police station and tell them what we know. The villagers agreed. Yes, let's all go together. Old Lady Lan's face turned red and purple with anger. You all. Always picking on me, an old woman. Humph, I don't want to talk to you anymore. She helped Lon Gaohe up. Does it hurt? Lon Gaohe replied. What nonsense are you talking? I've been beaten so badly, of course it hurts. Grandmother Lon finished speaking and angrily glared at Jiang He nearby. She supported Lon Gaohe and tried to leave. Jiang He pulled Lon Gaohe over like a little chick and punched him to the ground. Lon Gaohe lay on the ground, unable to even stand up. Grandmother Lon cried out in pain. You little brat, what are you doing? My brother is already hurt like this, and you still won't leave him alone. Do you only feel satisfied if you beat him to death? Grandmother Lon looked at Lon Gaohe on the ground, feeling very sad. Jiang He said clearly, why did you run away? Apologize to my mother. Now, Grandmother Lon wanted to just walk away?
Impossible.
Apologize? I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I apologize? I'm almost 60 years old, older than her. I can't apologize to a younger person. Grandmother Lon definitely wouldn't apologize. Xiaoan was almost unable to hold back and wanted to act. Not only do you have to apologize, but you also have to kneel and apologize to my mother. And to my honorable father who sacrificed himself. You need to apologize too. After speaking, Xiaoan turned to everyone. Do you all think I'm right? Yes. Just apologizing is too easy. She must kneel and even slap herself while apologizing. Let her reflect on her terrible words. Everyone spoke up, coming over to surround Grandmother Lon and Lon Gaohe. They all looked at them with angry eyes. Grandmother Lon was a little scared.
What?
What do you want to do? Xiaoan asked, are you going to kneel and apologize or not? I didn't do anything wrong, I won't kneel. Jiang He directly pressed down on Lon Gaohe on the ground and started hitting him hard. Each punch was heavier than the last, as if trying to beat him to death. Lon Gaohe shouted, help me quickly. If they want you to kneel, then kneel. He couldn't understand. Would kneeling really cause him to lose a piece of flesh? Or was kneeling going to kill him? Jiang He's punches were even harder than before.
He was almost beaten to death.
This matter today had nothing to do with him. It was all caused by Grandmother Lon. He was the one suffering. Seeing Lon Gaohe almost faint from the beating, Grandmother Lon hurriedly said, I'll kneel, I'll kneel. Just stop hitting me. She suddenly knelt in front of Liu Yanjun, looking defiant. Sorry, her tone was as if she owed her millions. Joan said, please be a little nicer and more sincere. I've already apologized. What more do you want? Old Lady Lan was speechless. She could not apologize, but if she did, she was still not satisfied. She was picking at faults. Joan sneered and slapped Lan Gaoha in the face. She smiled and said, "Oh, sorry about that. I didn't mean to, but she did it on purpose." Old Lady Lan felt heartbroken. She shouted loudly, "What kind of attitude is this? You clearly did it on purpose, but then act like it was an accident. Who are you trying to fool?" Joan looked indifferent. "Trying to fool you? I already apologized. What more do you want? You..." Old Lady Lan was so angry she covered her chest. This little brat was copying her. Old Lady Lan raised her hand to hit Joan, but Jiang He, holding Lan Gaoha like a little chick, raised his fist. "If you hit with that slap, I don't know what will happen to your son." Old Lady Lan's heart skipped a beat. Lan Gaoha's face was covered in blood. He was gasping for air, looking like he might die. He couldn't take any more hits, he couldn't stand it. The villagers said, "Old Lady Lan, quickly apologized to Lu Yanjun and Jiang Zhu," just like we all said. Old Lady Lan was reluctant, but she had no choice. Today, she had to apologize. If she didn't, not only Jiang He and Joan wouldn't forgive her, but the villagers' angry looks made her feel helpless. Reluctantly, Old Lady Lan knelt again in front of Lu Yanjun. "I'm sorry. My wife and Jiang Zhu, I apologize. I was rude and said some unpleasant things." She could apologize, but she couldn't slap her. When had Lan Chunhua ever been so embarrassed? Old Lady Lan looked at Jiang He, almost scared her heart to jump out. Jiang He was about to punch Lan Gaoha in the face. Suddenly, smack, smack, smack. Old Lady Lan quickly slapped her own face a few times and then spoke to Lu Yanjun again. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'm sorry to you and Jiang Zhu. This was all my fault. Please don't mind me, this old woman." The villagers felt satisfied. A few women who usually didn't like her felt even better. "Humph, I didn't expect Madame Lan to have her day. She deserves it. Seeing her so miserable, we're all so happy inside. This is karma. I never liked her attitude. She's always so proud and talks too much. Whenever something happens, she just blabs on. Now she's in trouble, right? Serves her right." Madame Lan gritted her teeth in anger, but she didn't bother to respond to these old troublemakers. She looked at Jiang He and saw he was still holding on to Lan Gaoha. She quickly went over and pulled him away. Lan Gaoha was weak and said, "Sister, my face hurts so much." Madame Lan's tears started to fall. She glared at Jiang He and said, "Apologies have been made. The slap was given. Now, do you have anything else to say?" Then she told Lan Gaoha, "Sister, let's go home." Her brother was badly beaten and she wouldn't let Jiang He get away easily. Today's matter definitely wouldn't end here. But right now, she was more worried about Lan Gaoha's injuries. She needed to go home and take care of him. Wait a moment. Madame Lan turned around impatiently. "What do you all want now?" She thought it was Jiang He, but it was actually Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming said, "Don't rush to leave. I have good news that I haven't shared yet. I promise you'll find it interesting." Hearing this, Madame Lan became a little curious. Jiang He, Qiao En, and Lu Yanjun all looked at Jiang Ming with curiosity. The villagers were gossiping eagerly. Before Madame Lan could speak, Jiang Ming asked, "Lan Gaoha, is he really your brother?" Madame Lan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. "What do you mean? If he's not my brother, then what? We share the same mother." She didn't expect Jiang Ming to ask that. Could he know something? No way, only she and her parents knew about that. Jiang Ming continued, "Same mother? He's not your biological brother." As soon as he said that, the villagers' curiosity grew even more. "Old Jiang family head, what do you mean? Isn't Lan Gaoha her biological son? Was he adopted or what?" "Oh, young Master Jiang, just tell us already. We're all so curious." Yes, just say it quickly." Jiang Ming didn't beat around the bush anymore. "Lan Gaoha is not her brother at all. He's her son, her biological son." The villagers were very excited. Turns out, Lan Gaoha is actually Lan Posi's own son. Such a big secret, it would keep them talking for days. But Lan Posi doesn't have a man. Who did she have him with? Yeah, no man would look at her. Could she have been sneaking around outside? Well, that's not impossible. Look, she's lived most of her life without a man. She must be lonely. Even if no man wants to marry her, it doesn't stop her from having affairs. Even if those men won't marry her, at least she gets some comfort. It helps her forget her loneliness. Lan Posey shouted at everyone, "Stop talking nonsense. I didn't have an affair with anyone." She angrily pointed at Jiang Ming. "My brother is my father and mother's child. How could he be mine? Stop spreading rumors. I only told lies about your mother and your father, and now you're ruining our reputation." Jiang Ming spat. "I'm not spreading rumors. Everything I said is true. I know he's your son, and I also know he's your father's child." It was shocking, way too shocking. Everyone found it hard to believe. Lan Posey's face suddenly turned very pale. How did Jiang Ming know so much? Qiao also guessed it, probably from that one time. Lan Posey was pregnant from her father's forced act, which resulted in Lan Gaohe. But if she was pregnant, her belly should have been growing bigger every day. Why didn't anyone notice? How did Lan Posey hide it? The villagers talked among themselves. "I thought she had Lan Gaohe with someone else, but it turns out he's her father's child. That makes sense. If she had an affair, how could Lan Gaohe look so much like Lan Yud? She seduced her own father and even got pregnant. That's just shameful," someone asked. "That's not right. If Lan Gaohe was born to Grandma Lan, then what about her mother, Wang Suehua, who was pregnant back then? And with such a big belly, we all would have known." Hearing this, everyone realized the truth. Yes, at that time, no one saw Grandma Lan with a big belly, but Wang Suehua's belly was getting bigger every day. When Lan Gaohe was born, her belly suddenly went flat. They even held a celebration. Grandma Lan saw this and took the chance to say, "Exactly. When my mother was pregnant with my younger brother, her belly was very big, and everyone saw it. After he was born, my mother stayed in bed for a while." Jiang Ming was not in a hurry. He slowly explained to everyone, "Back then, when Wang Suehua was heavily pregnant, you didn't see Grandma Lan around, right? Because she was pregnant herself and didn't want anyone to see. So, during those 10 months, she stayed inside the house to rest. Wang Suehua wasn't really pregnant. Her big belly was fake, filled with clothes. After her son was born, Grandma Lan pretended to stay at home for a while to recover, making you all believe that Lan Gaohe was her own child. Jiang Ming had overheard this by chance 10 years ago. At that time, Lan Yud and Wang Suehua hadn't passed away yet. His memory wasn't perfect, but he remembered some details. That night, after drinking at a friend's house, he was walking past the Lan family and heard some whispers from inside. Curious, he listened from outside the window. He knew eavesdropping wasn't polite, and if caught, he might get into trouble. But his curiosity got the better of him, so he hid under the window to listen. He was shocked by what he heard. The couple inside was arguing loudly about Lan Gaohe. "Your son. I can't stand it anymore. Look at him, he does so little work, eats so much, always 2 big bowls at every meal."
Who can handle that?
"We don't have enough money," Lan Yud replied. "Don't talk as if he's not your son. He's part of our family. We, the parents, take care of him. That's our duty. Stop complaining and go to sleep." Jiang Ming was eavesdropping at the time when suddenly a shoe was thrown at the window, startling him. Luckily, the window was closed. "Wang Suehua, I told you, you old man, who is Lan Gaohe's child. Are you clueless or what? I only kept quiet for your face and that little troublemaker's face. Otherwise, I would have exposed you long ago. After so many years, everyone thinks he is my son. They don't know the truth. Don't you realize it yet? Son, I haven't forgotten. Even if he's not your biological son, he's still my child. Rounded up, he's yours too. Anyway, no one wants to marry Lan Chunhua anymore. Isn't it better with Gaohe? Otherwise, the Lan family would end with this generation. Wang Suehua, it's not just your fault. You drank some cheap wine and even messed with your own daughter. She got pregnant, and you made me stuff cotton into her belly to fake a pregnancy. I will never forgive you for that." Hearing this, Jiang Ming's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. But he didn't think about revealing it at the time. After all, they hadn't done anything to him, and it wasn't his business. Whatever they wanted to do, they could. However, Lan Posi's rude words today, talking about Liu Yanjun and Jiangzhu, made him feel he had to speak up. Everyone looked at Lan Posi and Gaohe with disgust. Now that you mention it, I remember. When Wang Suihua was pregnant, I never saw Lan Posi around. What did Wang Suihua say about her back then? She said Lan Posi had caught an infectious disease and was afraid of infecting us, so she was lying in bed resting. That's right. She was sick for 10 months, and right after Wang Suihua had her baby, her illness was gone. I was foolish enough to believe her story about Lan Posi having an infectious disease. Don't call yourself foolish. We all were. We were all tricked by the Lan family. It's really disgusting. She had a child with her own father. If I were her, I would jump off the mountain. I can't understand what she was thinking, having Lan Gaohe. It's so sickening. I don't know how Wang Suihua tolerated it and even helped her deceive us. Our whole family is full of disgusting people. Chowan had never heard such shocking news. Even in the 21st century, this would be considered explosive. Her brother became her biological son, and he was her own father. Amazing! Jiang He, on the other hand, was very calm because he already knew about it. Jiang Ming had told him. Everyone was shouting at Granny Lan, calling her mean names like worthless, shameless, and saying she had a child with her own father. These harsh words were all directed at her. Is this true? Lan Zhunyu, tell me, is what Jiang Ming said really true? Lan Gaohe couldn't believe it. How could he possibly be Granny Lan's son? He was clearly born by Wang Suihua. But he didn't look like Wang Suihua at all. He looked more like Granny Lan. At first, he thought everything was normal. Wang Suihua and Landa had always said he was their child. But after hearing Jiang Ming and others talk, he started to feel something was wrong. He even began to believe that he was actually Granny Lan's child. Because he looked so much like Granny Lan, not at all like Wang Suihua. He also remembered hearing Wang Suihua say, "You really do look like your mother." At that time, Lan Gaohe didn't understand what she meant. He thought she was just saying he looked like her. When Lan Gaohe shouted, Granny Lan's heart trembled, and she couldn't speak. Lan Gaohe kept asking, "Say something." "Who do you say I am?" "Xiao He, don't do this." Granny Lan hesitated and couldn't bring herself to say, "You are my child." Lan Gaohe had never known about this before, and no one in the family had ever mentioned it in front of him. Seeing Granny Lan look guilty, Lan Gaohe suddenly understood many things. "So I am not really your child? I am actually your own child." He started to feel overwhelmed. His biological mother was actually his aunt. What does that make him? A mixed blood? Or something else? Granny Lan saw his reaction and wanted to comfort him. "Xiao He, don't listen to their nonsense. It's all lies. I am your sister." She knew he couldn't accept this, so she had never told him before. She was also afraid of being judged by others. Years ago, Granny Lan didn't want to have the baby. After being forced into a difficult situation for over 2 months, she found out she was pregnant. She didn't know what to do. She couldn't get an abortion because she wasn't married. Abortions required a marriage certificate, and without it, the hospital wouldn't perform the procedure. Plus, she didn't have any money. In the 1970s, getting an abortion required a marriage certificate. According to historical records, hospitals at that time were strictly managed, and abortions could only be performed with a marriage certificate or a letter of introduction from a leader. Traditional beliefs opposed free love. Grandma Lan didn't want to have the baby. She repeatedly punched her belly, hoping to make the baby go away. She thought about it for a long time before deciding to have an abortion. She knew that afterward, everyone would look down on her, and no one would want to marry her. Lan Gaohe might be her only child in this life. At first, she wanted to keep the baby, but she couldn't. It was her biological father's child. How could she keep it? If others found out, what would they say? She didn't mind being insulted, but the child was innocent. Just as she was about to go through with it, Lan Yud caught her. He beat her and forced her to have the baby. If she didn't, he threatened to hurt her. He also tried to persuade her with many words. Gradually, she didn't want to continue. Even if the baby was her father's, it was still her own flesh and blood. The child hadn't done anything wrong. She shouldn't deny him the right to be born. Although Grandma Lan was not a good person, she still cared for Lan Gaoha. "Listen to what I say," Grandma Lan said as she reached out to touch Lan Gaoha's head. Before she could, he slapped her hand away. "Get lost. Don't touch me. You're disgusting. Even now, you still want to deceive me. If you were forced by a woman, so be it. But why did you have to keep the baby?" "To make me sick too," Lan Gaoha said, and ran away. He couldn't take it anymore and didn't want to see Grandma Lan. "Xiao He. Xiao He," Grandma Lan called after him, then turned to glare at everyone. "Are you satisfied now?" She then ran after Lan Gaoha. People had already left, but the villagers were still talking. "Everyone's done with their work, right? Hurry up and get back to work. Let's disperse." The village chief spoke, and everyone stopped talking and went back to work. At dinner, everyone sat under the big locust tree in the village, chatting about this matter. Before going to sleep, Qiao lay on the bed with Jiang He, reading a book. She was very absorbed, but Jiang He was getting sleepy and almost fell asleep. Qiao patted his arm. He. Jiang He suddenly became a bit more alert, his voice a little hoarse. "What's wrong?" Qiao leaned into his embrace. "Are you very tired? Let's finish this article and then go to sleep." Jiang He nodded in agreement, but as he looked at the book, he started to feel sleepy again. There was no way around it, it was just too relaxing. He, are you really not interested in books?" Qiao slapped her forehead, as if she just remembered something, feeling a bit guilty. She had never asked Jiang He if he wanted to read or go to college. She had always been the one to insist they read, hoping that when the National College entrance exam was restored, Jiang He could get into university. But after all this time, she had never asked if he was willing. Now, Qiao felt really guilty. He, do you think I'm being selfish?" Jiang He looked confused. "Wife, why are you saying that all of a sudden?" Qiao said, "I never asked you about college. I just forced you to read with me. I think I'm being selfish. If you don't want to go to college, then don't. I won't force you." Even if Jiang He didn't go to college, Qiao knew he could still make a good life with his skills. Jiang He shook his head. He really didn't want to go to college and wasn't interested in books. But his family, especially his wife's relatives, might look down on him for not being educated. Even if they didn't dislike him, her friends and family probably would. He didn't mind himself, but he didn't want Qiao to be looked down upon by others. Before, Jiang He thought it was enough to just make money. But shady deals weren't the right way, and he couldn't do that forever. He needed to do things properly. What if something happened to him someday?
What would happen to Qiao then?
Learning more wouldn't hurt, and it would help him in the future. If college entrance exams were restored, with Qiao's intelligence, she would definitely get in. But then she'd have to spend all her time rushing to school, and they'd have less time together. There would be many young men at school, probably not as handsome as him, but just in case. Qiao would be in the same classroom with them every day.
What if she was kidnapped?
Although Qiao wouldn't be easily swayed, she was simply too beautiful. There will definitely be many men paying attention to her. Just thinking about those men looking at Qiao, and with that leering gaze, makes him uncomfortable. He is thinking that he must work hard to get into university. Not only for himself, but also so he can be close to his wife every day and protect her from those unruly men. This broken school must be passed. Wife, read your book. I will definitely get into university. Jiang He suddenly looked very determined, which made Qiao feel a bit uneasy. He was just sleepy earlier, so why is he like this now? But maybe it's for the best. After a while, once she finished reading that passage, Qiao planned to sleep because it was already very late. But Jiang He, like he had been energized, kept reading another passage, and in just a short time, he had memorized all the key points. Qiao really admired him. Don't stay up too late, it's bad for your eyes. Sleep early. After saying that, Qiao lay quietly on her side, not disturbing Jiang He as he read. Before long, she fell asleep. Unknowingly, it was already early morning. Outside, the rain was falling steadily. The kerosene lamp inside the house was blown out. Jiang He closed his book, hugged Xiaoan, and closed his eyes. The rain grew heavier, and strong winds blew, causing the trees to sway violently as if they might break at any moment. Somewhere, inside a dilapidated mud house, a woman curled up in the corner, trembling all over. She was running a fever. Even while sleeping, her face showed fear. She was covered with some torn cloth and trash she had picked up, but how could these things bring her warmth? Don't. It hurts so much. I have no strength left. Don't come closer, please. Luo Wanyue was shouting, seemingly having a terrible nightmare. Boom. A flash of lightning split the sky, and thunder roared loudly, like a deadly ghost howling, startling her awake from her nightmare. Luo Wanyue screamed in terror, suddenly sitting up. Her rough cloth clothes were soaked with sweat. Cold sweat dripped down her face, and her forehead was also covered in cold sweat. Her eyes were wide open. Her face was pale, her lips trembling uncontrollably, and her body kept shivering. The surroundings were very dark, and she could only see for a moment when lightning flashed. Dirty trash covered her, and the mud house was full of dust and wood, with half of it collapsed. She could only sleep in a place where it wouldn't rain. She just had that dream again. In the dream, she was pregnant after being attacked by a homeless man. When she was giving birth, she was lying in this broken mud house. Just like in the dream, the pain was so intense it tore her apart. The baby was only born with the head. The rest of the body was stuck inside her.
Later, she died.
She saw her soul slowly floating into the air. She also saw the baby desperately trying to crawl out of her belly. The baby pushed with its hands, trying to get out, but couldn't. It even tore at her flesh to make the opening bigger. She watched silently, not daring to breathe. Soon, the baby managed to crawl out and reach toward her. "Mom, hold the baby," it said. "You can't give birth to me, so I came out myself." He, Mom. Why aren't you talking? Did I do something wrong? In the dream, Luo Wanyue dared not speak, but her attitude made the baby very sad. "Are you afraid of the baby? The baby is your child. Why are you afraid of me?" The baby slowly crawled toward Luo Wanyue's soul. "You shouldn't be afraid of the baby. Since you won't speak or hold me, I will talk for you. I will come to hold you." Luo Wanyue was so scared she wanted to close her eyes, but she couldn't. She watched helplessly as the newborn baby crawled to her side, in her arms. Thinking about this nightmare made Luo Wanyue even more afraid, especially with the thunder and lightning outside. In the dream, the place where she gave birth seemed to be right here. Boom! Lightning struck again, illuminating everything around her and making her fear grow stronger. Yes, this is the place. She gave birth here. What does this mean? Could the dream really come true? But she wasn't assaulted by the homeless man, nor was she pregnant. While Luo Wanyue was thinking, she suddenly felt a gaze fixed on her, making her shiver all over. She suddenly looked up and gazed ahead. Although she couldn't see clearly, she could feel that someone was standing there. "Who's there?" Luo Wanyue shouted loudly in front of her, her eyes wide open, trying to see more clearly. It seemed as if the sky responded to her call with a flash of lightning. Yes, it's Wang Dajin. Fear grew even stronger in her. Why is he here? Wasn't he dead? Luo Wanyue remembered that she had clearly killed Wang Dajin and dragged his body into the deep mountains. Could it be that he didn't actually die but just fainted? Did the wild boar not eat him? As she thought, her mind drifted back to the recent dream. A homeless person. A homeless person. Wang Dajin was a homeless man himself. In her dream, the homeless man who made her pregnant. Could that be Wang Dajin? Inside this simple house, she was afraid Wang Dajin might. Luo Wanyue couldn't bear to imagine it. She regretted not finishing him off completely. "Stupid woman, how dare you throw stones at me and drag me into the deep mountains?
There are so many wild boars there.
You probably thought I was dead and wanted the boars to eat me, to hide the evidence, right?" Wang Dajin looked furious, his eyebrows raised. That day, he had just woken up from unconsciousness and found himself in the deep mountains. The worst part was, he saw a wild boar nearby. Fortunately, the wild boar didn't seem to notice him. It sniffed the air and moved away in the opposite direction. Wang Dajin knew the wild boar would likely come back, so he took the chance to run down the mountain. He still had blood on his head from being hit by Luo Wanyue, and it still hurt. But he couldn't find Luo Wanyue anymore, so he silently endured the pain. Unexpectedly, a heavy rain started just then. He accidentally found this simple house and saw Luo Wanyue inside. Wang Dajin almost laughed to himself. What a narrow world. Even heaven was helping him. She hit me so hard. The wound Luo Wanyue caused with the stone had become infected and pus was forming. He slowly approached Luo Wanyue, who hurriedly backed away. Why are you doing this? I didn't mean to throw the stone at you that day. Don't come any closer. She was afraid that her dreams might come true. Wang Dajin's face showed a fierce and angry expression. You broke my things, and now you're feeding me to wild boars. If I weren't so lucky, I would have died long ago. I had given up finding you because I couldn't, but then I ran into you here. That's fate. You're destined to die at my hands. As soon as Wang Dajin finished speaking, Luo Wanyue screamed in terror. Please, let me go. If you kill me, the police will catch you, and you'll end up eating peanuts in jail. You don't want to die, do you? Wang Dajin sneered. You think I wouldn't think of feeding you to wild boars to hide the evidence? Do you think I'm that stupid? Does this nasty woman think he's an idiot? She can think of that, so he must have thought of it too. Is he really that dumb? When I woke up, there was a brother lying next to me. You killed him, right? I was kind-hearted and managed to save both of you. Later, I will go to the police and tell them everything you've done. Let's see who ends up dead, me or you. But I'm not completely heartless. I have one condition, Wang Dajin said, rubbing his chin and staring intently at Luo Wanyue. What condition? She asked. She had a bad feeling because Wang Dajin never said anything nice. Wang Dajin grinned lecherously. You become my wife, and give me a son. Then you follow me. Dream on, Luo Wanyue refused outright. She would never be with Wang Dajin. What a joke. He's just a homeless man, dirtier than his face, probably can't even spare a dime. He's so disgusting, already 53 years old, and still shameless. She would rather be caught by the police and eat peanuts than be with Wang Dajin. And that dream must be real. If she agreed to Wang Dajin today, she would have no future. She would get pregnant and die in this broken old house. Wang Dajin grew impatient. He suddenly grabbed Luo Wanyue's wrist. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'll ask you one last time. Will you be my wife or not? Luo Wanyue refused to answer, even in death. Living with someone like you? I'd rather die. Bah! She spat in Wang Dajin's face, which made him very angry. He raised his hand and slapped Luo Wanyue hard. She was hit so hard she spun around and fell to her knees. Wang Dajin, you want to die? I won't let you. If it's not what you want, you have to agree. You can't run away today. I advise you to behave and not make me hurt you. Wang Dajin never planned to report Luo Wanyue to the authorities. He just wanted to scare her, but she didn't fall for it. If Luo Wanyue had just been obedient and become his wife, he wouldn't have to hit her. He didn't really want to hurt her. After all, she was supposed to give him a child. If he hurt her badly, she might not be able to have children later. And she looked like she was about to die now. Once she gave birth to the baby, he could hit her then. Luo Wanyue supported herself with her hands on the ground, glaring at Wang Dajin. I said I'd rather die than be your wife. She didn't care anymore. At first, she was scared, but now she thought, what's there to be afraid of? Would Wang Dajin really let her go just because she was afraid? It's just death. And what proof does he have that she killed Old Third? Even so, Wang Dajin wouldn't let her go. But even if he killed her, she wouldn't agree. She felt like a broken piece of trash already. Later, she'd be alone and didn't know how to survive. Death might be a relief. She wouldn't have to suffer hunger, cold, or fear anymore. You shameless woman. Wanna act tough? Fine. But before you die, give me my son. Wang Dajin lunged at Luo Wanyue, ignoring her resistance, and forcibly unbuttoned her clothes. You think you're special? If it weren't for the fact that you're a woman and can have children, I wouldn't even look at you, he sneered. Even if she was going to die, Luo Wanyue didn't want to be bullied like this, and she definitely wouldn't give him a child. Help! Help! She shouted, struggling. Luo Wanyue hadn't eaten in days. She was running a fever and was very weak. She was no match for Wang Dajin. Despite knowing that it was late at night and pouring rain, she believed there was still a small chance someone might come to help her. What if someone did? Although it was unlikely, she still wanted to try. Help! Help me! Wang Dajin quickly covered her mouth to stop her from shouting. Don't bother, this is the back mountain. No one will come here. He covered Luo Wanyue's mouth because she was making too much noise, which was hurting his ears. Luo Wanyue kept struggling, her eyes red with fear. Her top had been taken off by Wang Dajin, leaving only her pants. Wang Dajin got more excited as he undressed her, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. This girl is hot like a big oven. He stuck out his tongue and licked her ear. The bad smell and her nausea spread all over her body. Luo Wanyue twisted and turned desperately, crying out, Her mouth was covered, so she could only make muffled sounds. Don't scream yet. You'll have your turn later. Hee. Even though you're ugly, your figure's okay. Don't be in such a rush. I'll satisfy you soon. Wang Dajin was also anxious. He couldn't undo his belt at a critical moment. After cursing loudly, he finally managed to open it. But Luo Wanyue kept struggling, making it hard for him to work. He impatiently grabbed her hips. Stop moving around. Luo Wanyue was held tightly and couldn't struggle much. Could it really be like that dream she had? It probably was. Her face turned pale, and the last flicker of hope in her eyes went out. Who's there? Suddenly, a strange man's voice sounded, and a flashlight shone toward the two of them. Luo Wanyue didn't expect anyone to appear at this moment. Her eyes lit up again as she seized the chance to call for help. Help! Please, save me! The middle-aged man looked at her and immediately understood what was happening. Was this a case of? He quickly ran over, grabbed Wang Dajin, and the two of them started fighting. However, it is clear that middle-aged men are stronger. Wang Dajin's mouth was bleeding. Who are you? She's my wife. I want to be with her. What does it have to do with you? Mind your own business. The middle-aged man picked up his clothes from the ground and threw them onto Luo Wanyue. Young lady, put this on first. Luo Wanyue was completely and felt a bit shy. Wang Dajin was ignored, so he clenched his fists and swung again. I'm talking to you. The middle-aged man took a punch and then clenched his fist to punch Wang Dajin in the face. Wang Dajin was over 50, but the middle-aged man looked only in his 30s. He definitely couldn't beat him, but he was not willing to give up. The two started fighting again. After a while, Wang Dajin was on the ground, groaning. You bully an old man. I swear I'll report you to the authorities tomorrow, the middle-aged man said. You were the first to bully my young sister. That's why I fought you. Wait until the rain stops outside, then I'll go to the county. Just wait and see. You'll end up in jail. Luo Wanyue finished dressing and knelt in front of the middle-aged man. Gratefully, she said, Big brother, if it weren't for you, I would have been harmed by that disgusting old man. I have nothing to give in return, but I can work. The middle-aged man was startled. This was the first time someone had knelt before him. Young lady, don't do that. You don't need to repay me. I was just passing by, heard someone calling for help, and couldn't stand seeing that old man bully you, so I helped. You really don't need to do this. This middle-aged man is named Zhang Quan. His family is not wealthy, but they are not so poor that they can't afford food. He has no wife or children. He is 34 years old. His parents passed away a few years ago. Usually, he is only accompanied by a stray dog. Zhang Quan had just come out looking for his dog. The dog was old and not in good health. He had been with him for 6 years, and suddenly it disappeared. He looked everywhere and happened to come here. When he heard someone calling for help, he hurried over. Zhang Quan helped Luo Wanyue up. Get up first. Since the rain has stopped, let's go to my house now. I'll take you back when it's daylight. His house is not far from here, about 10 minutes walk. It's late at night, and leaving a woman alone here isn't safe. If someone else bullies her again, it would be bad. Luo Wanyuan nodded without refusing. Zhang Quan grabbed Wang Dajin and said, "You also have to come with us. When it's morning, I'll take you to the police station. Trying to force a woman into something bad is a serious crime." Wang Dajin has spent some time in jail for similar things before. Wang Dajin's face suddenly changed. He hadn't done anything serious to Luo Wanyue, just kissed her. It wasn't, so why should he be taken to the police? If he got caught, who knew when he could get out? He definitely didn't want to go to jail. While Zhang Quan wasn't paying attention, Wang Dajin ran away quickly. Zhang Quan tried to chase him, but Luo Wanyue held him back. He was confused and worried. "Hey girl, why are you stopping me? Let go, or he'll run away," Luo Wanyue said. "Big brother, you don't need to take him to the police." "What? What do you mean? He's been so mean to you, and you still want to let him go," Luo Wanyue explained. "I'm a woman. If I tell anyone what happened, I'll lose face. No one will want me anymore. Just forget it." Actually, she didn't care much about her reputation now. What she cared about was Zhang San's body. Wang Dajin knew she was the one who killed Zhang San. He would be angry and might tell others. He had no proof, but it could cause big trouble. And if they found out it was her, she'd be in real danger. Better to keep things quiet.
Zhang Quan siga.
"All right, I'll listen to you." Since she didn't want to report to the police, he wouldn't say more. The rain had stopped, but thunder still rumbled now and then. It might rain again soon, so they should hurry home. So, the two of them left that broken old house. 10 minutes later, Zhang Quan took Luo Wanyue to his home. The house wasn't big, but it was clean and tidy. The stray dog didn't know when it returned home. It was lying in its nest, sleeping, when it heard someone approaching. It immediately got up and barked a few times. Zhang Quan saw this and felt relieved. He said, "I've been looking for you for so long and couldn't find you. Turns out you went back home." Zhang Quan's family only had one room and a bed. When he slept, he let Luo Wanyue sleep on the bed, while he made a simple bed on the floor. Luo Wanyue didn't feel comfortable about that and refused. She spread out her bedding on the floor and lay down. The next morning, before dawn, Luo Wanyue got up to cook and tidied up the house. She also filled the water jar with water. That was all she could do. At noon, she thanked Zhang Quan again and prepared to leave. Zhang Quan said, "Let me see you off. If that bad guy comes back to bother you, it won't be good. No need, big brother.
My home isn't far."
During the day, he probably won't dare to do anything. He didn't come back all night, so my parents must be worried. Maybe they're looking for me now. I can go back by myself. Luo Wanyue didn't really have a home or parents, but Zhang Quan didn't know that. She had nowhere to go, but she couldn't just stay at someone else's house without leaving. She thought about asking Zhang Quan if he could take her in. She was willing to do anything, but after thinking it over, she decided not to ask. Zhang Quan's family wasn't wealthy. If they took her in, it would be like adding another burden. Besides, why would they want to take her in? "Really, you don't need to." Zhang Quan still felt a little worried. "Really, I don't need to. Big brother, I'm very grateful. If I get the chance later, I'll repay you properly," Zhang Quan said. "It's nothing. Doing good deeds is also good for my own karma." They talked for a few more minutes, then Luo Wanyue left. She didn't know where she was going, but she didn't want to stay there anymore. She was afraid that Wang Dajin would come after her again. Thanks to Zhang Quan's help this time, but next time, she might not be so lucky. All she wanted now was to leave this place. Anywhere was fine. If possible, she really wanted to see Jiang Ming one last time and Xiao Hu. But she felt it wouldn't be proper to appear in front of them, and they didn't want to see her either. She didn't know if she would ever return here, or if she could survive. Forget it, let's take things one step at a time. Days went by, and building the house was now on the schedule. In this time, building a house didn't require paying workers. Neighbors helped each other, and all they needed to do was provide food. Of course, they had to pay for the building materials themselves. Jiang he was busy building the house during the day and running to the black market at night. When he got home, he didn't rest but started studying books. He was very busy and couldn't find a moment to relax. Since Xiao An's new house was close to Jiang He's, there was no need to deliver food. Lu Yanjun prepared the meal, and everyone came to eat at her place. Lu Yanjun finished cooking dinner, and everyone arrived soon after. Because they lived nearby, Lu Yanjun didn't need to bring the food to them. They just came to her house to eat. That afternoon, an old woman with a mole on her lip stood at Zhang's door, looking around cautiously. Jiang He was busy building the house, Lu Yanjun was cooking in the kitchen, Jiang Ming was working in the field, and Xiaoan was playing with little Tiger in the yard. Seeing the old woman, Xiaoan went outside. "Who are you looking for?" The old woman smiled. "Young lady, is this Zhang's house?" Xiaoan nodded. "Yes, are you looking for my mother?" "That's right. It seems I came to the right place. I am a matchmaker from the neighboring village. I have good news to tell your mother. She should be at home now, right? Could she be here to talk about a marriage for Jiang Ming?" The news of his divorce spread so quickly. Everyone in the neighboring village already knew, and now she's come knocking on the door. But this is good news. Xiao An quickly invited the matchmaker inside. "My mother is at home. She's in the kitchen cooking now. Come in." After saying that, Xiao An called out to the kitchen. "Mom, someone is looking for you." Lu Yanjun went to the kitchen door, habitually trying to wipe her hands on her apron. But then she remembered that it was a gift from Xiaoan, so she stopped and took out a cloth to wipe her hands. The apron Xiaoan gave her was quite pretty, with a little bear printed on it. She had never seen one like it, so it must be expensive. When the matchmaker saw her, she stepped forward to introduce herself. "Young lady, I am a matchmaker from the neighboring village. I heard that your family's Jiang Ming is divorced, so I came to talk to you. There is a family in our village that is about to marry off their daughter. She is not ugly, but very pretty. The most important thing is that they don't want any bride price, and are even willing to give money instead. Today, the matchmaker came to arrange this marriage. If it works out, the family will give her 10 yuan as a gift." "No bride price?" Lu Yanjun asked curiously. "No bride price, and they are even giving money? That's strange. Most families in the countryside treat their daughters as expenses to raise. They usually ask for as much bride price as possible. But this family doesn't want any bride price, which is quite unusual. Could the girl be sick or disabled? That wouldn't be good. My older son isn't handsome, but he's honest and upright. Even if it's his second marriage, he wouldn't marry someone with disabilities. I don't agree with this match. You should look for someone else." Jiang Ming definitely wouldn't accept his future wife being missing an arm or leg. At such a young age, Xiao Hu is being looked after by Jiang Ming. Finding a wife is partly to have someone to care for Xiao Hu daily and also to help take care of the family. Jiang Ming can go out with peace of mind. Even if Xiao Hu's mother were gone, they would still take care of her, but it's always better to have a mother. But she can't be missing limbs. If she married into the family, Jiang Ming would not only have to take care of Xiao Hu but also her. If she had no legs, she'd have to be carried around, which is very troublesome. That would be exhausting. To put it bluntly, it's like marrying in a burden, a drag on the family. Although it sounds harsh, it's the truth. "Oh, the girl is quite nice," the matchmaker quickly explained when Lu Yanjun misunderstood. "She's healthy, not sick, but she's a bit fierce, has a bad temper and a deep voice. She's already 25 and still unmarried. Her parents are very anxious. That's why they asked me to help. Your Jiang Ming just got divorced and needs someone to care for the children. If it works out, it would be a good thing." The matchmaker spoke more cautiously now. That girl's temper is extremely fiery. Being 25 and still unmarried is mainly because of this. Men from the neighboring village can't even handle her temper. She's pretty, and many men have wanted to marry her before. But she would scare them all away with just one shout. No bride price, and they're even willing to give money? The standards are so low, yet no man wants her. Matchmaker. Look, the girl is eager to get married, and your Jiang Ming just got divorced. Isn't that fate? It shows these two are meant for each other. Zhou An's small head was full of big doubts. The matchmaker said the girl was very pretty, but had a bad temper. She wanted to know how angry she must be to not even get married after trying so hard. Lu Yanjun finally smiled. That's good. As long as she's not missing limbs, it's fine. But I can't decide this myself. It depends on whether my eldest son is interested. I can't force him after all. Just then, Jiangming came back. He had a busy day but was the first to finish his work. A woman he had never seen before insisted on helping him. He didn't want her to, but she got impatient. Jiangming thought the woman was a bit strange, as if she had never worked a day in her life. She kept insisting on helping, even when told not to, and her work speed was like a bull, twice as fast as him. He had never seen such a capable woman before and felt a little admiration. The matchmaker clapped her hands. Speaking of the devil, here he is, Lu Yanjun said. This is the matchmaker from the next village. We were just talking about you. Jiangming knew right away she was here to talk about marriage. After all, she's a matchmaker. What else could she be here for? I just got divorced not long ago, and I have a child. The girl might not even look at me. Recently, Xiaohu kept calling for his mother in his sleep. He must miss his mother. Last time a little boy teased him, saying he had no mother. Jiangming also wanted to find a new wife for Xiaohu because he couldn't always take Xiaohu everywhere or look after him all the time. But his situation wasn't great. He had little money, was divorced, and had a 5-year-old child. Most women might mind that, since no one wants to marry someone who already has a child, especially if the child isn't theirs. The matchmaker said, "Don't say that." The girl's family said that even if it's a second marriage, they wouldn't mind having a child. Earlier, her family told her that as long as she's under 35, not disabled, mute, or blind, it's fine. Having a child or being divorced isn't a problem, but she can't be violent or hit her wife. Jiangming's temper seemed gentle, so he probably wouldn't do such things. Matchmaker said, "Let's go to the bride's house now and talk face to face. If they like each other, it's a good thing. If not, there's nothing we can do. Okay, let's go now." Lu Yanjun agreed immediately and brought some fruit candies and a jar of preserved fruit. It was their first time visiting the bride's home, so they didn't want to go empty-handed. Although these two kids might not end up together, they still wanted to show respect. Jiangming hesitated. It wasn't that he didn't want to go. He was worried the bride's family might not like him. Lu Yanjun patted him. "Come on, what are you waiting for? Going to take a look won't hurt. If they don't like you, we can talk about it later." Jiangming sighed and followed her. The bride's family lived in the neighboring Xiangyang village. They took a bullock cart there because walking would take too long. When they reached the door of the sweet family, the matchmaker called out, "Is Miao Miao's mother at home?" "Yes, she's here," someone inside responded. Soon, the yard gate opened and a plump woman came out. The matchmaker smiled warmly. "Good news. Is Miao Miao at home? We're here to talk about marriage." Hearing this, Miao Miao's mother looked at Lu Yanjun and Jiangming standing beside her. The young man looked proper and handsome. She liked him, but she wondered if the girl would be scared away when she saw them. Lu Yanjun took out the fruit candies and preserved fruit, offering them to Miao Miao's mother. Miao Miao's mother exclaimed and declined. "Oh no, I don't want these." "Girl, just come in. Why bring things?" She refused, but Lu Yanjun insisted. "This is our first visit, so we should bring something. It's just a small gesture. Please accept it." Since Lu Yanjun insisted, Miao Miao's mother felt shy and accepted the gifts. "Don't just stand there, come inside and talk." Actually, whether they brought gifts or not didn't matter. The most important thing was whether they liked each other. She was already 25 and still unmarried. She was very worried. In a couple of years, she would be almost 30, and no one would want her. Miao Miao's mother's only wish in life was to see her daughter married. Otherwise, after the elderly couple leave, that girl will be all alone and lonely, with no one to keep her company. It must be very sad. Probably this time will be like before, they will talk for a while, and then leave. Although Mother Tian doesn't have high hopes, she still calls out to the kitchen, "Miao Miao, come here for a moment." In the kitchen, Tian Miao is holding a big chicken claw in her left hand and a pair of chopsticks in her right, showing off the noodles in her bowl. She can eat half a bowl of noodles in one bite. When she hears Mother Tian, she's a bit reluctant to go out. She already heard the noise when visitors arrived earlier. They're probably here to talk about marriage. The men who came before didn't even get to say much before leaving. This time will probably be the same. If she can't get married, she's fine being single. It's more comfortable that way. Plus, she already has someone she likes. She looks down on those men who run away as soon as they see her. Quickly, Tian Miao finishes showing off her noodles, bites her chicken claw, and walks out. Even though this marriage won't happen, she still wants to show respect. Why, Mom? A rough, manly voice makes Lu Yanjun fall silent. She looks toward the kitchen door, and Tian Miao is walking over. She's quite pretty, with clear features, not too thin or too fat. But being a bit chubby is good. It shows happiness. However, that voice. It's quite deep and rough. Jiang Ming also falls silent. Isn't this the woman who was helping her in the field just now? She's stronger than him. Mother Tian sees her eating with her mouth full and laughs as she glances at Jiang Ming. Then she walks over to Tian Miao and says, "At least wipe your mouth before coming out. It's all greasy, like a pig. This young man is quite nice. You should behave a little more like a girl." Mother Tian takes out a cloth to wipe her mouth. Tian Miao still speaks loudly, not hiding that others are around, and she's not afraid Jiang Ming will hear. "I'm like this. If I have to pretend, I can't do it, and I can't pretend forever. Anyway, that man doesn't like me, so I don't bother pretending." After saying that, she looks at Lu Yanjun and the others. You never know until you see it, but once you do, it's shocking. The man standing behind her is none other than the person she cares about. Today, she went to the nearby Xiaoxi village to deliver eggs to her friend. When passing through the fields, she immediately noticed Jiang Ming. The sun was hot, and he was so tired that sweat covered his forehead. Watching him wipe his sweat made her heart feel overwhelmed. Although Jiang Ming isn't particularly handsome, she liked him just the way he was. It was probably love at first sight for her. Sweet Meow Meow helped him with chores because she wanted to spend more time with him and get closer. "Why you?" Meow Meow thought for a moment, cleared her throat, and said in a slightly husky voice, "Well, we meet again. Isn't that just charm?" She tried to sound more feminine, and it worked. If she had known earlier that Jiang Ming was her love interest, she would have acted this way forever. Her mother was nearby, feeling quite pleased. It seemed this girl had her eye on him. "Lu Yanjun, how can this kid still do magic tricks, Jiang Ming?" "Actually, you don't have to do that." The matchmaker clapped her hands to break the awkward silence. With a smile, she said, "Oh, I see you know each other." Meow Meow blushed and nodded. "Yes." Her mother called out, "Come inside, and I'll bring some tea for you." Then she leaned close to Meow Meow and whispered, "That's the way to do it. Now you have some charm. Look, he's so nervous he can't speak. Keep trying, but don't mess it up again." The group entered the house, and her mother brewed some hot tea and placed it on the table. Meow Meow still held a large chicken claw and asked Jiang Ming, "Do you want to eat?" Jiang Ming looked a bit speechless and shook his head. "No, thank you." She had already eaten, but she still offered him some. Realizing this, Meow Meow saw that she had already bitten half of the chicken claw. But it was really delicious. It was from a chicken they had just slaughtered today, and the chicken was fat and large. If she had known Jiang Ming was coming today, she would have saved some meat for him. Meow Meow said, "Before you came to my house, you probably didn't eat, right? I heard your stomach growling earlier. Just wait, I'll show you a trick." She wanted to impress him. Lu Yanjun chuckled. "Meow Meow can cook too." Her mother nodded. "Yes, she cooks very well, tastes great, even better than what I make." While they were talking, Tian Meow Meow, who had just gone out, came back. "Mom, there's no more meat at home." Without any meat, she couldn't cook or show off her skills. There were other ingredients, but those were meant for Jiang Ming. Without meat, it wouldn't work. Mother Tian said, "Didn't I buy some a few days ago at the county? I think we still have quite a bit." Meow Meow pouted. "Anyway, it's all gone. I looked everywhere but couldn't find any." She didn't want to admit in front of Jiang Ming that she had eaten all the meat herself. Lu Yanjun waved her hand. "No need, no need. We'll just eat when we get back later. No need to trouble ourselves." "But that won't do," Meow Meow said. "I want to show off my skills." "Oh, right," she suddenly remembered. I'll go up the mountain to get some meat for us to eat together. They could hunt roe deer, chickens, rabbits, and so on. Meow Meow couldn't hunt wild boars, but these animals were fine. She often went up the mountain to hunt. She pulled Jiang Ming's arm. Come with me. I can teach you how to catch wild game. Men like women who are strong and capable. She was not only capable, but also good at hunting. Taking Jiang Ming along would give him a chance to see how skilled and capable she was. He would probably like her then, right? Meow Meow pulled him out the door, and Jiang Ming couldn't refuse. It wasn't that he didn't want to refuse. He simply had no chance to do so. This woman, who seemed to have grown up eating well, was surprisingly strong. He was dragged along by her. Mother Tian quickly followed, giving her a quick wink. Meow Meow didn't understand at all. Mom, are your eyes full of sand? Mother Tian awkwardly smiled, glanced at Jiang Ming, then looked at Meow Meow. You don't know how to hunt wild game. Don't let Jiang Ming laugh at you. Plus, your grandma is waiting inside. Today was supposed to be about discussing your and Jiang Ming's marriage. What's the point of you running up the mountain? Should we just wait here? Her silly girl. Really so foolish. Jiang Ming clearly preferred a gentle girl. If Jiang Ming saw this, he would definitely be angry. Mom, you know I've been up the mountain before. I can fight, and I fight really well. None of the girls in the village are as good as me. Sweet mother, what nonsense are you talking? When did I go up the mountain with you? I'm so scared just killing a chicken, let alone hunting wild animals. You must be joking, she winked again. Sweet Meow Meow still didn't understand. Maybe her mother had lost her memory? Just wait, I'll be back with Brother Ming soon. Jiang Ming. No, he should be calling her Meow Ge. Sweet Meow Meow grabbed Jiang Ming and ran toward the mountain, not giving her mother a chance to speak. Sweet mother. There's no use trying to persuade her. It's impossible. She covered her head, feeling a headache coming on. How could this girl be so foolish? Is she afraid Jiang Ming will see her hunting wild animals and think she's going to get married? Sigh. It looks like she's going to be disappointed again. She thought Meow Meow and Jiang Ming still had a chance, but that girl had just sent him away herself. Meanwhile, they reached the foot of the mountain quickly. Jiang Ming was panting, while Meow Meow kept pulling him to run. He couldn't keep up. He felt like a kite being pulled by her, almost flying away. But Meow Meow was fine, not tired at all. They hadn't gone far. Seeing Jiang Ming like that, she asked worriedly, Are you okay? Do you want me to carry you up the mountain? No, no need. I just need to catch my breath. But Meow Meow insisted on carrying him, turning around and squatting down to face away from him. Don't worry, I can carry you. I won't let you fall. After saying that, she added, With someone like you, I can carry 5 of you without even panting. Meow Meow thought Jiang Ming must believe she was weak and couldn't carry him, which was why he didn't want her to. Jiang Ming. Really, I don't need it. Letting a woman carry him. If others saw, they'd surely laugh at him. Meow Meow didn't argue. She simply lifted him horizontally. She looked serious and said, See? I told you I'm strong, right? Not only can I carry you, but I can also run while holding you.
Please put me down.
It's not good if others see. After Jiang Ming finished speaking, he looked around. He felt very speechless. He had already said no, but this woman still insisted. He was still in this position, being held by a woman, and he felt embarrassed as a man. Sweet Meow Meow openly said, So what if others see? Don't worry, if anyone dares to bother you, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Then she ran up the mountain path while holding Jiang Ming. Yes, she was running while holding him. They moved so fast that they reached the destination in no time. Sweet Meow Meow let Jiang Ming down. Jiang Ming was almost in shock. She had just crossed such a steep without stopping. Was she not afraid of falling? And he had never been held like this by a woman before. Such shame. It was truly embarrassing. He wanted to say something, but he saw Sweet Meow Meow making a shushing gesture. Jiang Ming looked where she was pointing and saw a wild roe deer. Sweet Meow Meow carefully approached it, but accidentally sneezed. The roe deer was so scared that it ran away immediately, even stopping halfway to look back at them. Sweet Meow Meow didn't chase after it, which made Jiang Ming very confused. He asked, You just let it run away? Aren't you going to chase it? Sweet Meow Meow was calm. She found a big tree and pulled Jiangming to hide behind it. Don't be fooled by how smart it looks. It's actually very silly. It will come back on its own later. You can tell you've never gone hunting before, right? You don't even know what animals like roe deer are like. Jiangming was even more confused. It will come back on its own. He thought it was a joke. By now, it was already out of sight. And who would be so foolish as to run back into a trap? Sweet Meow Meow explained, it just came back to check on us. Roe deer are very silly. When other animals sense danger, they run away immediately. Roe deer do run, but they stop after a while to look around, and then they come back to see what happened. They are naturally very curious, kind of foolish. I won't chase it. Chasing foolish animals makes you less smart. We'll just hide here and wait for it to come back. Jiangming was shocked. There really are such silly animals. At home, He usually goes up the mountain to hunt. He only catches rabbits and chickens, never a roe deer. Sure enough, soon after, there was some movement. That silly roe deer really came back. Tian Meow Meow seized the chance. Like a leopard, she suddenly darted out from behind a big tree and pounced on the roe deer. She pulled out a small knife and without hesitation stabbed at its vital spot. Blood immediately sprayed out, splashing on Tian Meow Meow's face and clothes. Jiangming was stunned. Luckily, he was hiding behind the tree, so the blood didn't splash on him. He had lived half his life and had never seen such a fierce woman. Tian Meow Meow easily carried the dead roe deer on her shoulder and turned to Jiangming. Seeing him still stunned, she patted his back. That one pat made Jiangming stumble and almost lose his footing. What are you staring for? We can go now, she said. Jiangming suggested. Let me help carry it. Tian Meow Meow gave him another slap on the back. No need. This roe deer probably weighs about 30 pounds. It's nothing to me, she said. Jiangming almost spat out blood. This woman was so strong. He shouldn't have said anything. Thinking about how Tian Meow Meow had just killed the roe deer, Jiangming even wanted to run home immediately. He definitely wouldn't marry a woman like her. Now she was killing a deer, but if they got married later, there would be small fights, and he might be the one to get hurt. Just thinking about it made his head ache. But he couldn't just run away. That would be rude. Besides, they had kindly gone up the mountain to hunt the deer and entertain them. How could he just leave like that? He needed to explain himself before leaving. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjun was holding sunflower seeds, cracking and chatting. I really like your girl Meow Meow. She can do any job, has a good heart. If it were up to me, I'd want my eldest son to marry her, she said. Tian Mother's worried face suddenly brightened like a flower, but Lu Yanjun's next words made her worry again. Lu Yanjun, but you see, I like her, that's one thing. The main thing depends on what my son thinks. As a mother, I wouldn't force him to marry Meow Meow. This is the wife I will spend my whole life with. If he doesn't like her, I will force him to marry her. If they are together, they won't be happy. Isn't that frustrating? Sweet mother feels hopeless. The girl took Jiangming up the mountain, and I don't know when she'll come back. She probably already showed her knife skills in front of Jiangming. While she was thinking, Meow Meow's voice came from outside. A few people went out to the yard and saw Meow Meow carrying a wild roe deer, which she dropped on the ground. She looked at Lu Yanjun and said, Auntie, we caught a roe deer. We'll eat it later. Lu Yanjun clapped and praised, Wow, Meow Meow, you're so capable. Meow Meow felt a little proud.
Hee, that's right.
I have many skills. I can do the work men do, and I do it faster and better than them. In our village, I even help kill pigs. The men can't even hold the pig properly, but I do it steadily all by myself. Jiangming, what should I do? I'm even more scared now. Sweet mother saw Jiangming's expression and knew there was no hope. She helplessly covered her face and sighed. Forget it, this is how it will be in life. Meow Meow, go sit with Annie and chat. You don't know how to handle this roe deer, so let me do it. Just wait to eat. Although she knew there was no hope, sweet mother still wanted to try to save her silly daughter's image. Meow Meow rolled up her sleeves and took the sharpest knife from the kitchen. Mom, you can't do this job. I have to do it. Just watch. I'm very good at killing. She held the knife tightly and slashed it into the roe deer's belly. Sweet mother, I can't watch anymore. She had already hinted so clearly. Why doesn't this girl understand? Now, her last bit of hope was completely gone. The roe deer's belly was cut open. Meow Meow was cleaning the internal organs and said proudly, "Look how amazing I am. I finished cutting this roe deer in just a few strokes. If my mom did it, she wouldn't even know where to start." After cleaning the organs, she continued to swing the knife and cut off the deer's thigh. I'm telling you, this thigh meat is super delicious. It's very lean, and the meat and tendons are nutritious and rich. While speaking, Sweet Meow Meow looked at Jiang Ming. Brother Ming, later you should eat more of this thigh meat. It's very tasty. Jiang Ming watched her skillful hands and swallowed hard. The knife kept cutting into the roe deer, and he felt his heart tremble. It was as if he himself was being dissected now. Seeing Jiang Ming silent, Sweet Meow Meow asked, Brother Ming, what's wrong? Do you think I'm really impressive? Is it possible that he'll fall in love with her next? That would be great. It seems men really like strong, capable women. Suddenly, Sweet Meow Meow looked shy. Jiang Ming stammered, I am fine. Why are you blushing? After a while, just as Sweet Meow Meow finished dissecting, her mother came over and took the knife from her. Meow Meow, you've finished the meat. Let me do the rest. I can handle it. Sweet Meow Meow grabbed the knife back. No, you don't know how to prepare this roe deer properly to make it tasty. And I said I want to cook myself and show everyone my skills. Brother Ming also wants to try my cooking. She smiled sweetly at Jiang Ming. Right, Brother Ming? With the knife in her hand and that expression, Jiang Ming thought she looked like a ghost trying to take his life. It was as if she was about to take his life at any moment. Brother Ming, you're not saying anything. Are you hungry? Just wait, I'll wash it quickly. Sweet Meow Meow thought he was starving, so she worked very fast to prepare the roe deer meat. Jiang Ming couldn't stand it anymore. His voice trembled a little. I think we're not suitable. You should find someone else. Of course, it's not your fault. You're very good, but I just don't deserve you. Suddenly, he remembered that his son had soiled his pants. He had to go back quickly to change him. He wouldn't eat dinner tonight. Enjoy your meal. After saying that, Jiang Ming turned and ran away. He had never run so fast in his life. Halfway, he looked back to see if Sweet Meow Meow was chasing him. Lu Yanjun. She was speechless. What kind of eyesight does the boss have? Such a good girl. And he doesn't like her? Isn't she better than that troublemaker? Sweet Meow Meow's mother was also speechless. She looked at Sweet Meow Meow with a disappointed expression. She had personally ruined her own love. Since he wasn't interested, Lu Yanjun felt embarrassed to stay and eat their food. I'm sorry. Our eldest is not very understanding. It seems these two kids just don't have that kind of fate. Jiang Ming quickly ran away. It was a bit rude, but what could she do? She could only apologize on behalf of her daughter. After Lu Yanjun left, the matchmaker also went away. Tian Meow Meow felt sad. Mom, tell me, what did I do wrong? Isn't it true that men like women with strength? Even now, Jiang Ming still doesn't like her. Could it be because she's overweight? Tian Meow Meow looked down and touched her round little face. She only weighs about 130 pounds, which isn't really fat. She has a chest and hips. Why wouldn't Jiang Ming like her? Does he prefer someone thinner? If that's true, she must lose weight. Not for anyone else, but so Jiang Ming might like her. From the moment she saw Jiang Ming, Tian Meow Meow decided she would marry only him in this life. Her mother, Tian, who had raised her for over 20 years, could see her feelings clearly. Even if you lose weight and become as thin as a bamboo stick, Jiang Ming still won't like you. I had some hope, but now you've just pushed it away yourself. Tian Meow Meow pouted and turned her head away. Are you really my mother? As long as I get thinner, Mingji will definitely like me. Tian's mother felt helpless. How could she have such a silly daughter? What does weight have to do with it? Jiang Ming clearly prefers gentle women. When she was cutting up the roe deer with a knife, she looked fierce. So fierce, in fact, that even her mother felt her heart tremble. Tion's mother said, Jiangming doesn't like you because of your weight. Don't you understand? I've told you several times, but you still act as if you haven't heard. If you could just understand a little, things wouldn't be like this. This made Tian Miao Miao curious. When did her mother hint at this?
She didn't know.
She asked, when did you hint at that? It clearly wasn't true. If she had, she would definitely have known. Sweet mother looked at her silly daughter and was very angry. Didn't I tell you not to come up the mountain? If you come up, fine, but why did you have to drag Jiangming along? What are you trying to show him? How good you are at killing deer. And just now, when you were butchering the deer, didn't I say you couldn't do it and that I would do it? But you insisted on doing it yourself. Do you think I don't know you can't butcher a deer? You just want to save face. Silly girl. You'll make me angry enough to die someday. Jiangming is gentle and proud, and you are completely different. He was even scared just now. Can't you see that? Your life will be like this if no one wants you. So be it. With your skills, when your father and I are gone, you can still take care of yourself. It's just a lonely life, but what can she do? She can't get married, no matter what. After hearing her mother's explanation, Tian Miao Miao finally understood. She had thought her mother was forgetful earlier. But how can anyone understand what she said? It was all so unclear. With a resentful look, Tian Miao Miao glared at her mother. It's all your fault. Why didn't you explain it more clearly? If you had just told me directly, would I not understand? Her mother looked confused. Why is this my fault? Tian Miao Miao snorted. I don't care. It's all your fault because you didn't tell me clearly. That's why Jiangming doesn't like me. My happy life is gone. I won't talk to you anymore. Although it was true that she didn't understand because of herself, she couldn't find anyone to blame. She couldn't blame herself either. So, she could only blame her mother. After saying that, Tian Miao Miao ran to her room, left her mother standing alone in the wind, feeling helpless. Why is it her fault? Wasn't her hint clear enough? If she had been more obvious, Jiangming would have figured it out. That silly girl, she's completely hopeless. Meanwhile, as Jiangming just entered the house, Lu Yanjun rushed in behind him. She immediately grabbed his ear. You little... Finding an excuse to leave and choosing such a clumsy one. Xiao, who has not soiled himself since he was 3. And you still go home to change his pants? Leaving me alone there, and I have to apologize to others. Lu Yanjun didn't hurt him much, and Jiangming didn't feel much pain. Oh, daughter, I was wrong. You're wrong. Nonsense. Jiangming quickly left, leaving her standing there feeling awkward and a bit embarrassed. After a while, Lu Yanjun stopped being angry. She loosened her grip on Jiangming and asked, Tell me, isn't Miao Miao a pretty good girl? Why don't you like her? Lu Yanjun was very curious. When she mentioned Tian Miao Miao, Jiangming's legs felt weak. Mom, you know how fierce she is. Her strength is so scary that I get scared just looking at her. Jiangming even wondered if Tian Miao Miao was really a woman. He had never seen a woman like her. Lu Yanjun slapped the back of his head. Is that why you don't like Miao Miao? Honestly, you're blind. Miao Miao is great. She can cook, work hard, and she's pretty. She's kind-hearted too. You're lucky to be with her. Jiangming explained. No, Mom. You didn't see her just now when she took me up the mountain to hunt roe deer. It was bloody. She stabbed the deer dead with one strike. She's so fierce. I decided she could kill me with one punch. She's too wild and strong. I definitely won't marry her. He couldn't imagine what life would be like if they got married. Lu Yanjun slapped him again, annoyed. You coward. You're afraid of a woman? Miao Miao is good in every way. She's a little chubby, but that's cute and makes her look even more lovable. You just have no taste and look down on her. She doesn't mind that you're remarried and even has a 5-year-old kid. And you still look down on her? What are you thinking? Lu Yanjun couldn't understand why Jiangming was so afraid. Miao Miao was such a good girl. There was nothing bad about her. But Jiangming just didn't want her. He liked to be difficult, right? Forget it. She was too tired to care. If Jiangming wanted to stay single his whole life, that was his business. It was time for dinner. Lu Yanjun was too lazy to argue further, so she went into the kitchen to prepare food. Before she left, she washed and cut the vegetables so they could be cooked directly. Soon after, villagers helping to build the house came in one after another. Lu Yanjun finished cooking her dishes just in time. Everyone sat in the yard, but Jiang He still hadn't come back. Joan took out 2 metal lunchboxes from the kitchen cabinet, one for food and one for ice. After packing, she covered them with lids. Mom, he is probably still busy building the house. I'll take these to him. She was about to leave with the lunchboxes when Lu Yanjun stopped her, and let me deliver them. You sit and eat. No need. I'll deliver them to Ahi first, then come back to eat. Jiang He was busy when he saw Joan walking over with the lunchboxes. He immediately put down what he was doing and approached her. Why are you here? Joan shook the lunchbox in her hand. Of course, I came to deliver food to you. Jiang He was so busy every day that he didn't even have time to rest. Besides sleeping, he was either working or on his way to work. Joan felt very worried for him. Even if you're busy, you need to eat. If you don't care about your health, I do. You build the house during the day and work hard at night to earn money. Aren't you tired? Jiang He smiled and replied, I'm not tired. In fact, he was quite exhausted, but he just wanted to finish building their small home as soon as possible and didn't want Joan to worry. Joan saw the dark circles under his eyes. You have dark circles and still say you're not tired. You're fooling only yourself. Joan understood that Jiang He was doing all this for her. Going to the black market at night was to earn more money and give her a better life. Reading books was to prepare for taking college exams together in the future. But if he kept going like this, his body would eventually break down. Joan said, Don't work so hard tomorrow. Rest at home. You haven't been sleeping well lately. Jiang He frowned slightly. But I want to finish building the house early. Then, stop. Joan interrupted him directly. Don't keep saying but. I'm not asking you to rest every day. Besides, the house will be built eventually, so there's no rush. But if you don't want to rest tomorrow, we can do it together. You work yourself to exhaustion outside, and I do nothing at home. That's not fair to you. Anyway, I'll be with you tomorrow. Joan knew that once she said this, Jiang He would definitely listen to her. She wasn't afraid of getting tired or wanting to help with building the house. She had wanted to come and help earlier, but Jiang He wouldn't let her. Jiang He frowned even more. No, you can't do this. You're my wife, and you shouldn't do such hard and dirty work. These things are so heavy, you can't lift them. He definitely didn't want to let Xiaoan help him. Are you resting tomorrow? If he wasn't resting, Xiaoan would go with him. Jiang He thought for a moment and sighed helplessly. I understand. He was being controlled tightly. Xiaoan smiled happily. Yes, that's right. Okay, let's eat quickly. It will get cold later, and it won't taste good. She opened the lunchbox lid and handed the box with rice to Jiang He, holding the box with the vegetables in her hand. Qiao Xiaomu said, Eat quickly. I'll carry it. There was no place to put the food, so she held it in her hand, acting as a small table. If she put it on the ground, it would be too dirty, and dust might get in. Xiaoan wanted to put both the vegetables and rice in one metal box, but she had too much rice to fit, so she had to separate them. She was also worried that if she put less rice, Jiang He wouldn't be full. Holding it up all the time made her arms sore. Wait a moment, Jiang He said, then found a small stool somewhere and placed both lunchboxes on it. But the stool was very short, so he could only squat to eat. Wife, you haven't eaten yet, right? Jiang He said, then picked up a piece of vegetable and offered it to Qiaoan's mouth. Open wide. Qiaoan opened her mouth wide and ate it in one bite, her cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel. Seeing this, Jiang He really wanted to reach out and poke her. Thinking this, he did just that. Qiaoan almost spat out her food. She glared at Jiang He with a pout. He had taken too much food, and her mouth was full. She chewed for a long time before swallowing. Jiang He picked up another piece and wanted to keep feeding her. Qiaoan shook her head. You eat yours quickly. I'll eat when I get back later. She wasn't hungry at all. During lunch, Lu Yanjun had made her a big bowl of egg noodles with lots of meat. Her stomach was still a bit full now. In just under 5 minutes, Jiang He finished the large box of rice and dishes. Watching this, Xiaoan felt both speechless and surprised. Although she had seen Jiang He eat quickly before, it still amazed her. "You're done already." Jiang He closed the lunchbox. "Yes, finished." Xiaoan playfully tapped his forehead. Her, did you forget what I told you before?" Jiang He looked confused. He tried to remember, but couldn't. Xiaoan sighed. She thought it was important to remind Jiang He again. She pretended to be stern. "Didn't I tell you not to eat so fast? It's bad for your stomach. And no matter how hot the food is, you eat it quickly. Do you know that could cause esophageal cancer? My dad's friend got this disease. He didn't care if the food was hot or not. He finished eating in 5 minutes. Later, he couldn't swallow anything, kept vomiting after eating a little. He passed away because of this illness." Xiaoan remembered that before the uncle died, Zhang Shang took her to visit him once. At that time, he looked so thin he seemed to weigh less than 70 pounds, just bones. "Anyway, you must slow down when you eat from now on. Whether the food is hot or not, you need to take your time. If you get sick, I'll feel sad. Do you understand? Esophageal cancer is very serious and needs attention. We can't be careless." Jiang He looked at Xiaoan's serious face and felt warm inside. It was the first time he heard about this disease. But he had been eating like this all these years. Why hadn't he gotten sick? Maybe he was just lucky? "Never mind. What Anan said must be right." Jiang He nodded with a smile. "Okay, I understand. I'll be more careful from now on." Xiaoan snorted. "You said that last time too." Jiang He, feeling a bit awkward. What should he do? "Forget it, just pay more attention in the future." Xiaoan took the lunchbox from his hand. "Let's stop here for today. It's getting dark soon. Let's go home." Jiang He turned to look at the house gradually taking shape in front of him and said, "I need to work a little longer. I will definitely go back before it gets dark." Xiaoan didn't say much. "All right, don't forget the time while you're busy. Come back early." Xiaoan carried her lunchbox and turned to leave. The sunset's glow shone on her, as if she was wearing a layer of golden silk. Jiang He stared in amazement. Xiaoan had only taken a few steps when she heard some movement behind her. Soon after, a deep voice sounded.
"Wife."
Xiaoan turned around. Just then, a gentle breeze blew past, lifting her hair. A soft smile appeared on her face. "What's wrong?" Jiang He stepped closer, raised his hand, and tucked her hair behind her ear. He gently said, "Nothing's wrong. A leaf fell on your hair, but I've already taken it away." The children of these women went missing in the afternoon. At first, they thought the kids were just playing and forgot to come home. But it was already very dark, and the children still hadn't returned. That's when they realized how serious the situation was. They searched everywhere the children usually played, but couldn't find any sign of them. After a while, the village chief returned with some people. The women who had lost their children immediately rushed over. "How is it, village chief? Did you find my child?" The village chief frowned and shook his head heavily. "We searched everywhere, but we found nothing. Maybe you didn't look carefully enough, or you missed some places," someone suggested. "Could they have fallen into the river and drowned?" "Bah. Can you say something positive? My child is good with water. There's no way they drowned." "What if they did?" "Just because they're good with water doesn't mean they can't drown. Old Lee's son can swim, but he drowned last year." A few words like this made the women angry. They hadn't found their children yet, and they didn't know what was happening. It was rude to say their children had died. If it weren't for the village chief stopping them, they might have already beaten the person who said that. "Maybe it's human traffickers." Jiang He suddenly said this, and the women immediately quieted down, all staring at him. Their anxious feelings grew even more. His words weren't without reason. The children in the village are usually playful, but they know when it's time to go home. Even if they're playful, they wouldn't disappear without a trace. Other children are already sleeping at home. Besides, the village chief brought many people to find the 4 children. It's impossible they can't be found. The village is small. People don't just vanish into thin air unless they went to another village or up into the mountains. But everyone knows there are wild boars in the mountains. Adults are afraid of them, so how much more so for children? Joan suddenly remembered something. She hurried into Jiang Ming's house, then ran to the backyard. Soon, She came back, grabbing Jianghe's hand, looking a bit panicked. Xiao who isn't at home. After dinner, Jiang Ming went out to the neighboring village. He said he had a close friend who was seriously ill and needed to be visited. He probably wouldn't return tonight. Xiaoan hadn't seen little Tiger since earlier. At first, she thought he was asleep, but when she checked Jiang Ming's house, no one was there. Could he have been taken away by human traffickers too? Jiang He comforted her, saying, "It's okay. Little Tiger went out with his mother. She's with him, so he's safe." Just then, Lu Yanjun returned alone. Xiao An's heart, which had just started to relax, tensed up again. "Mom, where's little Tiger?" Lu Yanjun looked confused. Little Tiger didn't come back? Earlier, she had taken little Tiger to deliver some things to the Tan family at the village entrance. The wife there kept chatting about gossip, and she lost track of time. Maybe little Tiger got bored waiting and said he wanted to go home first. Lu Yanjun didn't think much of it and let him go alone, since their home wasn't far and he knew the way. Xiaoan had a bad feeling. Maybe little Tiger really was taken by human traffickers. Lu Yanjun also became worried. Traffickers? He told me he was going home first. Xiao unexplained the situation to Lu Yanjun. Now she was completely panicked. There had never been reports of traffickers in the village, and no children had ever been kidnapped before. That's why she felt safe letting little Tiger go home alone. Now she deeply regretted it. She shouldn't have let him go alone. Lu Yanjun was so anxious she couldn't speak clearly. What do we do? Hurry, let's look for him. If he was kidnapped, the traffickers probably haven't gone far yet. Jiang He guessed that traffickers wouldn't dare take children along the main road. If they did, they'd only use smaller paths. There were quite a few small paths in the village, about 4 or 5. He told the village chief to organize teams to search in different directions, which would be more efficient. Xiao An didn't go with them. She wanted to, but she thought she'd only get in the way, so she stayed at home, waiting. But she believed Jiang He could bring little Tiger back. The missing children have all been found, and Xiao Hu is among them. Interestingly, the kidnappers were only 2 people, and both were disabled. One was A. But even with their limited mobility, they couldn't stop their desire to kidnap children. Most of the missing children were boys because, in this era, girls had very low status. People thought girls were a burden. Besides the bride price they might bring when they got married, they were considered mostly useless. Only boys could carry on the family line and continue the family name. So, families that couldn't have boys or were unable to have children often chose to adopt a boy. But who would willingly give away their son? Girls were more common, but adopting a girl meant she couldn't carry on the family name. Once married, she would become part of another family, and her children would take their father's surname, not theirs. They had already spent a lot to raise their daughters, only to see them go away, which made it seem like they were giving their money to others. So, no one wanted to adopt girls. The kidnappers knew this well, which is why they targeted boys. They could make good money doing this. These kidnappers were really bold and reckless, daring to commit such crimes. If caught, they would definitely face severe punishment. In this era, laws were strict. If caught, they would be sentenced to death. The children were all rescued, but remained unconscious. No matter how much they called, they couldn't wake them up. It was likely they had inhaled some kind of drug. The group hurriedly took them to the county hospital. The 2 kidnappers were also put on a cart and taken to the police station. It was obvious what would happen next. They deserved it for kidnapping children. Jiang He stayed at the hospital all night and only returned the next morning. Lu Yanjun was very worried. How is Xiao Hu? Jiang He looked exhausted. He's fine now. He just inhaled a lot of sleeping drugs and will need to stay in the hospital for a few days. Sleeping drugs? What's that? Lu Yanjun didn't understand much about these things. She only knew about aphrodisiacs, not sleeping drugs. Xiao An explained nearby. Sleeping drugs are medicines that can confuse the mind and make a person lose consciousness temporarily. If someone inhales too much, it can be deadly. Lu Yanjun didn't understand, so she didn't think it was very dangerous. Now, after listening to Xiao An's explanation, she realizes how scary the drug is. Fortunately, Xiaohu didn't swallow too much, or something bad could have happened. What would they do then? Mom, Jonghi looked around the room and asked, has Big Brother not come back yet? Not yet. He should be back soon. Xiaohu is so young, it's not convenient for him to be alone in the hospital. Someone needs to take care of him. Mom, when dinner is ready later, you can pack an extra portion in a lunchbox and I'll take it to him. Jonghi had been awake all night. He just got home a little while ago, and soon he would go to the hospital to deliver food again. This is too much. Even a healthy body can't handle so much. Xiaowen cared for him and said, you've been busy all night. Later, I will go to deliver food to Xiaohu. You should stay home and rest. Xiaowen was also worried about Xiaohu. When they arrived in the county, she planned to buy some good food to help the little guy recover. Lu Yanjun agreed. Listen to Anan. You should stay at home. Jonghi said, then I will go work in the fields later. Lu Yanjun slapped his back and said, go work in the fields? I'm already working in the fields. You don't need to. Just rest. She thought he believed he was young and healthy and that not sleeping wouldn't hurt him. There's porridge boiling in the pot. Eat it and then go back to sleep in your room, Mom said. Jonghi. All right, his mother was a bit rough, but she cared about his health. Jonghi was really tired. He worked all day yesterday and went out to find someone without resting when he got home. He felt that now, as soon as he closed his eyes, he could fall asleep immediately. After eating a few bowls of porridge, he went back to his room to rest. Xiaowen took out a lunchbox, filled it with porridge, and was about to leave when she met Jiang Ming, who had just returned home. He looked at the lunchbox in her hand and smiled. Sister-in-law, bringing food to Xiaohe again? That kid is so lucky to have such a good wife. Truly happy. Xiaowen replied, this is for Xiaohu. Jiang Ming was curious. For Xiaohu? Did that guy go to build a house with Xiaohe? He had no idea what had happened last night. Xiaowen briefly explained the situation. Jiang Ming's originally smiling face suddenly fell. Fortunately, the person was found. I only have little Tiger as my son. If he hadn't been found, I wouldn't know what to do. Before Xiaowen could reply, Jiang Ming continued. By the way, last night, there was also a child kidnapped in the village I visited. Xiaowen was confused. How could two villages have kidnappers on the same day? Could they be working together? Planning this together? It seems I need to be more careful during this time. Although little Tiger wasn't taken this time, next time might be different. The two kidnappers who took him were limping and not very fast, which is why they were caught quickly. Jiang Ming sighed. It's a pity. Last night, 3 boys were taken from that village. The villagers searched all night, but none were found. They lost the children around noon, and by the time the adults noticed, it was already afternoon. It was too late. The kidnappers had already run far away with the children. Jiang Ming helped search all night. Later, they found footprints on a small path, so they followed them. But at a fork in the road, they lost the trail because there were footprints on all the paths and they didn't know which way to go. The kidnappers were clever. They knew people would follow the footprints, so they split up to confuse them. If they tried to erase the footprints, they would still leave some traces, so splitting up was safer. Different groups searched along the small paths, but in the end, they found nothing. The 3 children were completely lost. The case has been reported to the police, but it seems unlikely they'll find the children. Xiaowen also felt very sorry for the children who weren't found. In this underdeveloped time, without surveillance cameras, especially in rural areas, it's almost impossible to track kidnappers without clues. If someone is kidnapped and there are no leads, reporting to the police is useless. Oh, poor children, those heartless kidnappers. These people have no conscience. Don't they have their own children? The children they steal are treasures to their families, yet they are sold away. It's inhuman. Are their hearts made of stone? They have no sense of right and wrong. How sad must the parents of the missing children be? Sigh. Jiang Ming said, I'll go to the hospital with you. Xiaohu was hospitalized, and Jiang Ming was very worried. He was eager to see Xiaohu as soon as possible. When they arrived in the county, Xiaowen handed Jiang Ming a lunchbox, telling him to go to the hospital first. She then went to the street to buy some tasty treats for Xiaohu. She bought peach blossom pastries, beef pancakes, and white rabbit milk candies. On her way to the hospital, she happened to see a vendor selling candied hawthorn sticks. Xiaohu probably hasn't tried this before, right? She was also feeling a bit hungry herself. There were only 3 skewers of candied hawthorn left on the stand, so it seemed the seller had a good day. Xiaoan walked over, pointing at the stand, and asked, "I'll take all 3 skewers. How much is it?" "For cents per skewer, 3 skewers for 12 cents, the old man selling the candies replied as he took the skewers down. Xiaoan took out 12 cents from her pocket, ready to pay, when she heard a familiar voice nearby. "Yansheng, I want to eat this." She looked over and saw Luo Wenxue with Su Yansheng. They were also buying candied hawthorn sticks. Luo Wenxue was holding his arm, and they looked very close, like a couple. But didn't Su Yansheng look down on her? "Xiao Shui, this isn't tasty at all," Su Yansheng said awkwardly, pointing at one of the skewers on the stand. "Look, the hawthorn is spoiled. It could upset your stomach. Be good, let's not buy it." Even though he said that, he was thinking, why eat candied hawthorn? It's so big and strong, and he shouldn't be eating it. And from Luo Wenxue's tone, it seemed she wanted him to buy it for her. He only had 3 yuan on him, and 1 skewer cost 4 cents. That's too expensive. He wanted to buy some himself, but couldn't afford it. The old man selling the candies was unhappy when he heard this. "Young man, you're wrong. My candied hawthorn isn't spoiled. The hawthorn was just picked yesterday and made fresh this morning. It's perfectly good. You're just saying it's spoiled. The candied hawthorn was indeed fine." Su Yansheng just didn't want to buy it for Luo Wenxue. He was reluctant to spend money, but the only 3 yuan he had was given to him by Luo Wenxue. Su Yansheng took the candied hawthorn from the old man's hand. "Look carefully. There are white spots on it. If it's not spoiled, what is it? Don't try to fool me." Qiaoan was listening nearby and almost burst out laughing. This Su Yansheng clearly has never eaten one. He thinks the small white spots on the hawthorn are spoiled fruit. Those white spots are called fruit rust. They are a natural oxidation layer that appears during the fruit's ripening process. It is normal and safe to eat. The old man's face already looked a bit unhappy. He has sold candied hawthorns for many years, but this was the first time someone told him his fruit was bad. "I think you've never eaten hawthorn before, right?" asked this young lady. "Is this how hawthorn usually looks?" The old man pointed at Qiao, and as he said this. Hearing this, Su Yansheng finally noticed that Qiaoan was also there. He was stunned for a moment and instinctively let go of Luo Wenshue's hand. But as soon as he let go, Luo Wenxue took his hand again. "Yansheng, what are you doing? I just want to hold your arm." Luo Wenshue's voice was already rough and unpleasant, but now she was pretending to be sweet and delicate. Su Yansheng felt a bit disgusted, but he couldn't say anything. If he upset Luo Wenxue and she refused to bring him food in the future, what would he do? He looked at her and forced a confident smile. "Sister, if you want to hold my arm, then go ahead." Luo Wenxue was a little unhappy. Just a moment ago, she was calling him Little Snow affectionately, and now she was calling him sister. A few days ago, Luo Wenxue and Su Yansheng had already confirmed they were a couple, but Su Yansheng said they shouldn't tell anyone. Only they should know. He explained that because he was poor now, if others found out, it wouldn't be good for Luo Wenxue. People would say she was dating someone so poor. On the surface, he was thinking of Luo Wenxue, but in reality, he felt ashamed and didn't want to tell anyone. He was already embarrassed enough to be with Luo Wenxue. If it got out, he might as well die. He had been using Luo Wenxue all along. After all, how could a country bumpkin match a phoenix? He had big plans for the future, wanted to make a lot of money. There was no way he would marry someone so rural, so ugly, and so strong. Qiaoan saw through this, but didn't say anything. She smiled at the old man selling the goods and then pointed at the candied hawthorn that Su Yansheng hadn't touched. "Grandpa, I only want these 2 sticks. The other one was just touched by him. I have a cleanliness habit, so I don't want it." She took out 8 cents and paid the old man. The old man handed her a candied fruit and shot a quick look at Su Yansheng. "Such bad luck. This young girl was supposed to buy 3 bunches, but you took everything. If you're not going to buy, then leave quickly. No one will buy my candied fruits if you stay here. Originally, I could earn a dime and 2 cents, but now I only earned 8 cents. It's really unlucky. Forget it. I'll keep the remaining bunch for myself. Su Yensheng didn't want to argue with such a simple person. He turned to Qiaoan. Why are you here too? Are you following me? Qiaoan's mouth watered at the tempting smell of the candied fruit. But Su Yensheng's words almost made her choke on her own saliva. Cough, cough, cough. His confident statement was baffling. How thick-skinned must he be to say such things? Seeing her like this, Su Yensheng felt unexpectedly proud.
See?
He was right. Qiaoan was indeed following him. Otherwise, how could they meet so coincidentally in the same place? It seemed that Qiaoan still had some feelings for him. Although they lived in the same village, they hadn't seen each other for a while. Su Yensheng wanted to see her, but he hadn't had the chance. He still hoped to win her back. But now, it seemed he didn't even need to try. Qiaoan came to find him herself. Could it be that after marrying that rough guy Jiang He and getting beaten, she changed? Did Jiang He treat her badly? Su Yensheng looked at her with a piercing gaze. She didn't seem to have any injuries. Maybe they were hidden by her clothes. Is Qiaoan regretting marrying that rough man? Thinking of returning to him, a cultured city man? This thought made Su Yensheng feel unexpectedly happy. Qiaoan felt uncomfortable under his intense stare. Are you crazy? Who's following you? What a stupid fool, such a typical man.
Bah! So disgusting. Su Yensheng smiled.
You say you're not following me? Don't lie. I don't believe such a coincidence exists. Qiaoan. Do you even listen to yourself? Can you be a little more decent? Just because we're in the same place, you say I'm following you? Have you grown teeth on your head? Otherwise, how could you say such shameless words? When Su Yensheng heard Qiaoan's words, he sneered. Shameless? Who's really shameless, secretly following behind someone? Qiaoan is very proud and stubborn. Even after he caught her, she still pretended. Qiaoan was so angry she couldn't stand it. I was sneaking after you? Truly, some people are unbeatable in shamelessness. Su Yensheng really exemplifies the word shameless perfectly. To this extent, there's no one else like him. Su Yensheng is the top. Probably no one dares to come second. No, there's still one more, Li Xiaona. These two are tied for first place. Su Yensheng was a bit annoyed. Xiaoan's attitude made him very uncomfortable. If he wanted to turn around and look for her, he could, but she wouldn't admit it. Honestly, she acts as if she's about to die, and still dares to call him shameless. Isn't she afraid that if he gets angry, he might never forgive her in this lifetime? Although Su Yensheng was angry inside, he thought about Qiaoan's family background and immediately calmed down. Besides, she was just being stubborn. He generously decided not to argue with a girl. Otherwise, it would seem like he lacked grace. Su Yensheng. Qiaoan, stop explaining. Explaining is just covering up, and covering up is the truth. I know Jiang He treated you badly. Now you want to come back to me. But I'm not someone who takes back old flames easily. You ignored me before, and now you suddenly remember my goodness. He wouldn't forgive Qiaoan so easily unless she knelt and begged him, then gave him 200 yuan. No, 500. 200 is too little. It's not enough. But now, in front of Luo Wenxue, this tough girl, he couldn't say that. So, he decided to ignore Qiaoan for now, to let her know he's not a person with a good temper. Anyway, Qiaoan would probably come to find him again. Otherwise, how could she be secretly following him? That's just missing him too much. He wasn't in a hurry for now. Luo Wenxue was taking care of him, bringing him meals every day, so he wouldn't go hungry. When Qiaoan comes to find him next time, it's not too late to talk to her then. Luo Wenxue listened to his words, feeling confused. What did he mean? What, old flame? Did he have a relationship with Qiaoan before? No, that's not right. Yensheng is such a gentle and polite person. How could he be someone who flirts around? He only agreed after a long time of persistence. Also, Qiaoan has been married for a while. She once said she didn't like Yensheng. I haven't heard anything about them having a close relationship. I only know that Li Xiaona tried to flirt with Yensheng. But if they haven't been involved, what does he mean by returning to an old flame? Lu Wenxue couldn't hold back and asked directly, Yan Sheng, what do you mean? What is returning to an old flame? Do you mean Xiao and wants to come back to you? Have you been involved before? If Lu Wenxue hadn't spoken, Yan Sheng wouldn't have realized someone was standing nearby. He was only paying attention to Qiao and completely forgot Lu Wenxue was there. He explained, It's nothing much, don't think too much. We are just young people from the countryside. I see her as a little sister. But then I found out she liked me and confessed. But I only saw her as a little sister. I didn't think much of it. When I didn't agree, she got upset and stopped talking to me. Now neither of us likes each other. I won't forgive her. Lu Wenxue nodded heavily. So that's how it was. Qiao and really is ungrateful. She said to Qiao and in a harsh tone, You shameless little brat. Yansheng only sees you as a little sister. You're already married. Why are you still bothering him? Can't you have some shame? I feel embarrassed for you. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't forgive you. Qiaoan. What an idiot. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. Sorry, I was just scolding him and forgot to scold you. I don't care about you. Do you really think you're someone special? Living so long, acting like you've never seen a man before. Only you think you're a treasure. I don't even bother to look at you. I haven't said a word to you, and yet you still bother me. I wasn't planning to talk to you, but you just had to come at me. Stop showing that ugly face of yours and spitting at me. I'm too lazy to waste words on you. After finishing her insults at Lu Wenxue, Qiaoan turned to continue attacking Yansheng. Lu Wenxue looked so angry she seemed ready to eat someone, but Qiaoan ignored her. Qiaoan, and you, I think your real name isn't really Su Yansheng, is it? Su Yansheng was confused. What do you mean by that? What is he really called? Is Qiaoan playing some game where he pretends to forget? Su Yansheng thought about it, then heard Qiaoan say, I guess your real father is probably the village chief of some village, and he and your mother had you. You should have been called Su Tsunsheng. Later, your dad got promoted to director, so I think your name should be Su Chusheng, not Su Yansheng. Qiaoan, Su Yansheng felt angry inside. How dare he call him a beast? Even if he knelt and begged now, it wouldn't help. Su Yansheng decided to ignore Qiaoan for a while. He said, Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. You just want to get my attention, right? Sorry, I'm not in the mood to forgive you now, so you don't need to do this. Isn't it because you like the countryside folks? Then just stay with him for your whole life. Even if you get beaten to death, I wouldn't shed a tear for you. Qiaoan sneered. Talking to someone like you is insulting my intelligence. Who do you think you are? Do all the eyes in the world have to be on you? You really are full of yourself. After saying that, Qiaoan turned around with a candied hawthorn stick and left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say to the old man selling goods, Grandpa, he just dirted your candied hawthorn. It probably won't sell now. People like him carry bacteria, and if someone eats it, they might get sick. They might come back to ask you for money. Since he dirted your stuff, let him pay for it. The old man thought she made sense. He was planning to eat it himself, but now he realized, yes, that's right. If someone dirties his candied hawthorn, they should pay, right? Pay up, quickly, Su Yansheng said. When did I dirty your candied hawthorn? Don't talk nonsense. I just touched it briefly, and it was the skewer. Old man, are you crazy for money? He only touched it, and now he has to buy it? Why is this old man so greedy? The old man held out his hand and said, You dirted my candied hawthorn, so now it can't be sold. You have to buy it. Hurry up. A grown man acting so slow, like a woman. Or, are you saying you can't even pay 4 cents? Su Yansheng thought he was unreasonable. He only touched the skewer, and his hands were clean. How did he get the candied hawthorn stick dirty? Trying to extort money isn't supposed to be like this. Su Yansheng spat on the old man's hand. I won't pay. Don't try to scam me. You're so disgusting. You dirted my things and refused to pay, then spit on my hand. You're disrespecting elders. Su Yansheng didn't care what the old man said. He was determined not to pay today, no matter what. Let's go, he told Lu Wenxue and started to walk away. The old man grabbed his arm and shouted for passers-by. Everyone judged this. This young man dirted my candied hawthorn, refuses to pay, and even spat on me, insulting me with words. A stick of candied hawthorn costs only 4 cents. He won't even pay that. I'm old and selling things isn't easy. Oh. As he spoke, he pretended to cry. His cry immediately drew the attention of people on the street. They gathered around, watching and discussing. This young man doesn't look like he has no money. Why wouldn't he give 4 cents? Exactly. This old man is quite old, and it's not easy for him either. Maybe he can't even afford 4 cents? Look at him, dressed fancy, but with no money in his pocket. Look at that old man's crying.
He must have been bullied by this young man.
He shows no respect for elders. I really want to see what his parents look like to raise such a kid. What else? No need to see. If the father is like that, the son must be the same. Kids like this come from bad parents. Hearing these words, Su Yensheng was so angry his chest almost burst. He glared at the crowd. What are you all talking about? Did you see me bullying him? I didn't dirty his things, so why should I pay? The old man pointed at his face. You're so shameless.
Admit it.
Look at your sleeve. There's evidence of the candied hawthorn. Su Yensheng looked down and saw that his sleeve was indeed stained with sugar from a candied hawthorn, bright red and very noticeable. He was also wearing a white, good quality shirt that Xiaoan had given him before, making the stain even more obvious. Now, he couldn't explain himself even if he wanted to. Sure enough, the onlookers started talking more excitedly. Look at this, there's proof. He says he didn't dirty anyone's things, but his sleeve is stained. I think he just thinks that because the other person is older and easy to bully. He's just a troublemaker. This world really has all kinds of people. The crowd grew more and more heated, calling him shameless, a poor loser who couldn't even pay a single cent. They even said he was raised without discipline and that his whole family was troublemakers. Hearing these harsh words, Su Yensheng felt extremely embarrassed. He had never felt so ashamed in his life. It's just a string of candied hawthorns after all. He wasn't poor. He still had 3 yuan in his pocket. That old thing probably couldn't sell enough candied hawthorns in a whole day to make that much money. In the end, Su Yensheng couldn't take it anymore and paid the money, then quietly left. At the hospital, Xiaoan carried the things she had just bought on the street into Xiaohu's hospital room. Next to his bed was a young girl, probably about Xiaohu's age, with a pale face, looking very sick. When Xiaohu saw Xiaoan, his gloomy expression immediately turned cheerful. Xiaoan smiled slightly. I'm here, and you're so happy. Xiaohu looked carefully at Jiangming and whispered, My dad was just talking to me. I was so scared. Jiangming had been scolding him earlier, saying he shouldn't run around and was very strict. At that moment, Xiaohu felt like he wasn't Jiangming's real child. Jiangming's anger hadn't cooled down. You still have the nerve to complain about me to your little aunt? Just tell me, why were you kidnapped by a trafficker? Xiaohu stammered, I was just trying to help others. Dad, you always teach me to help children in trouble, right? Jiangming clenched his fists tightly, feeling like he was about to lose control. Helping others? Really? If this kid's health wasn't so bad right now, he would want to pull down his pants and give him a good beating. Xiaoan was also curious about how Xiaohu was kidnapped. Little Tiger, tell Annie about it. Little Tiger shared his brave story. Last night I told Grandma I wanted to go home first. On the way, I met the neighbor, Dog Egg. He said he found a big bird's nest and asked me to help him collect the eggs. So, we went together. Jiangming gently patted Little Tiger's head, not too hard. Just hearing you talk makes me angry. It was dark at night, and you couldn't see anything, yet you still went to collect eggs. I think the eggs collected you instead. Little Tiger covered his head. Dad, I haven't finished talking to Auntie yet. Jiangming snorted and turned his head away. Even though he had heard Little Tiger's story once, hearing it again still made him angry. Little Tiger continued. Then, when we reached a small path in the woods, we saw 2 suspicious men. They had trouble walking and were carrying 2 big bags. I wanted to help them by carrying the bags, but they were too heavy. I asked Dog Egg to help, but he said they looked too scary and was afraid, so he ran home. In the end, I helped them carry the bags for a short distance. Then I noticed something moving inside one of the bags. I was curious, so I opened it to see. He paused, then added excitedly, "It turned out that little May from our village was inside." I grabbed a stick, intending to fight the bad men and make them drop her. But I was too small and couldn't win. They must have smelled something on me, because I fainted. When I woke up, I was in the hospital. After finishing, little Tiger cheerfully added, "Andy, it's just because I'm small that I couldn't fight them. When I grow a few more years, I'll definitely be able to." Jiangming was speechless. Helping others is good, but you need to know what kind of people you're helping first. Even Dog Egg was scared and ran away. "Why were you so foolish to still want to help carry the bags?" Little Tiger replied seriously, "Because they looked pitiful with one leg hurt." Jiangming slapped him again, this time harder. "You're not even as tall as a pile of cow dung, and you want to save little May? I think it's because I've been too lenient with you." Xiaohu looked sad, and tears immediately welled up in his eyes. Xiaoan supported her forehead and sighed. "You're just a kid. How can you fight two adults? You should have stayed out of it and gone to tell the grown-ups right away." The two traffickers were limping, so Xiao, who should have been able to run away. But this silly kid didn't run. Instead, he even helped deliver a meal to the bad guys. The traffickers didn't knock him out and put him in a sack right away, probably because he was so naive. Still, he happily helped carry their things for a while, and the traffickers liked that kind of naive and easy-to-trick kid. Xiaoan looked at Xiaohu seriously and said, "From now on, you're not allowed to go out at night. During the day, you can play whenever you want, but don't go far from home. If you see suspicious people, don't just go over to them. Tell an adult right away. You were lucky this time. The traffickers were limping, so we caught them easily. But next time, you might not be so lucky. If you get kidnapped, we don't know where they might take you. If something happens to you, not only will your father be sad, but we all will be too. Do you understand?" Xiaohu sniffled, softly saying, "I understand." Jiangming shouted from the side, "Take that back.
No crying.
A real man doesn't cry when he bleeds." "Say it louder." Xiaohu was so scared he shivered, and his tears immediately stopped. "I understand. His father had never been so strict with him like today." Xiaoan comforted him. "All right, don't cry anymore.
Your father was just worried about you.
Don't hold a grudge against him. He's only being strict for your own good." Xiaohu knew Jiangming was worried about him, but he still wanted to cry. However, he couldn't because he had to be a brave boy. After that, Xiaoan turned to Jiangming and said, "Big brother, don't be too angry. Xiaohu is just a young kid and doesn't understand everything. Yes, he made a mistake this time, but we've already told him. Next time he faces something like this, he'll know what to do." Yelling at him too much won't help. Jiangming understood this logic clearly. He sighed heavily and said, "I'm going out to smoke a cigarette." Before leaving, he told Xiaohu, "You need to think carefully about what you did." After Jiangming left, Xiaohu finally felt comfortable enough to speak. Xiaoan took out a freshly bought candied hawthorn and handed it to him. Xiaohu's eyes lit up. "Wow, candied hawthorn. I've never had it before." He took it and licked it with his tongue. "So sweet. Andy, you try it too." Xiaohu bit into the hawthorn he had licked and then offered the remaining one to Xiao and patted his head. "Go ahead and eat it. I bought 2 skewers." Since the food was so delicious, Xiaohu didn't want to finish it all at once. He nibbled and licked the sugar coating on the skewers. Seeing this, Xiaoan chuckled. "You like it that much? Then you can have this skewer too." She originally planned to buy 3 skewers, one for her, Jiangming, and Xiaohu. But she only managed to buy 2, so Jiangming didn't get one. If she gave her skewer to Jiangming, he probably wouldn't want it. If she kept it for herself, she would feel embarrassed. So, she decided to give it to Xiaohu, which made things simpler. Xiaohu looked at her with wide, shining eyes. "So, when you're in the hospital and sick, you get to eat good stuff? Then I want to be sick and stay in the hospital every day." Xiaoan. She pinched his chubby cheek. "What nonsense are you talking? Even if you're not sick, you can still have treats. Just tell me if you want to eat, and I'll buy it for you." Xiaoan placed the remaining snacks on the table. "There's peach blossom pastry, beef pancake buns, and milk candies, all for you." Xiaohu exclaimed happily, almost drooling. He had never tasted so many delicious things before. Auntie, you're really, really good to me. When I grow up, I'll be more filial to you. I'll earn money and spend it all on you. He wanted to buy her lots of pretty clothes and many tasty treats. Xiaowen was amused by his words and laughed. I won't take your money. When you grow up, save your earnings and find a wife. Xiaohu suddenly puffed up with pride. Hee, I don't need to save money. Xiao Mei said she doesn't want a bride price. Xiaowen, when I grow up, I'll marry her and take her home. We'll both be filial to you and Dad. As for Grandma and Uncle, forget it. They're too strict. Joan said, You little kid, you're only 5 years old, and you haven't even grown all your hair yet, but you already want to have a girlfriend. I don't, Xiaohu replied. I just reserved a spot for Xiao Mei's future husband. As he spoke, Xiaohu looked a bit sad. But lately, she's been playing more with Godan and she hardly pays attention to me. Joan asked, Why do you seem a little sad? You're still young and don't understand much. You're not allowed to have a girlfriend yet. Wait until you grow up. Xiaohu took a bite of his candied hawthorn, sugar all around his lips. Then let Xiao Mei be with Godan. I'll find someone new later. Joan shook her head. Sigh, he's still just a kid. Xiaohu immediately forgot about Xiao Mei and started talking about his experience of collecting bird eggs. Joan listened carefully, but she felt like someone was always watching her, which made her uncomfortable. She couldn't stand it. She looked up and saw the next bed staring at her. Joan asked gently, Little sister, what's wrong? The girl quickly pulled her blanket over her head. Joan glanced at her candied hawthorn. Maybe she wanted to eat it? She walked over. The girl quietly peeked out from under the blanket and saw Joan's face. She blushed immediately. Joan waved the candied hawthorn in front of her. I won't eat it. I really won't, the girl said shyly, blushing. Joan chuckled softly. She hadn't even handed it to her yet. What's your name? The girl's face turned even redder. I'm Tao Tao. She was the first to speak, even before her older sister offered. Does Tao Tao want to eat this? Here, take it. Don't be shy. Joan thought this little girl was very cute. She liked her a lot, so she gave her the candied hawthorn. She felt a little guilty about Xiaohu, since she had promised to give it to him. She turned and said, Annie will buy you another one later. This one is for the little sister to eat. Little Auntie's money didn't come easily. He was already satisfied after eating one skewer. Peach was holding a candied fruit stick, but didn't eat it right away. Why aren't you eating? Papa said I am sick and should eat less sweets. I've already had a few candies today. What's wrong with you? Peach sniffled, her voice trembling with tears. Joan was shocked, such a young child, and she already had stomach cancer. Usually, if a child has a chronic illness, it takes a long time to develop into stomach cancer. The chance of children getting stomach cancer is very small, so most young kids like Peach don't get this disease, but it's not impossible. Peach might have a family history of illness. Stomach cancer isn't directly inherited, but it can run in families. If one or both parents have stomach cancer, the child's risk is higher than normal. Although it can be inherited, the chance is very low. Joan didn't know if Peach's illness was inherited. She wasn't a medical expert, only knowing this much. Then you shouldn't eat anymore. When you're better, your sister will treat you. Joan knew that people with stomach cancer shouldn't eat too many sweets, but she didn't know exactly how much was safe. Plus, Peach had already eaten some candies today. Candied fruit sticks are very sweet, and she was worried about too much sugar, which could harm her. To be safe, she decided not to let her eat more. Peach lowered her head. Sister, Papa said my illness is very serious and hard to treat. I've had stomach aches a lot these days and have been staying here for a while. The uncles and aunts in white coats give me bitter medicine. They say it works, but Peach feels it doesn't help at all. Joan didn't know what to say. She sighed silently. Being able to stay in the hospital for so long showed Peach's family was not poor. They were quite well off. But it was sad that such a young girl had stomach cancer. Medical technology wasn't very advanced back then, so no one knew if she could be cured. Sister. Just as Joan was thinking, she heard Peach calling weakly. She quickly asked, What's wrong? Peach Peach. My stomach is hurting again. Peach Peach's face was pale, and her forehead was covered in sweat. Even though it hurt a lot, she didn't cry out loud because she was afraid her father would worry if he heard her. At first, Joan didn't know what to do and was very anxious. Little auntie, I will go call the doctor. In the end, Xiao, who went to find the doctor. The doctor simply soaked a clean cloth in hot water, then wrung it out and placed it on Peach Peach's upper abdomen. Afterward, she told Joan, you should be Peach Peach's mother, right? Keep her warm with this cloth. If it cools down, put it back in hot water. This can help ease her pain. The middle-aged female doctor finished speaking and left before Joan could say anything. Does she really look like a woman who has given birth? She is only 18 years old.
But those things don't matter now.
Even if the doctor didn't say anything, she would still help take care of Peach Peach. She wondered how her parents were thinking, leaving such a young child alone in the hospital. But does warm compress really work? Joan asked with concern. How is she? Is she feeling better? Peach Peach exhaled, not as painful anymore. Her stomach felt warm and comfortable, which helped a lot, but she still felt some pain. Joan poured her a cup of hot water and couldn't help asking, by the way, Peach Peach, where are your parents? Even if the couple was busy, someone should stay in the hospital to take care of the child, right? Even if they really had no time, they should at least hire someone to watch over her. Staying in the hospital for so long, it's not too much to spend a little money. My dad came to bring me food this morning. When that uncle arrived, he left, saying he was busy. My mom died when I was 2 years old. My dad said she died of an illness, the same illness I have. Peach Peach spoke with tears filling her eyes. She knew her father didn't have time to stay with her because he was busy earning money to treat her illness. So she was very obedient, not making trouble even when alone in the hospital, wanting to avoid worrying her father. But she also knew her illness probably couldn't be cured. Her mother had died from the same disease, and if it could be cured, her mother wouldn't have died. The doctor said her illness was very serious, but she didn't know how serious it really was. At that time, Dad also said it would have been better if they had taken her to the hospital earlier for a checkup. Hearing Tao Tao's words, Joan was almost certain that her illness was inherited from her mother. Oh, poor girl. She is so unlucky. A condition with such a low chance of inheritance, yet it happened to her. She has endured so much at such a young age. Not to mention that medical technology was not advanced in this era. Even in the 21st century, it wouldn't be so easy to treat. Suddenly, Joan remembered the spiritual spring in the space. She thought to herself, isn't the spiritual spring supposed to cure all diseases? Maybe she could use it to save Tao Tao. But she had never tried before, so she didn't know if it would work. Oh well, if it's a long shot, she would try it. Even if it doesn't work, the spiritual spring would only bring benefits to Tao Tao with no harm. Thinking this, Joan took the water jug on the table and went to the bathroom in the hospital. Seeing no one around, she focused her mind and entered the space. This time was different from usual. As soon as she entered, she smelled a foul odor, like rotten meat, mixed with a sour smell. The entire villa was filled with this smell. Joan pinched her nose, but the smell was so strong she could hardly breathe. Her eyes were stinging from the fumes. Following the smell, she went to the backyard and was immediately stunned by what she saw. Originally, the vegetable garden was full of various fruits and vegetables, lush and green. But now, all the plants were dried up and withered. In Noda's garden, no crops were alive. The view was a dull yellow, full of deathly silence. How could this happen? Joan muttered to herself, feeling a bad premonition in her heart. She hurried back to the villa to check. It wasn't much better inside. All the furniture and decorations had changed drastically. The once beautiful, luxurious, expensive sofas and coffee tables were now broken and stained, covered with dirt, with holes and bumps everywhere. There were even a few mice squeaking in the corners. Even the crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, worth a fortune, no longer sparkled. Instead, it looked dull, with a few fallen, shattered crystals on the ground. The bedrooms on the second floor, the study on the third, and the gym on the fourth were all the same. The entire villa looked abandoned and desolate. She was determined and hurried to the kitchen to check, but she gasped in shock. Sure enough, the kitchen was also affected. Inside, both vegetables and fruits had rotted and were infested with maggots, giving off a terrible smell. The walls and floor were covered in stains, turning the place into a mess like a garbage dump. Dozens of flies buzzed over the decayed food, and the disgusting scene made Joan feel dizzy. She reached out to touch the food, but the flies flew away in panic. The wet, sticky feeling on her fingertips made her frown. What is going on? The last time she saw it, everything was fine. How could it have changed so quickly? Normally, food in this space shouldn't spoil, even if not stored in a fridge. Could she have been wrong? Do food items have expiration dates? But so far, this was the only time something had gone wrong. It had never happened before. Joan had no idea what was happening. Everything changed so suddenly, and she didn't know where the problem was. She also wondered if the spiritual spring was okay. She still wanted to see if she could cure Tao Tao's illness. The whole space was like this. The spiritual spring probably wasn't safe either. She still held on to hope and took a look. When she got closer, she saw that the water was no longer clear and pure. The once transparent spring water had become cloudy, as if it had been polluted. Luckily, the spring hadn't completely broken down, but its condition was clearly worse than before. This water was no longer safe to drink, and she wasn't sure what would happen if someone did. Joan was even more confused. If the food was spoiled, she could understand it as expired or rotten, but how could the water from the spring change like this? She thought carefully, then suddenly had a bright idea. She realized that everything in this space was connected. Whether it was the food or the spring, they were all parts of the space. If one part had a problem, the others might be affected too. So, where was the root of the problem? Joan frowned deeply, her brows knitting together. Wait, she seems to have missed an important clue. That is Li Xiaona. But clearly, she didn't do these things, and she doesn't have the ability to. However, she is closely connected to it. Joan remembered that before locking Li Xiaona in the space, the food never spoiled. But after she came in, what happened? How long has Li Xiaona been kept inside the space? Joan can't remember. Since the last time she taught her a lesson, Joan hasn't entered the space again. Now, with things like this happening, could it be because Li Xiaona, an outsider, is involved? Joan isn't sure, but besides Li Xiaona, she can't think of anyone else. While she was thinking, the spiritual spring made bubbling sounds, with lots of bubbles coming up, as if some creature below was breathing. Joan stared at the water, without blinking. Gradually, some things appeared on the surface. Then, Joan's eyes widened in shock. The space does not accept outsiders on the seemingly ordinary water surface. 9 large characters appeared. Is this telling her the answer? Is the spiritual spring alive? Or is the entire space alive? She was still pondering when the spring directly gave her the answer. That was too unbelievable. But honestly, it seems her guess was right. The space indeed does not accept outsiders. It is a small, independent world with its own rules and secrets. It accepts Joan but strongly resists external interference. Li Xiaona is that outsider. She doesn't belong here, so the space rejects her. But its way of resisting is by corrupting itself. This struck Joan as quite strange. If it doesn't accept outsiders, why was she able to bring Li Xiaona in so smoothly at first? But now, thinking about it, those thoughts are unnecessary. The most important thing now is to eliminate the outsider, Li Xiaona, completely. Maybe then, the space will return to normal. But Joan can't let her go, and outside, everyone already believes Li Xiaona is dead. After all, they've searched for so long, posted so many missing notices, but found no news. Isn't that like she's dead? Even if Joan kills Li Xiaona, what difference would it make? Thinking this, Joan returned to the villa kitchen and casually picked up a fruit knife. She originally planned to pick the sharpest knife, thinking it would feel better to stab someone. But there was no way. These knives were all rusty, so it didn't matter which one she chose. the effect would be the same. Joan arrived at the door of the room where Li Xiaona was kept and unlocked it with a key. After several days, light once again shone into the room. Joan's eyes were sharp like blades, sweeping over Li Xiaona.
You really are alive.
Yes, Li Xiaona was still alive. She was lying on the ground, her pale face without a hint of color, her lips white and terrifying, covered in blood. Joan slowly walked over to her and asked softly, "How did you survive?" She hadn't fed Li Xiaona during these days and thought she had already starved to death. With cold eyes, Joan looked at the large bowl in front of Li Xiaona and suddenly smiled. She took out gloves and carefully put them on. She had grabbed the gloves when she took the knife earlier. If Li Xiaona had died of hunger, the body would have smelled terrible. Since the space doesn't allow outsiders, she had to clean the body thoroughly. Cleaning it with her hands would be very disgusting. Although Li Xiaona was not dead, she still looked very gross, covered in blood. Joan felt nauseous just looking at her. She put on her gloves, pinched Li Xiaona's chin, and said, "Isn't this a good meal?" The meat Joan had cut from Li Xiaona's calf had all been eaten. Ha, how funny. When she was making her eat before, she found it disgusting and even vomited. But in order to survive, she obediently ate it all. "I remember you once begged me to kill you."
Why?
"Don't you want to die anymore?" "Who are you pretending for?" To survive, she even ate her own flesh. "You are as disgusting as a crawling maggot." "Are you saying that I previously harmed you by Li Shan forcing you into something inappropriate, reported you for having an affair with Zhou Deitao, and brought you here to torment you? Isn't that what I was supposed to do?"
Who told you to be so cheap?
"Not only is your skin and flesh cheap, but your bones are also worthless. All of this is what you deserve." Joan's words made Li Xiaona even angrier. She suddenly stood up and rushed toward Joan. Joan was startled, but quickly calmed down. Li Xiaona managed to break free from the ropes that bound her. She hadn't noticed when she first came in. Although she was no longer, her body was already very weak, and she had almost no strength. Joan easily grabbed her wrist and pushed her aside. Li Xiaona fell to the ground weakly, her eyes red. "You cold-hearted, ruthless person. You brought me here to torment me. I wish I could just get rid of you." Joan shrugged. "I admit you have a little bit of brains, but not much." Li Xiaona had already untied the ropes. When Joan first came in, she pretended to still be. But she was truly foolish beyond words. Joan had already said that unless she personally took Li Xiaona out, she couldn't leave this space. Why can't she understand that? Moreover, Li Xiaona was so weak that she had no right to resist. Even if she broke free from the ropes, what then? She would just be lying on the ground, at Joan's mercy. "It's been so long. Haven't you realized your position yet? You are a devil. I admit, I have made many mistakes so far, both in this life and the last. I can't even count them on 10 fingers. The night before yesterday, Li Xiaona had a dream. It was filled with memories of her past life. Now she remembered everything. In her previous life, she hated Joan because she was jealous of her. But she didn't think she had done anything wrong. Why could Joan easily have everything she desired? Parents' love, brothers' affection, beautiful clothes, and lots of money. She wasn't worse than Joan. Why couldn't all that be hers? In her eyes, Joan was unworthy. She believed Joan stole her happiness. All of it should have been hers, but Joan took it away. Li Xiaona. "Joan, I remember everything from the past life. Some things I can admit I was wrong about, but there are 4 things I don't think I did wrong, and I won't regret them." Li Xiaona suddenly burst into loud laughter. "The first thing is crushing your father, that old man. The second is sending your 3 brothers to prison." Joan clenched her fists, her eyes filled with hidden hatred. Seeing this, Li Xiaona's smile grew almost wild. "Do you know what the last 2 things are? Do you remember when your mother's eyes went blind from crying? Actually, it's not just that she went blind. In the last life, after you died, I felt it wasn't enough. I sent people to find your mother. She was left alone and taken to a remote countryside. I covered her with blood, you know? I didn't want to tie her up at first, because watching a pack of wild wolves chase after prey is quite thrilling, but she didn't cooperate at all, so I had to tie her hands and feet. It was less exciting, but I still felt good. That night, she was eaten by a pack of wolves I brought. When she was about to die, I heard her call your name. But she didn't know her precious daughter had already died in that dark basement. As Joan listened to Li Xiaona's story, a wave of anger and pain surged in her heart. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. Li Xiaona seemed unaware of Joan's emotional change. She paused, as if reminiscing about that scene. Then she looked regretful. Joan, you didn't see that scene with your own eyes. The wolves tore her open, bit out her organs, and her intestines were dragged out. It was bloody. If you had seen it, you'd probably feel the same thrill. You shouldn't have died so quickly back then. Maybe you could have seen it with your own eyes. Li Xiaona's words were like a sharp knife stabbing Joan's heart. Her eyes burned with anger, her fists clenched, and her whole body's blood seemed to boil. Shut up, Joan growled, her voice full of rage and pain. She didn't know any of this. All she knew was that her mother's eyes went blind from crying after her father's death. Li Xiaona's words were completely new to her. My mother was killed so horribly, torn apart by a pack of wolves, with no complete body left. Joan suddenly rushed at Li Xiaona, punching her hard in the face. Li Xiaona was caught off guard by the sudden attack and tilted her head back. Joan didn't stop. She was on top of Li Xiaona, gripping her neck tightly with both hands, her eyes red with anger. Li Xiaona's face started to turn purple-red. Her hands weakly struggled, trying to pull Joan's hands away. But Joan's strength seemed endless. Her hands clamped down like iron tongs on Li Xiaona's neck. Joan, Li Xiaona struggled to speak. Do you know? Every time I think about killing your family myself, I can't sleep from excitement. That fool Jiang He, he's just a simpleton, and he even tried to avenge a person who is already dead. People like you don't deserve love. Do you think you can beat me? Li Xiaona sneered. I'll tell you, even if you kill me, I won't regret it. If I had another chance, I would do the same again. Not only should you die, but your family should too. Li Xiaona no longer feared life or death. Being locked up here, she knew she couldn't escape. Joan wouldn't let her go either. Instead of begging for a little hope, she preferred to fight back fiercely. Everything she did, she wouldn't regret. But there was one thing she did regret. That was, she never let Joan see the horrible scene of that wicked old woman dying. Hearing this, Joan's anger reached its peak. She increased her grip, as if trying to crush Li Xiaona's neck. You're just jealous of me, and you want to kill my family too, Joan shouted angrily. I tell you, someone as cruel, selfish, and ugly as you is the one who doesn't deserve love. You have no right to anything good in this world, because people like you don't deserve it. Li Xiaona's face turned even more purple-red. Huh, who says I don't deserve it? I still have Brother Yan. Although Li Xiaona did something wrong to Su Yanqing, she believes that he still has feelings for her. Because he once said that when he returned to the city, he would marry her. If he didn't truly like her, how could he say such things? Xiaoan chuckled. Ha ha, Li Xiaona probably isn't just love-struck. Maybe she's lost her mind over love. Brother Yan? Xiaoan loosened her grip on Li Xiaona's neck, sneering with disdain in her eyes. Do you really think Su Yanqing loves you? He's just using you like always taking advantage of you. You're just trash he can discard any time. Li Xiaona's face changed at Xiaoan's words. She shouted angrily. You're lying. Brother Yan loves me. They were together in their past life. If Xiaoan is still as foolish as before in this life, she and Su Yanqing would still be as loving as last time. Xiaoan made a shushing gesture with her finger. Be quiet. You're about to burst my eardrums. Confidence is good, but overconfidence isn't. You think Su Yanqing loves you? He only sweet-talks you on the surface, but he's actually using your feelings. He's just using you as a stepping stone to get promoted and make money. Once he gets what he wants, he'll throw you away without hesitation, just like throwing out trash, Li Xiaona. Why would I benefit from deceiving you? I think you're just jealous of me. Jealous that I got Brother Yan's love. Li Xiaona's words made Xiaoan feel sick. Does she really envy Li Xiaona? Come on, does this person have a brain? She has memories of their past life and still says such things? Stop talking about Su Yensheng, that scoundrel. You should be thinking about whether you'll go to heaven or after you die. Forget it, don't think about it. People like you will definitely go to. I heard has 18 levels. Each level has different punishments, and the 18th is the worst. People who do bad things their whole lives, like you, will surely end up there. There is also a type of stone used for grinding beans. If someone is placed on it, they can be crushed to death. Watching this once gave her nightmares, and she still remembers that image clearly. If there is really a Li Xiaona would definitely be in the 18th level. Li Xiaona's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but Xiaoan didn't want to hear her chatter. She simply picked up a dirty cloth from the ground and stuffed it into Li Xiaona's mouth. Suddenly, she remembered something fun. She ran out of the room and found a large axe. Then, in a sinister tone, she asked Li Xiaona, "Guess what I'm going to do?" Li Xiaona widened her eyes, guessing what might happen. Could Xiaoan be planning to use the axe to cut off her legs? Thinking of this, she shrank back in fear. Although she was no longer afraid of death, the idea of having her legs cut off alive was terrifying. She couldn't bear it. This action made Xiaoan sigh. Looks like you guessed right. Yes, just as you thought, Nana is very clever. In her past life, Su Yensheng had cut off her legs. Although she didn't do it herself, she was involved. Even if she wasn't involved, just the fact that her family was brutally harmed made losing her legs seem like a small punishment. But that was just an appetizer. She just wanted Li Xiaona to experience what it felt like to have her scalp go numb from pain. Li Xiaona shrank back again, but Xiaoan grabbed her legs and pulled her back. Then she raised the rusty axe and swung it heavily at her left leg. Even with the cloth in her mouth, Li Xiaona's screams were piercing. Xiaoan found the screams strangely pleasant. She kept chopping at Li Xiaona's left leg, pausing to rest after a few strikes. Looking at her with an apologetic expression, she said, "Sorry, this axe is rusty and not sharp at all, so you'll have to endure a bit more pain." After resting for a moment, she raised the axe again and continued chopping. The axe was too dull to do much damage. Xiaoan swung it 5 or 6 times, but still didn't cut off her left leg. She just wanted to finish Li Xiaona quickly, but she wouldn't let her die too comfortably. Li Xiaona's heart-wrenching screams kept ringing in her ears. Xiaoan finally tore the dirty cloth from her mouth, letting her scream freely. After a while, with Xiaoan's continuous effort, she finally managed to cut her leg off. "Phew, I'm exhausted. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request." Joan's lips curled into a mocking smile. "I don't know if I will face retribution, but your punishment has already arrived." After saying that, she dragged her back into the house. Then she grabbed a fruit knife and pointed it at Li Xiaona's chest. "You should be thankful that you are alive today. Thank me for not ending you with a single cut. You should kneel and bow to me, but now you can't even do that. So, I will show mercy and pretend you have already knelt." After saying this, Joan stabbed the knife into Li Xiaona's heart. Blood burst out instantly. The pain was so intense that Li Xiaona's bones seemed to scream. Joan exclaimed, "Wow, your bleeding is quite impressive." She kept stabbing at Li Xiaona's chest, just like when Li Xiaona had stabbed her before. After a long while, Joan stood up, removed her blood-stained gloves, and looked at her hands with a blank expression. Although she was wearing gloves, they still got stained with the disgusting blood. But that was expected, since they were work gloves and blood can seep through. Joan coldly looked at Li Xiaona, who was now breathless, and at a bloody object beside her. This was something Joan had just cut out herself. She was curious about what color a heart like Li Xiaona's would be. It turned out to be red. She had thought it would be black. But maybe it was red on the outside and black inside. Joan turned and walked toward the door, returning to the villa. As for Li Xiaona's body, she planned to throw it into the lake behind the mountain later that evening. Joan went to the bathroom, turned on the tap, and yellow dirty water flowed out, along with bits of trash. Joan thought she had assumed the bathroom water was clean. Now she realized it was worse than a spring. Oh well, she would just wash quickly. The blood on Li Xiaona's body, mixed with the spring water, was a kind of insult. Plus, she couldn't go back to the hospital with blood-stained hands. If someone saw her, they might think she was a murderer, although she really had killed someone just now. Joan quickly cleaned the blood from her hands and then her face, which had also been stained earlier. After finishing everything, she left the space. The spring water was no longer safe to drink. She planned to throw Li Xiaona's body into the lake and then see if the space would return to normal. When Joan returned to the hospital room, Tao Tao was already asleep, and Xiao Hu's head was drooping, exhausted to the limit. Seeing Joan come in, he perked up. "Little aunt, I looked everywhere for you just now. I thought you had already gone home." Joan had been in the space for about an hour. When Xiao Hu saw she hadn't come back, he went out to look for her. He searched the entire hospital but couldn't find her. Maybe he was too tired. As soon as he returned to the room, he wanted to sleep. Joan closed the door. "My stomach feels a bit upset. I've been in the bathroom, probably having diarrhea." "Has your dad come back yet?" Xiao Hu shook his head. "He came back but was just called away by the doctor. It seems he was smoking in another ward." Joan was surprised. She thought Jiangming was out smoking, but it turned out he was in an empty ward and got caught. After a while, Jiangming finally returned. The doctor told him he couldn't smoke in the hospital and gave him a long lecture about good behavior. He sat down on a stool and smiled at Joan. "Little sister-in-law, you should go home now. I'll stay here and watch over Xiao Hu." Joan didn't refuse. "All right, I'll bring you some food this afternoon." After saying that, Joan got up and left the hospital, riding a bullock cart back to the village. Near home, a mail carrier in a green uniform on a bicycle stopped her. "Comrade, please wait a moment." Joan paused and turned around. "Is there something? Are you Joan?" Joan nodded, looking at the mail carrier with curiosity. "Yes. What's the matter?" The mail carrier took out a letter from his army green bag. "This is your letter." Joan took it and thanked him. "Thank you. You went out of your way. It must have been hard for you." The mail carrier smiled. "No problem, you're welcome." Then he rode away on his bicycle. Joan opened the envelope as she walked home. She thought it was from Shinji Yi or Qiao Shang, but when she saw it, she stopped in her tracks. It was from her third brother. "You brat. I've been waiting eagerly for your letter in the army, but you didn't send me a single one. I've been worried about you, and now you don't care about me at all. You probably haven't forgotten your tall, handsome, and gentle third brother, right? Well, you've grown up and become more confident. When you were little, I used to hold you and clean up your messes, but now you just forget all that. You ungrateful little rascal. I've been so good to you. Every time I see Ji, when Shui receive a letter from his sister, I feel so jealous. You should remember him, right? The awkward, short, and not so good-looking guy who came to our house last year. What's worse, he even showed off in front of me. It made me so mad. I don't care. If you don't write to me, I'll write to you instead. I have nothing to do lately. Oh, and I'll secretly tell you. I just decided to come find you. When you read this letter, I think I'll be almost there. When I see you, I'll definitely come and give you a good scolding. Anyway, there's no point talking more. Your brother is coming. Qiaoen." "What do you mean holding her and cleaning up her mess? When will you arrive?" "I don't know. Maybe tomorrow." "Are you nervous?" He swallowed hard. Yes, he was nervous. He had only met Qiao and's parents and had never met her three brothers. They didn't come to the wedding. More than nervous, he was worried about whether Qiao Zhe would like him as a brother-in-law. So, he asked a silly question. "Wife, will you divorce me?" Right after, he regretted it. What kind of stupid question was that? Anan would never divorce him. Qiaoen chuckled softly. "Ahi, are you worried that my brother doesn't like you, or that he might dislike you and force me to divorce you?" He shook his head, then nodded. He was indeed worried because he was just a country boy. His home was simple and humble, not as wealthy as city folks, let alone Qiao and's family. He and Qiaoen were like night and day, one high up, one down low. Although he had earned some money now, he still felt a bit insecure. He was afraid Qiao Zhe wouldn't like him and might really force Qiaoen to leave him. Seeing his worried look, Qiaoen found it a little cute. She reached out and pinched his cheek. She comforted him. There's nothing to worry about. You're such a wonderful man. My brother will definitely like you. Don't think too much. Even if he doesn't like you, I won't divorce you. We finally got married, and I would be too sad to lose you. Qiaowen wasn't sure if Qiao Zhe would accept Jiang He as her brother-in-law. But they were already married, and the marriage was a done deal. Even if her brother didn't accept, he would have to accept it. It might be unfair to her brothers, but Qiaowen had no choice. Otherwise, they would never agree. Now that they were a family, accepting Jiang He was just a matter of time. Divorce was impossible. Hearing her words, Jiang He felt less nervous. What dishes does my brother like? I'll check if we have them at home. If not, I'll go to the county to buy them tomorrow morning. He remembered a saying from a book, to win a man's heart, first win his stomach. To be accepted by his brother-in-law, he had to treat him well. Qiaowen thought for a moment. He likes braised fish the most and sweet and sour pork ribs. Jiang He remembered the names of the dishes in his mind. These ingredients are not at home. I'll go to the county to buy them tomorrow morning. The next morning, Jiang He set out for the county and Lu Yanjun went along with him. She was going to see Little Tiger. Since Little Tiger was hospitalized, she hadn't visited him yet. She planned to do farm work after he returned. At noon, someone knocked on the yard gate. Qiaowen immediately felt nervous. It was probably her third brother coming. Even though she was nervous, she hadn't seen her brothers since her rebirth, so she was still happy. Jiang He was still in the county and hadn't returned yet, but it had been a while, so he should be back soon. Qiaowen hurriedly came out of the house and opened the door, but no one was there. She looked around and saw Su Yanqing standing at the neighbor's door. When he saw Qiaowen, he turned his back and looked away. Qiaowen, seeing such a gloomy person in the middle of the day annoyed her so much. She thought it was her third brother, but it was probably this fool knocking on the wrong door. Disappointed, Qiaowen closed the door and went back inside. Soon after, someone knocked again. This time it was probably her third brother. Oh, so nervous. She excitedly ran to open the door again, only to see Su Yanqing knocking on the neighbor's door again, still facing away from her. Qiaowen couldn't take it anymore and shouted loudly, "Hey, are you brainless?" She finally understood that Su Yanqing was deliberately trying to get her attention, hoping she would come over to find him. Thinking of the last time she bought candied hawthorn, she felt sick to her stomach. "You stupid man." Her words made Su Yanqing look a little embarrassed, but he quickly regained his indifferent attitude. He turned to face Qiaowen. "I just knocked on the wrong door." Qiaowen rolled her eyes, pretending to be annoyed. "Don't you think your behavior is pretty boring?" Like a fool, Su Yanqing took a deep breath, holding back his anger. Since returning from the county yesterday, he thought Qiaowen would come to find him that night, but he waited all evening and saw nothing. He couldn't understand how long she planned to play this game of teasing and ignoring, even resorting to such low tricks as stalking and still pretending to be innocent. He's not stupid. He can see right through it. Su Yanqing thought that Qiaowen might be too proud to come to him, so he took the initiative to approach her. Su Yanqing held his head high, almost looking up at the sky. "Is there nothing you want to say to me?" He didn't care about what Qiaowen just said. If it were possible, Qiaowen really wanted to slap him in the face. She clenched her fists, forcing a fake smile. "Of course I have a lot to say to you." Su Yanqing's mood immediately improved, and he almost couldn't hide his smile. He knew that Qiaowen couldn't really put it aside. She was just angry earlier, but now she couldn't hold back. Su Yanqing coughed twice, pretending to be indifferent. "I'll give you a chance now. Say what you want." If these words could make him forgive her, he would reluctantly forgive Qiao, and Su Yanqing thought she might say something like asking for his forgiveness, saying she missed him, or regretting marrying Jiang He. But what Qiaowen said next completely surprised him. "You loser. What are you pretending for? Who are you trying to impress with that arrogance? Look at that overly confident look on your face. Has no one ever told you that you're both ugly and short? I seriously doubt your father is from a dwarf clan. If I were you, I'd be so embarrassed I'd hide under the table. And where do you get the confidence to think I'd like you? I admit I was stupid before, following you around like a fool. Sometimes I think I want to bang my head against the wall because of this. It's a huge shame in my life, and you've seriously insulted me. Xiaoen, I'm giving you a chance. Don't be ungrateful. Su Yanqing's face couldn't hide his embarrassment anymore. Who could stand such insults? In the past, Xiaoen wouldn't dare speak to him so loudly or curse him so harshly. Xiaoen smiled slightly. Oh, why are you getting so angry? Su Yanqing snorted coldly, grinding his teeth. I'm giving you one last chance to speak properly. Xiaoen mimicked him. Oh, I'm giving you one last chance to speak properly, teach. Idiot. This is a bit mean. Su Yanqing's face turned red with embarrassment and anger. You. Before he could finish speaking, Xiaoen continued, I don't understand what you're pretending to be all the time. Is it so hard not to act tough? Don't you think you look like a clown right now? You're almost wearing a red foam ball on your nose. Too bad I don't have one. If I did, I'd give you one. Go ahead, say that again if you dare. Su Yanqing's face turned pale with anger. Xiaoen looked at him with disdain. I have no fear. Why do you keep acting so cheap and embarrassing in front of me? You get excited when I scold you? Pretending to be noble or tough. You're just an uneducated, low IQ fool. 56 types of combined into one. You're just a little mule. A slow-developing, low IQ kid. How pathetic. You should go back and start over. I'm telling you, don't come bother me for no reason. I'm full of swear words ready to curse you. Xiaoen's words successfully angered Su Yanqing. He had never been insulted like this before. Cheap skin.
Clown.
Slow-developing fool. Little mule. When had anyone ever insulted him like this? A surge of anger rose from his heart. Su Yanqing clenched his fists involuntarily, trembling slightly. He was furious. He had given Xiaoen a chance earlier, but she didn't cherish it and kept insulting him with those dirty words. So don't blame him. Unable to hold back any longer, Su Yanqing's anger exploded. He glared fiercely at Xiao and suddenly swung his fist toward her. Startled, Xiaoen instinctively took a step back, covering her face with her hands, eyes tightly closed. But the punch she expected never came. Instead, she heard Su Yanqing cry out in pain. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw Su Yanqing being beaten hard and now lying on the ground. If the attacker had been a little harsher, he might not even be able to stand up. Xiaoen's gaze shifted from Su Yanqing to the tall, straight man in front of her. His face was as sharp as a knife, perfect and flawless. A mole was on his high nose bridge. His clear amber eyes reflected her silhouette. When he looked down, she could see his thick, long eyelashes. The man rolled up his sleeves to his forearms, grabbed Su Yanqing by the collar, and forcefully pulled him up from the ground. As he moved, the muscles on his arm tensed and bulged, with clear lines showing, full of a strong, energetic vibe. Then, the man's deep, cold voice sounded softly. You little brat, what do you want to do to my sister? Su Yanqing weakly swallowed a few times, trembling with fear in front of the man. He remembered who this person was, Zhou-En's third brother, Zhou Zhe. Seeing him silent, Zhou Ze's displeasure grew more obvious. Are you mute? Or what are you trembling about? I didn't mean to do anything. I was just joking around with an. Finally, Su Yanqing stammered out, clearly scared by Zhou Ze's intimidating presence. He was 1.85 meters tall, while Su Yanqing was less than 1.7 meters. It was like a big gray wolf versus a tiny mouse. In front of Zhou-En's three brothers, Su Yanqing was always timid. Even with Zhou Ze, who was the easiest to talk to, he was still afraid. He had seen how much they loved Zhou-En before. When it came to Zhou-En, they had no reason or logic. If she was wrong, they still favored her. Before, Su Yanqing only said a few words about Zhou-En in front of them, and he almost got eaten alive. Joking around? Then let's play. Zhou Ze loosened his grip on Su Yanqing's collar and kicked him to the neighbor's door. Then he slowly walked over, stomped Su Yanqing's head, and rubbed back and forth. He leaned slightly forward with a cold face and asked, Is that fun? How dare he lay a hand on his cute sister? If he hadn't arrived in time, he would have punched him. Jose couldn't even imagine what that scene would have looked like. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He decided to fight Su Yenqing properly. He lifted his foot off Su Yenqing's head. "Get up!" Su Yenqing didn't dare to stand up. Seeing his attitude, he was probably planning to beat him badly. Jose had never seen such a cowardly man. He was like lifting a chick and then pulled Su Yenqing up from the ground. If he didn't know he was the vice president of Jing City Hospital, he might think he was a gangster boss. It was only when Joan spoke that he stopped. Forget about him. He's just a bad person. Let's be generous and not argue with him. If the villagers see us, they might gossip. Anyway, he didn't hurt me, so forget it. Just let him go. Joan didn't want Su Yenqing to dirty Xiao Zhe's hands. She's determined to deal with such a scoundrel harshly in the future. She took Xiao Zhe's arm and led him into the house, also carrying his suitcase. But she couldn't lift it. It was too heavy. "How much stuff did you pack inside?" "It's so heavy." "You carry it yourself." Xiao Zhe gently tapped her forehead. "You ungrateful girl. Besides my change of clothes, everything else I bought for you." While speaking, he took the suitcase from Joan's hand. Before entering the yard, he turned to Su Yenqing, who was still lying on the ground, afraid to get up, and said, "If you're going to die, do it somewhere far away." Then they went inside. After the yard gate closed and no one could see them anymore, Su Yenqing finally dared to get angry. He stood up angrily, brushing dust off his clothes. What are you so proud of? One day, I will make you regret this. Not only you, but your whole family." Su Yenqing was now very embarrassed. With Xiao Zhe there, he couldn't do anything. Although he was very upset, he knew he couldn't beat Xiao Zhe. That's just the way it was. Grinding his teeth, he looked at the Jiang family gate, secretly vowing to get revenge someday for the suffering he endured today. Then he turned around and left in a huff. In the Jiang family yard, Xiao Zhe was pulling Joan left and right, looking around. "Little sister, you've lost weight." "Joan." She didn't lose weight. She actually gained a little. "Your brother brought you lots of good food. If you get hungry later, just eat. If it's gone, write me a letter, and I'll buy more and send it to you. By the way, tell me if you're missing anything. I heard from Mom and Dad that they didn't want us to send things over, but look at you, you're so thin now. I'll send you some stuff regularly. Also, has anyone in the village been bothering you? If they have, tell me. I'll make sure they regret it. Also, what about Li Xiaona? How are things between you two now? Don't think I'm nagging, but she's a sneaky person. It's better if you don't keep in touch with her. I'm just looking out for you." Hearing this, Xiao Zhe suddenly sighed. "Forget it. Anyway, you won't listen. You're alone in the village, so be careful with the people around you, especially her. Put her on your watch list." Xiao and she could read more than her parents. Her head was buzzing from all the worrying. She tried to change the subject, but Xiao Zhe kept talking more excitedly. After a while, Xiao finally felt free from the conversation. "See how I care about you." Then, Xiao Zhe eagerly opened the suitcase, revealing a variety of items inside. There were fashionable dresses and snacks that Xiao liked to eat. He packed the suitcase full, squeezing in everything he could find. Xiao thought to herself, no wonder it was so heavy. Xiao Zhe happily picked up a piece of clothing and unfolded it to show her. "Isn't it pretty? It's an A-line skirt, very trendy. I liked it at first sight. You'll look great in it." Xiao looked at it. The shape of the skirt was like the letter A, with a narrow top that gradually widened, and it was above the knees. It did look nice. And this, Xiao Zhe excitedly introduced other items. Finally, he showed her a mini skirt. He picked it up, held it in front of Xiao for comparison, then put it back in the box. Xiao looked at him with curiosity. Xiao Zhe explained, "I suddenly felt this skirt isn't suitable for you." Xiao took a look at it. The mini skirt was very short. How short? It was above the thighs, covering just the hips. Usually, such skirts are mid-thigh or shorter. "If it's not suitable for me, why did you buy it?" "Wasting money. I thought it looked good at the time. I didn't realize it was so short." Xiao Zhe bought it purely because he liked how it looked, without thinking much. Now he regretted it. Such a skirt shouldn't be given to Xiao, or else many men might be interested in her. He couldn't stay here forever. What if those men had bad intentions and did something terrible? If it really happened, Joe's would definitely eliminate that person. Are these people good to you? Joe suddenly asked. Joan was a bit confused. What does my older brother mean? Could it be that our parents already told him that I am married? But why is he so calm about it? Shouldn't he be angry? This feels strange, very strange. Could it be that he has accepted the situation? Joan cautiously asked. Third brother, you know about this? Are you not angry? Joe's looked puzzled. Angry? Why would he be angry? There's nothing to be angry about. I only care if this family treats you well. Joan felt a little relieved. It seems that her older brother has truly accepted Ahi. Otherwise, he wouldn't say such things. She had worried for nothing earlier. She had thought of many ways to respond, but she didn't expect him to accept so quickly. She didn't even get the chance to act on her plans. Joan patted her chest and said, Don't worry, they are very kind to me. I can't find any faults. But then she became curious and asked Joe's, Brother, how did Mom and Dad convince you? You accepted so quickly. Joe's was even more confused. What is my sister talking about? Before he could reply, Joan asked again, By the way, how did you find this place? Did Mom and Dad tell you? Or did you ask for directions yourself? Finally, he heard his sister say something he could understand. A kind lady from the village showed me the way and I came here. After saying that, Joe's looked around. Are these people not here? Did they go out for something, or are they working on the farm? They went to the county. They will be back soon. Joe's gently patted her head and said kindly, They took care of you for so long. I should thank them properly. Joe's suitcase had an envelope inside, containing 50 yuan. He didn't know what to give as a gift to show his thanks. What if they didn't like what he bought? So he thought it would be better to just give money. They could buy whatever they wanted. This made Joan very confused. Taken in? What does that mean? Once married. We are a family. This is also her home. Your youth work unit. Joan looked confused. Joe was about to explain when Joan said something that broke his heart. Third brother, I am married to Ahi. We are a couple, so this is also my home. I don't see it as being taken in. After saying that, Joan opened a piece of nougat from her luggage and put a piece in her mouth. It's really sweet, she sighed happily, but then heard Joe's cold voice ring in her ears.
Joan.
And Joan was startled and almost choked on the candy she just ate. Cough, cough. She coughed a few times and felt better. What are you doing? She didn't understand why Joe suddenly got so angry. Tell me clearly, what did you mean just now? Joan felt a sudden chill inside and didn't know how to answer. Joe looked very serious, and his tone was extremely cold. You just said you got married? Joan stammered. Third brother, you already knew, right? I don't know anything. Joe had wanted to say, the youth work unit is gone, right? They kindly took you in. As your older brother, I should thank them and show appreciation, right? But before he finished, Joan gave him a big surprise. No, a shock. Joe's eyes turned icy cold. He stared at Joan with an expression of severe seriousness. So, you really got married? Married a poor country boy. You better explain what is really going on. This was the first time Joe spoke to Joan like this. Since they were young, except for things that broke moral rules, no matter how Joan argued or caused trouble, as long as she was happy, he let her do as she pleased. Joan was the only princess in the family, always cherished and raised with care. He never dared to say a harsh word to her. But now, his beloved sister suddenly married a poor country boy, and he just couldn't accept it. Joan felt a little nervous, but quickly realized that she and Joe were not on the same page. He simply didn't know she was married. Joe felt cold inside. Third brother, listen to me. I didn't mean to hide this from you. I was just afraid you wouldn't agree, so I did it secretly. Jose angrily slammed his fist on the wooden table, making a deep dent. Knowing we wouldn't agree, you still did this. Joan, you've really grown up. You got married without telling any of us. If I hadn't come, how long were you planning to hide it? This was the first time he was so angry, calling Joan by her full name. Don't be so mad. Our parents knew about this and agreed. I was planning to bring Jong-hee home during the new year to meet you all, but you came early. It was better not to say anything, but once she did, Jo Zae got even angrier. Shin Ziyi and Jo Shang knew. Only the three brothers were kept in the dark. He didn't believe what Joan said. That kid's family was so poor. How could their parents agree? Just then, Jong-hee, carrying vegetables bought in the county, appeared in the yard. He had just opened the door when he saw Jo Zae, trembling with anger. Jo Zae also noticed him, his eyes red, fists clenched tightly. Seeing this, Joan quickly ran over and protected Jong-hee behind her. Brother, don't blame Ah-hee. The marriage was my idea. If you don't believe me, ask our parents, they all know. Jo Zae looked at Joan's actions and then at the man behind her. This scene was very painful to see, almost unbearable. He restrained his urge to hit and shouted at Joan, "Come here." Joan refused and kept protecting Jong-hee. She knew Jo Zae's temper. If she didn't stand in front, Jong-hee would definitely get hit. This made Jo Zae's heart ache even more. For such a wild man, you won't even listen to your brother? Jong-hee put down what he was holding and stepped forward, sincerely saying, "Third brother, if you want to blame someone, blame me. It was I who asked Anin to marry me. If you want to hit or scold, go ahead." Hearing this, Jo Zae couldn't hold back anymore. He swung a fist toward Jong-hee's face. "Who do you think you are to call me third brother? I haven't even agreed to this." He punched again. Jong-hee took it without fighting back. He knew that Xiao Zae was very angry because that was his beloved younger sister. If he were Xiao Zae, he would feel the same way, maybe even angrier. Xiao An couldn't bear to see Jong-hee being beaten. She was so upset that tears almost came to her eyes. She hurried over to help Jong-hee up from the ground. Jong-hee's face was bruised and purple from the beating, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Xiao An gently wiped his face and softly blew on it, asking kindly, "Does it hurt?" She turned to look at Xiao Zae. "Third brother, don't be so harsh with Ah-hee. Let's sit down and talk calmly." Xiao Zae almost spat out blood in frustration. He called him Ah-hee so affectionately. "It's just a few hits. It's not the end of the world. Why are you so upset about this wild man?" Xiao Zae was extremely angry. Since he entered, Xiao An hadn't shown any concern for him. Instead, as soon as this wild man arrived, she immediately protected him. She seemed afraid he might hurt Jong-hee badly. He had a feeling that his sister wouldn't cling to him as she used to in the future. Suddenly, a loud sound, like a heart breaking. Xiao An was also a bit angry, but she explained carefully, "Third brother, he has a name. His name is Jong-hee. He's not a wild man. We are married now, so he will be your brother-in-law. You'll get used to it. His family is poor, but his spirit isn't. He's been working hard to earn money and give me a better life. I don't want you to judge him just by appearances. Today's incident was entirely her fault. Her selfish decision caused Jong-hee to be beaten. She understood Xiao Zae's feelings and knew he cared about her. I will never accept him. Do you even know who you are? What kind of man do you want? You can't find anyone, so you settle for this poor guy. Do you want to stay in this poor, remote place forever?" Xiao Zae couldn't understand. His sister's eyes were becoming more and more blind. She had previously been infatuated with that loser Su Yansheng, loving him desperately. Now she was interested in Jong-hee, who was even worse off than Su Yansheng, completely broke. He had also heard many people say that rough men in the countryside liked to hit their wives. He couldn't even imagine such scenes. He hoped Xiao An would find someone from a good family who would treat her well. This way, at least I won't have to suffer with my husband or worry about money after marrying him. Instead of being a poor, simple person from the countryside like Jong-hee. Xiao An looked at Xiao Zae seriously. "Third brother, Ah-hee has been working hard to give me a good life. I believe that soon you will see the results. You will definitely accept him. I know you're very angry now, but our marriage is already a fact. I have decided on him for my whole life." Jong-hee also firmly said, "Third brother, I know it's hard for you to accept this. I understand. And in marrying me is the happiest thing in my life." Xiao Zae didn't want to hear any of his nonsense. "You have no right to speak here. I don't want to hear it. Just shut your mouth," He was full of anger, with nowhere to vent. How could his beloved sister marry a simple country boy? He ordered sharply, "You go and cancel the marriage right now. Do you hear me?" Chaoen and Jiang He both panicked. Jiang He wanted to say something, but Chaoen tugged his hand. Xiao Zhe was already very angry and didn't want to listen to him. Whatever he said was useless and only made him angrier. She repeatedly assured Xiao Zhe, "Third brother, I don't want to divorce Ahe. You don't understand him, but we've been living together for so long. I know him. He's not the person you think he is. He will have a bright future. Whatever you say, I won't divorce him." Xiao Zhe trembled with anger, his body shaking as he spoke. "Say that again." Chaoen repeated her words. Xiao Zhe clutched his chest, feeling a sharp pain inside. He turned away secretly, wiping away tears from the corner of his eye. When he faced Chaoen again, the tears had disappeared completely, but his red eyes still showed the small act he had just done. Xiao Zhe clenched his fists, then loosened them again. Finally, he said heavily to Chaoen, "You're really something. You think you've grown up and we can't control you anymore. If this is the life you want, then go ahead. I just hope you won't regret it." After saying that, he couldn't stay any longer. He turned and left. Seeing Chaoen's face, his heart ached terribly. As he walked out the door, he didn't look back and choked out a sentence. "I am really so disappointed in you." If he had turned around, Joan would definitely see tears falling down his face. Watching her brother walk away in disappointment, Joan couldn't stop her tears. "Third brother." Jose heard her call, but he didn't stop. Instead, he walked even faster. She never expected Jose to be so angry. From his expression, it seemed he was deeply disappointed in her. Jiang He looked at Joan and couldn't help but feel his eyes turn red. He comforted her, "And don't cry. It's my fault. I'm not good enough for you. That's why third brother is upset. I'll go and bring him back." Joan wiped her tears, took a deep breath, and stopped him. "Don't go now.
He's angry right now."
Wait until he's calmer." Even if Jiang He rushed out now, it wouldn't help. Joan looked at the ingredients Jiang He bought early this morning from the county, fish and ribs, all of which Jose liked. Sigh. He can't eat them now. He'll have to wait until next time. Lu Yanjun returned home, saw the vegetables on the ground, and patted Jiang He's back. "Why did you put them on the ground?" "Put them in the kitchen. By the way, and has your brother arrived?" Lu Yanjun went to the hospital to deliver food to Xiao Hu Jiangming. After confirming the child's health was fine, she hurried back home, worried that Joan's family might think she was impolite. Joan forced a bitter smile. "Mom, my third brother has already been here. He really likes Ahi, but because he's so busy with work, he had to leave quickly." She said this because she didn't want Lu Yanjun, who was already quite old, to worry too much. She could handle things herself. Jiang He looked at her, frowned, but didn't say anything. Lu Yanjun immediately saw that Joan was pretending. Although she looked normal, her nose sounded stuffy when she spoke. She also carefully observed her eyes. They were red. Clearly, she had been crying. Then she looked at Jiang He, who looked miserable. He probably hadn't gained approval from Joan's family. If what Joan said was true, that mischievous boy could really stretch his mouth to the sky. Lu Yanjun, who gave birth to him, knew her son well. But even though she guessed the truth, she didn't point it out. Instead, she said, "Oh, I wish I had waited until tomorrow to go to the hospital. This whole thing has caused so much trouble. I wanted to show him my skills, but it's a pity. So, tonight we'll cook and eat by ourselves. And I recently learned a new cooking method. I'll show you tonight," Lu Yanjun said. After speaking, Lu Yanjun carried the vegetables into the kitchen. Joan didn't feel as bad as before. If possible, she also wanted her brother's blessing. But now that was impossible. Sigh, it's so frustrating, mushroom. In the afternoon, Lu Yanjun was in the kitchen preparing the fish she bought. Joan rolled up her sleeves and offered to help. "Mom, let me handle the fish." Lu Yanjun didn't want her to work. No, you don't know how to handle fish. Don't get yourself all fishy. I'll do it. Just wait and enjoy your meal." Joan was bored anyway. She thought, I can learn if I try. Although she didn't know how to cook fish, she could still clean it properly. She insisted on helping, and Lu Yanjun had no choice but to let her. She explained how to prepare the fish while watching her carefully. She kept an eye on her, worried she might accidentally cut herself with the knife. Under Lu Yanjun's guidance, Joan cut open the fish's belly and cleaned out the guts thoroughly. She also scraped off the scales. But the strong fishy smell was overwhelming and made her a bit uncomfortable. After finishing, Lu Yanjun took the knife from her and made a few cuts on both sides of the fish, then sprinkled salt and seasonings to marinate it for a while. Next, she took out washed and garlic, placed them on the cutting board, and prepared to cut them into sections. Joan wanted to help again, but Lu Yanjun firmly refused. Hey, you rest now. I'll handle the rest. The kitchen is full of oil fumes. Don't interfere, Lu Yanjun said as she pushed Zhou and out of the kitchen. She then went back to prepare the next ingredients. Joan sniffed the strong fish smell, bringing her hand to her nose. She had already washed her hands once, but the smell was still so strong. She couldn't stand it and washed her hands again. Since earlier, Zhang He had been staying inside the room without coming out. Joan wondered what he was secretly doing. She dried her hands and went into the room. Zhang He was sitting in the corner of the bed, lost in thought. Joan entered, but he didn't notice her. So she deliberately acted mischievously, tiptoed over to him, and suddenly patted his shoulder, saying, Hey. She originally wanted to scare him, but Zhang He was not frightened at all and stayed very calm. Wife, what are you doing? Chowan pouted. Nothing interesting. I thought I could scare you a little. It didn't work at all, and it was really boring. Zhang He thought for a moment. Then, should we try again? This time, he would definitely cooperate with Chowan. Wouldn't that be even more boring? You already know I want to scare you, silly, Chowan said with a smile. Silly. Wife, whatever you say is what it is. Even though they were joking around, Chowan still remembered to ask about the serious matter. Why are you just sitting here alone? Looking lost, and you didn't even notice me come in. Hearing this, Zhang He looked sad again and frowned. He took out a small wooden box from behind his back. Here, Chowan saw that it was the wooden box used to store Zhang He's earnings. Were you counting money just now? Zhang He sighed and nodded. Yes, there are only 5,632 yuan in total. Apart from the 3,785 yuan he earned last time in Haishur, the rest was money he made from trading on the black market during this period, all stored in this small wooden box. Chowan. What do you mean only? 5,632 yuan was already a lot in this era. Many people work hard their whole lives and can't earn this much money. It can be said that although Zhang He appeared poor on the surface, he was actually the richest person in the village. The total wealth of the entire village was less than half of his. Even in the county, he would be considered a wealthy person. With so much money, he still said it was only? This is undoubtedly a display of vanity. Chowan, why are you counting money? Zhang He's face showed a bit of embarrassment, but Chowan could see a sense of inferiority. I just wanted to see how much I earned during this time. But it's only this much, far from what I want. Chowan comforted him. Don't worry, there's plenty of time. We can take it slow. One day, you'll definitely become the person you want to be. Earning money isn't something to rush. Her comfort was useless. Instead, Zhang He looked disappointed and said carefully, Wife, I know, but I don't have much time left. I want to earn more money. Tonight, I plan to go to the black market again. There are new goods in Haishur and Chowan interrupted him. Why are you in such a hurry? What do you mean you don't have time? Haishur is not safe right now. Don't go there for now. Let's wait a while. In their past life, around this time, Chowan heard her family say that Haishur was conducting a large-scale crackdown. Her second brother was there and personally subdued one of the leaders. She couldn't remember the exact date, but it was definitely during this period. If Zhang He went and got caught, what would happen? Even worse, what if the person doing the arrest was her second brother? Her brother-in-law hadn't even met him yet and was sent there by his own hands. Anyway, Zhang He shouldn't go during this time. Zhang He sighed. Wife, third brother doesn't like me at all because I'm just a poor country boy. If I were better, he wouldn't have left today. You wouldn't be fighting with him like this. I know I'm not good enough for you right now. I just want to earn more money. You can't be upset with my family because of me. I promise to be careful this time. Didn't I come back safe last time? Please let me go. He still wanted to go to Haisher to earn more money. No. Chowan made a fierce face and looked at Jiang He angrily. If something happens to you, I will be heartbroken. You can't go. Haisher is now more strictly controlled than before, with many police officers watching. They are cracking down on illegal activities every day. Even if you get the goods, selling them is another problem. Jiang He looked at her suspiciously. Wife, how do you know so much? Chowan paused, then changed her fierce expression and suddenly smiled. Oh, that's something you don't need to worry about. I just know. Jiang He was stunned, feeling confused. His wife said something, but it seemed like she didn't say anything at all. But if I don't go, I'll lose a lot of money. I heard this time's goods are even more than last time.
Missing out would be a shame.
I promise to protect myself well. If there's any sign of trouble, I'll immediately run away and leave everything behind. In the end, Jiang He still wanted to go. He didn't want to miss any chance to make money. He felt his time was running out. Then she added, and, the money you make from going to the black market is more than what my third brother earns in half a month. He only gets 500 yuan a month, but you can earn over 300 yuan in one trip, sometimes even 500 or 600. Chowan became more proud as she spoke. Her man was really capable. So, I think you shouldn't feel inferior. You're not unworthy of me. You're just modest. Everything you give me now is more than many men could offer. He wanted to gain the approval of Qiao and his family as soon as possible. He didn't want to experience such trouble again. Seeing Qiao upset with her third brother, he also felt uncomfortable inside. Why are you so stubborn? Qiao stepped forward and sat on Jiang He's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and resting her head on his shoulder. I told you not to go, and I mean it.
I worry about you.
Haisher is really dangerous. Recently, there have been large-scale arrests. There are many ways to make money. Missing this one, there are others. As she spoke, she cupped Jiang He's face and kissed his cool lips. What she said wasn't a lie. It was all sincere. Jiang He not only loved her, but also fulfilled everything she wanted. A responsible man who keeps his promises is much better than some boastful men. Moreover, Jiang He was genuinely good to her. He wouldn't let her do anything she didn't want to. He handled all the family matters, and his family treated her well. She was already very happy. Jiang He's ears unconsciously turned slightly red. It turned out he was so good in her heart. Chowan didn't realize how long it had been since she saw him blush. She chuckled softly. Her, why are your ears so red? Jiang He awkwardly cleared his throat twice. It's hot. So, seeing Jiang He's embarrassed look, Chowan couldn't help but find it funny. She wanted to tease him, so she joked, it's not hot today, and there's wind. Plus, it's already afternoon, and we're inside. Do you still feel hot? She playfully winked and continued teasing him. I think you're not hot. You're just getting annoyed. Joan's clear and cheerful laughter made a gentle breeze of warmth brush past Jiang He's ear, tickling him and making his mind flutter. Their bodies brushed lightly, making him feel dry-mouthed and restless, as if a fire was burning inside him. That day seemed even hotter. But Joan's actions made it harder for him to stay calm. She didn't seem to notice Jiang He's changing body language and happily kept teasing him. She leaned in softly, almost pressed against him, her breath brushing his cheek. When he saw Joan's smile and eyes, the fire inside him suddenly ignited. He took a deep breath, his eyes dark and swirling, staring intently at Joan, showing his strong desire. It really seems like I'm getting annoyed, he said. He suddenly pulled Joan into a deep kiss. Joan was caught off guard by a sudden move and forgot to react, only feeling the intense warmth and sensation on her lips. At first, Jiang He's kiss was soft and gentle, like a fluffy cloud. But gradually, it turned into a powerful wave, like a stormy sea. His tongue gently parted Joan's lips and intertwined with her tongue, showing a strong, assertive desire. He held Joan tightly, as if wanting to merge her into himself. Joan's breathing grew faster and more hurried. Her hands unconsciously clenched Jeonghee's clothes, her heartbeat pounding loudly and strongly. Their breaths and heartbeats intertwined, creating a feeling of closeness that words couldn't describe. Their bodies pressed together naturally, sharing their warmth. At that moment, it felt like time stood still. Their breathing and heartbeats became the most beautiful music. Jeonghee's kiss made Joan almost gasp for air. Her mind started to blur, but the kiss didn't last long. Xiao-hee, come out for a moment. Go to the backyard and chop some firewood, Lu Yanjun called from outside, knocking on the door. There wasn't enough firewood, and she still had fish cooking in the pot. She wanted to chop the wood herself, but was worried the fish might burn. Hurry up. Lu Yanjun quickly left after saying this and hurried back to the kitchen. Jeonghee took a deep breath, reluctantly letting go of Xiao and lay softly on the bed, and Jeonghee gently stroked her cheek, kissing her on the forehead. He softly said, "Next time, see if you still dare to tease me." Even without Lu Yanjun, he didn't plan to lose control. After all, it wasn't evening yet, and mealtime was approaching. If Xiao knew what he was thinking, she would probably say, "Then I should thank you?" So Jeonghee happily left the room. Xiao, still a bit dazed, watched his back. Jeonghee patted his and left. Strangely, she felt like she was in a brothel. Meanwhile, the sun was about to set. After Jeongzae left the Jeong family, he didn't go straight back to Jing City. Instead, he sat alone at the village entrance, feeling upset. He couldn't understand why his sister liked that wild man. Was it because he was handsome? He admitted he was quite good-looking. But was his sister really that superficial? Jeongzae. Probably not, right? He wasn't sure himself. But being handsome, can that put food on the table? That guy's family was so poor, he probably couldn't even support himself. Xiao and marrying him meant suffering together. Jeongzae cursed under his breath. He was about to leave but suddenly turned around and headed to the Jeong family. No, he couldn't just walk away. Xiao was married to that guy, and they would definitely sleep together tonight. Something was bound to happen. Thinking of that scene, Jeongzae couldn't bear it. He had loved his sister for so many years, and now she was being taken by a pig, and it was wild. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjun had just finished cooking, and Xiao came out of the house. "Enin, wash your hands, and then you can eat." Xiao went to the water basin, scooped up some water, and rinsed her hands in a small basin. After washing, she went into the kitchen to help serve the dishes. Lu Yanjun was the first to bring over a bowl of freshly cooked braised fish. "I'll do it. I'm worried you'll burn yourself," she said. "Then I'll get the bowls and chopsticks." Joanna held her bowl and chopsticks. As she just stepped out of the kitchen, she heard the gate in the yard being knocked. Jeonghee went over and opened the door. When he saw who was there, he paused for a moment and then spoke. Third brother, had he already gone back? Zhao just stood outside the door with a sour face. "You little brat, don't shout randomly." He hadn't even admitted this so-called brother-in-law yet. Joanna stuck her head out and saw him. Her face immediately lit up with a smile. "Third brother," she ran over quickly and linked her arm with Zhaozha's. "Didn't you leave? Why are you back again?" Zhaozha looked at his sister, feeling a headache coming on. "Isn't it because he couldn't quite let go of you?" That's what he was thinking, but he didn't say it. Joanna saw he wasn't speaking and didn't mind. She pulled him inside. "Yesterday, he heard you were coming. Early this morning, he went to the county to buy your favorite fish and ribs. I thought you wouldn't be able to eat them, but unexpectedly, you suddenly came back. Lu Yanjun is an excellent cook. As soon as Zhaozha takes a bite, he will definitely fall in love with the taste." Zhaozha snorted inwardly. She was thoughtful, but don't think that would be enough to win him over. She pulled Zhaozha to sit down. Jeonghee ran to the kitchen and brought back another set of bowls and chopsticks. Lu Yanjun was about to serve the last dish when she saw his energetic manner. She couldn't help but say, "Are you going to die? Running so fast, don't break the bowls. And didn't it already take some earlier? Silly kid." When Lu Yanjun came out with the dishes, she noticed there was another person in the house. That person looked somewhat like Joanna. His demeanor and clothes clearly showed he was from the city. He must be An's older brother. Lu Yanjun greeted him warmly. Oh, you must be in An's family. I was busy in the kitchen earlier and didn't notice you. Wait a moment, I'll cook another dish. She then turned to Jiang He and said, Go and brew a cup of tea. No need, ma'am. There's enough food here. Zhao Zhe looked at the table full of dishes, saliva already pooling in his mouth. There was braised fish, sweet and sour ribs, chicken stewed with white radish, and stir-fried mushrooms with green peppers. All his favorite dishes, especially the first two, which he liked the most. Zhou Zhe felt a bit shy. This time, he only bought things for Qiao and didn't bring anything else. He felt a little guilty about just freeloading on their meal. He had prepared money to thank the family for taking care of Qiao. Who would have thought she secretly got married? Now, if he took out the money, they might think he treats this place like a restaurant. Lu Yanjun, having lived for many years, could easily see why Zhou Zhe looked the way he did. Just treat this place like your home. No need to overthink, she said. Then she asked, By the way, I don't know your name. Zhou Zhe smiled and replied, Ma'am, my name is Zhou Zhe. I'm An's third brother. Although he was against the marriage, he still showed polite respect to the elders. All right, I'll call you Xiao Zhe. These dishes might not be enough to eat. Is there anything else you'd like? I can make another dish. Qiao pulled Lu Yanjun to sit down. Mom, you don't need to work so hard. There are enough dishes. Big Brother and Little Tiger are at the hospital. There are only 4 of us, and that's enough, Lu Yanjun said as she scooped rice, filling 2 big bowls for Zhou Zhe and Qiao, almost overflowing. However, Jiang He's bowl didn't have as much. Lu Yanjun quietly whispered, Eat less, it's fine. Just think of it as dieting, Jiang He, because she didn't know when Zhou Zhe might come back, she didn't cook too much for dinner. Xiao Zhe, eat more. Xiao He said you like braised fish and sweet and sour ribs. I made those too, but I don't know if they suit your taste. If they don't taste good, don't be picky. Lu Yanjun was a bit nervous, especially thinking about how Zhou Zhe didn't like Jiang He, which made her even more anxious. That brat was useless and not likable. At critical moments, she still had to rely on herself as his mother. She wanted to serve some dishes to Zhou Zhe, but was afraid he might dislike it, so she said, Eat whatever you like. Eat more. Then she picked up a rib to give to Qiao come on, and eat more too. But when she looked at the full bowl of rice in front of Qiao, she silently retracted her hand. When Zhou Zhe took his first bite of the sweet and sour fish, he almost couldn't help but exclaim. It was so delicious he wanted to cry. Since the Anne at home retired and came back to enjoy her retirement, he has never tasted such delicious food again. Even the big restaurants outside can't compare. As for why the family specifically hired a cook Andy, that needs to be explained. It's not that Mother Qiao is lazy or unwilling to cook, nor is it that she has no time. It's because her cooking is so bad that it could make the water meter explode.
It's really hard to swallow.
Mother Qiao's cooking is bad, and she doesn't want people to criticize her, but they also dare not say anything. After begging for many days, Mother Qiao finally agreed to hire an auntie to cook. Otherwise, eating that kind of food for a few more years could shorten the lifespan of even the longest-living people. Their siblings have grown up safely, honestly, thanks to their strong luck. Seeing Xiao Zhe eating so happily, Lu Yanjun felt relieved. She was worried that her own cooking wouldn't suit Xiao Zhe's taste. But now it seemed she was overthinking. Xiao's appetite has been very good recently, but she only ate half a bowl and was full. Lu Yanjun had prepared too much rice, like a small mountain, and she really couldn't eat it all. Anan, are you feeling unwell? Why are you eating so little? Lu Yanjun asked with concern. Recently, Qiao could finish a bowl of rice every time, sometimes even half a bowl more. Why is she only eating this much today? Qiao replied, Too many worries, I can't finish it. Lu Yanjun realized this and smiled awkwardly, as if she agreed that it was indeed too much. Xiao Zhe was about to take the leftover rice from Qiao, but Jiang He moved faster. He said, It's okay, if you can't finish, just give it to me. Since you can't eat more rice, you can eat some meat instead. Mom's sweet and sour ribs are especially delicious. Xiao Zhe, he was about to pick up his bowl. He looked at Jiang He with displeasure. What does that mean? At home before, anything Xiao and couldn't finish was handed over to him.
And now?
Jiang He had taken over that job. Xiao Zhe was unhappy and started eating the sweet and sour ribs on the table eagerly. Despite his annoyance, he had to admit, the dishes made by his mother were really delicious. You should eat more, or else next time you'll never know when you'll get to enjoy such delicious food again. Everyone enjoyed the meal, except for Juz, who felt both love and hate. After eating, it was getting late, and it was time to rest. There was an empty room in the backyard, filled with some miscellaneous items. Liu Yanjun tidied up the room, took out all the clutter, and changed the bedding on the bed, making it ready for Juz to stay. After washing up, Jiang He went to his own room as usual. Suddenly, Juz came over and stopped him, saying, "You can't sleep here." Jiang He was confused. Where else would he sleep? They had been married for a long time, and every night he slept with Xiao and came out holding a blanket, saying, "Her, why don't you sleep with third brother tonight?" Although her tone was gentle, she had already handed the blanket to Jiang He. She also wanted to sleep with Jiang He. They had gotten used to it over time, and sleeping apart made her feel uneasy. But today it wasn't possible. Juz hadn't accepted Jiang He, so he definitely wouldn't agree. Even though they were married and had done many things that couples do, Juz still had strong feelings about it. So, Jiang He had to accept it, giving them a chance to spend time together and build their relationship. Maybe by tomorrow morning, they'd be as close as brothers. I reluctantly agree that you can sleep with me, Juz said. Although he wasn't very happy about sharing a bed with Jiang He, at least his goal was achieved. Jiang He looked confused. He still didn't want to sleep with him. It was all Juz's fault. He couldn't cuddle his soft, fragrant wife tonight. But he didn't say what he was really thinking. Instead, he obediently took the bedding and went to the backyard. He still hadn't gotten Juz's approval to be with Anan, so he had to hold back for now. After Jiang He left, Juz stepped into Xiao En's room. On the wall near the bed, there was a big double happiness character. It was put up when Xiao En and Jiang He got married, and it hadn't been taken down yet. Juz glanced at it and turned away, not wanting to look at it anymore.
Tell me, what do you like about him?
It can't just be his looks, right? Faced with Juz's sudden questioning, Joanne was caught off guard. Juz repeated what he had just said. Joanne's small face also became serious. Third brother, I like not just because he's handsome. Juz didn't speak. He looked at Joanne, waiting for her to continue. He is responsible and caring. He treats me very well, always thinking about me. Being with him makes me feel safe. Although he's poor, he's willing to give me the best things. Whatever I want, if he has it, he will give it to me. Even if he doesn't have it now, he will work hard to earn money to buy it for me. He doesn't need me to do anything. Just being with him is enough. Our family conditions are different, but honestly, sometimes I even feel I don't deserve him. Joanne truly thought this way. Jiang He would give up his life for her. But at first, she was always chasing Su Yansheng, trying to win that scoundrel's favor, doing things that hurt Jiang He, even insulting him, saying he was just a country bumpkin who didn't deserve her. Jiang He would do anything for her. Even now, if she asked for Jiang He's life, he wouldn't blink. So, in truth, she didn't deserve Jiang He. But she didn't tell Juz these things. The events of the past, if she told him, he probably wouldn't believe her. However, Juz disagreed. You're my sister. We, the Zhou family, raised you as a little princess, cherished and protected. How could you not deserve that guy? It's he who doesn't deserve you. To make him accept it more fully, Joanne repeated what she had said to her parents before. At first, Ah didn't like me and didn't want to marry me. But I had my ways. Back then, Joanne recounted how she forced Jiang He to marry her. Juz listened, speechless and furious, unable to say a word. Because of the village rules, he had no choice but to marry me. But today you even beat him up. You're really too much, third brother.
Josh was speechless.
He didn't know about this matter. And who isn't being unreasonable here? To make him marry her, she would do anything, even this. Thinking of this, Zhe sighed heavily. It's all my fault, Jiaowen. It's my fault for not teaching you well. But honestly, you've been working in the countryside for so long. What have you learned? You even know such mean tricks. You wouldn't do this at home before. Is it Li Xiaona who taught you? I've told you so many times not to play with her. Look at what you've learned. And also, Qiaowen covered her ears. Enough. She started nagging again. Seeing her like this, Zhe snorted impatiently. Are you tired of me nagging? I'm only telling you for your own good. If you were my sister, I wouldn't bother. If it were someone else, I wouldn't even look at her. But you like her now. Qiaowen stepped closer and hugged Zhe's arm. Oh, I don't dislike you. I would never dislike you, okay? Keep talking, keep nagging if you want. Anyway, she was just ignoring him. Zhe looked at Qiao and seeing her acting so helpless, he couldn't help but push her away a little. Qiao and immediately acted like a drama queen, sitting on the ground, looking aggrieved. You pushed me? You actually pushed me? So hard. My almost split in two. We haven't seen each other for so long. Don't you care about your own sister? So love can disappear, right? Before, you never hesitated to hit me. If you disliked me, just say it. I won't cling to you. As she spoke, she started crying, looking so wronged, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Zhe, your sister fell on the ground, and you still won't help me up? Zhe couldn't bear to watch anymore. Help, 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 I'll help. He really couldn't do anything about this silly sister. Qiaowen cried even more sadly. Forget it, I won't bother you anymore. I understand. Zhe. What does she understand? He really couldn't take it anymore. Fine, fine, I was wrong. Sorry, I shouldn't have pushed my lovely sister. It's my fault, all my fault. Happy now? Hurry up and get up. The floor is dirty. Zhe quickly pulled Joan up from the ground. Joan patted her bottom and, feeling bolder, said, I can forgive you, but I have a condition. Go ahead, Zhe said casually, taking a glass of water from the table to drink. Anyway, he would buy whatever Joan wanted. When we go home for the new year, I want to see what's inside that locked drawer in your bedroom. Zhe almost choked on the water he just drank. Cough, cough, that's not okay. The more he refused, the more curious Joan became. She had been curious about what was inside for a long time, but unfortunately, Zhe never let her see. And she hadn't seen it in her previous life either. Third brother, please, have mercy and satisfy my deadly curiosity. Joan tugged at his arm, swinging it from side to side. Please. Zhe usually couldn't resist her pleading, but this time it was really not possible. No means no. It's late now, I want to sleep. He said this, then freed his arm from Joan's grip and headed to the backyard. Joan pouted, feeling petty. Drinking cold water. When Zhe returned to his room, the oil lamp was still burning. He was lying on the bed, covering himself tightly with a blanket. Is he afraid he might do something inappropriate? Although he knew he was forced into marriage with Joan, Zhe still felt a bit annoyed when he saw him. He walked over and lay on the outside of the bed. He wasn't asleep yet. As soon as Zhe got on the bed, he immediately shrank back a good distance, almost pressed against the wall. He even wrapped himself more tightly in the blanket. Seeing this, Zhe couldn't help but curse. I'm straight. I'm not interested in men, especially someone like you. He didn't know what to say, so he didn't respond and pretended to be asleep. He didn't think that way at all. It was just that lying next to a man made him uncomfortable. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, Third brother, do you sleepwalk at night? Zhe replied impatiently, No, why? This time, he didn't object to he calling him third brother. Maybe he was starting to accept he as his brother-in-law? Just as Zhe was curious about what he wanted to say, he heard him say in a dry voice, It's nothing. I'm just worried you'll sleepwalk tonight and try to harm me. Zhe immediately got angry. He flipped over and pressed he down, his whole body on top of him. Are you joking with me? That I would try to harm you? I think I'm worried you might try to harm me instead. Their positions looked a bit too intimate. He got goosebumps and quickly pushed Zhe away with some force, almost causing him to fall off the bed. I think we should keep some distance. Jong-hee started to doubt whether Jiz really liked men. Just thinking about their previous position made him uncomfortable. The next moment, Jiz pressed down again, holding Jong-hee's hands tightly and glaring at him fiercely. "Kid, I'll say this one last time. I don't like guys." Jiz's chest heaved with anger. "God, I can't take it anymore. Let's have a good fight today." After saying that, Jiz punched Jong-hee in the face. Jong-hee hadn't even reacted before he was hit again. Jiz had a habit of targeting his face when fighting. He could already imagine what he'd look like in the mirror tomorrow. "Is it just because your face looks a little better? Today, I'm going to ruin it for you." Jiz finished speaking and swung another punch. But Jong-hee caught it. "If you want to fight, I'll fight with you." He also started to get angry. Seeing his face like that, how could he face Joan? What if Joan thought he was ugly and ignored him? Jong-hee clenched his fists and directly punched Jiz in the eyes. Jiz was stunned for a moment. Then he sneered, "Not bad. I thought you were a coward who wouldn't dare to fight." The two of them fought fiercely inside the room, making quite a noise. Outside the window, Joan couldn't help but come over to check. He was shocked when he saw what was happening. Because the kerosene lamp hadn't been blown out, he could clearly see their shadows reflected on the window. Joan was so frightened that his coat slipped off onto the ground. Because she couldn't see their faces clearly, Joan only saw a reflection in the window showing one man pressing on another, and they kept moving. Then, the other man flipped over and pressed on top. Next, the two of them sat up as if they were kissing, then both fell back down. Joan thought, "Am I misunderstanding, or do these two have some strange habits? Surely, it's not what I think, right?" The next morning, Lu Yanjun was making breakfast in the kitchen. Joan finished washing up and sat in the yard, lost in thought, thinking about what she saw last night. If she had known they had such habits, she wouldn't have let them sleep together last night. But Jong-hee looked very normal. What should she do? She found it hard to accept. While Joan was thinking, the two in the backyard also got up. The path was wide, but they insisted on squeezing together, pushing elbows and shoulders. Seeing this, Joan and Lu Yanjun both widened their eyes in surprise. "What are you doing?" Joan asked first. Jong-hee and Xiao-zhe both had dark circles under their eyes, and their lips were bruised and purple. Their clothes were torn. "Sweetheart, little sister, I was sleeping peacefully last night, and he hit me without saying a word." Xiao-zhe spoke first, saying everything Jong-hee wanted to say, looking quite wronged. Out of Joan's sight, he secretly mocked Jong-hee, feeling proud. Tisich. Jong-hee was speechless. It was clearly Xiao-zhe who started the fight, and in the end, he was the one who reported it. When will he be as shameless as Xiao-zhe? Jong-hee wanted to say more, but could only stare at Joan with a look of helplessness, saying, "He hit me." That look of grievance seemed to say, "Honey, you have to stand up for me." Xiao-zhe sneered. "How old are you? Can't you have some shame? A grown man keeps complaining. I feel embarrassed for you." Jong-hee. Joan frowned and looked at Xiao-zhe. "Third brother, did you forget who reported first? It was definitely you who started the fight, right?" Xiao-zhe awkwardly rubbed his nose. "How could it be me? People don't know my character, but don't you know it?" Joan didn't believe what he said at all. Because she knew Joe very well, she was sure it was him who started the fight. She thought last night two people did something inappropriate, but it turned out they were just fighting. Jong-hee is such an honest person. How could he have started a fight for no reason? Joan pouted in frustration, pointing at Joe. "Third brother. It must be you who started it. You're not admitting it, acting like a kid. You're grown up, but still so childish." Joe looked guilty and dared not meet her eyes. I need to use the bathroom. You all talk first." After saying that, he ran out of the yard without even changing his clothes. This was not really going to the bathroom. He was clearly running away. Joan sighed. She really couldn't do anything with her third brother. When she got back, she planned to tell her parents and see how they would handle him. Joan pulled Jong-hee into the house and found a clean set of clothes for him to change into. The clothes he took off were torn beyond recognition and probably couldn't be worn again. "Sit still and don't move. I'll be right back," Joan said, and left the house. When she returned, she was holding 2 boiled eggs. She had just cooked them in the kitchen. She peeled the shells and rolled the eggs over Jiang He's eyes gently, asking, "Does it hurt?" Jiang He shook his head. "No, it doesn't hurt." Joan originally wanted to find some medicine in her space to help Jiang He wipe his eyes and add some spiritual spring water to help him recover faster. But she suddenly remembered that her space wasn't restored yet, and Li Xiaona's body was still inside, not dealt with. Because of Zhou's arrival, she completely forgot about it. If Jiang He hadn't been hurt, she might not have remembered at all. So she could only use the boiled eggs as a makeshift treatment. Her, do you think you're angry with my third brother? Actually, he's a good person. He just can't accept the fact that we're getting married for now. Jiang He didn't care at all. No, I know he hit me just to vent. He cares about you, so he treated me like that. I don't take it to heart. In fact, he knew that Zhou's strange attempt to hit him last night wasn't, because he thought Jiang He's orientation was abnormal. Zhou wasn't that petty. He wouldn't hit him over such a small matter. Although he didn't say it out loud, Jiang He could tell it was for Joan. Joan suddenly held his face and said, Her, I'm sorry you're upset. Jiang He naturally pulled her into his arms, raised his hand to hold her head, and kissed her. After a while, he leaned close to her ear and said in a deep voice, "When third brother leaves, you can make it up to me properly." After saying that, Jiang He gently bit her earlobe. This made Joan feel tingly all over. She couldn't take it anymore, pushed Jiang He away, stood up, and said shyly and angrily, "You're hurt, and you're still thinking about this? Just put on your own bandage. I won't bother you anymore." Joan put an egg into his hand and ran out quickly. Jiang He had no choice but to do it himself. After Zhou left, he didn't go far. Instead, he hid nearby, planning to sneak inside and change clothes while Joan was not in the yard. He still cared about his image, so he wouldn't go out dressed in torn clothes from last night's fight with Jiang He. But Zhou didn't expect that as soon as his left foot stepped into the yard, he saw Joan run out of the house. They looked at each other awkwardly. Zhou cleared his throat twice and said, "Oh, what a coincidence." Joan looked at him like a thief and asked, "What are you sneaking around for?" "I was just taking a walk, and I ended up coming back." "Haha, I'll go for another walk." "I haven't really seen what this village looks like, Joan." She was speechless. He wanted to run again, but she knew he would need her. Before Zhou could turn to leave, Joan ran over and pulled him back. "Come with me." She also took 2 cooked eggs from the kitchen. She had just boiled them. Zhou's face was also badly hurt, not much better than Jiang He's, so he needed a good treatment. Joan led him back to the room in the backyard. Zhou sat cross-legged on the bed, and Joan sat in front of him, rolling the cooked eggs over his injured face. Just as they were finishing up, Joan deliberately used a little more strength.
Ow, ow, ow.
Zhou couldn't help but cry out. "Careful, careful. Are you trying to kill your brother?" Joan snorted irritably. "Serves you right for hurting yourself. Why are you fighting? Can't you get along? Yesterday morning, he had already beaten someone up, and now this again in the evening. He clearly was the one who started the trouble. Do you know what he said? He actually called me a homosexual, said I like men, and even claimed he was worried I might have bad intentions toward him. TCH, a good beating would be too light for him. Although Jiang He didn't say it outright last night, that's what he meant. You can't blame me for exaggerating, nor can you say I am wrong about Jiang He. Ahem, even though he's not that petty, most of the fight was because of Qiaowen. But isn't it true that I had no reason to hit him? I was about to give up, but Jiang He started the fight first, giving me this chance. Qiaowen doesn't know what he was thinking, but he chuckled happily. Curious, Xiao Zhe asked, "What are you laughing at?" "Let me hear too." "Huh? Do you really want to listen?" Xiao Zhe nodded. Of course. Since Xiao Zhe wanted to hear, Qiaowen wasn't stingy. He told him everything he saw last night, describing it vividly. Afterward, he couldn't help but laugh again. "If I hadn't known you guys were fighting later, I would have thought you were doing something inappropriate last night. Xiao Zhe, I should have just not listened." Xiaowen wiped away his tears of laughter and asked on purpose, "Third brother, are you really normal in your preferences?" As expected, Xiao Zhe's face immediately darkened. "Why are you like this? Are you still my real sister?" Qiaowen didn't want to laugh, but just thinking about that scene made him burst out again. After a while, he managed to stop and said, all right, I won't laugh anymore." Xiao Zhe glared at him angrily. "Xiaoen, go ahead and glare. Anyway, I will report it, and then Mom and Dad will deal with you." Xiao Zhe immediately smiled. "Who's glaring at you?" "It's not me." Xiaoen snorted and continued, "But in the future, you can't just hit him whenever you disagree. Even if you haven't accepted him yet. But technically, he's your brother-in-law now. Don't keep touching or bothering him. It puts me in a difficult position. He is torn between his blood-related older brother and his beloved husband." Xiaoen still hopes they can get along peacefully. Even if they can't, he doesn't want them to fight without reason. Got it. "I really don't want to fight him," Xiao Zhe said. Xiaoen looked at him suspiciously. "Do you really understand, Joes? Dunno, is my trustworthiness really that low? Can't people just have a little trust in each other? What do you think? It's not that Joan doesn't trust him. In other matters, it's fine, but when it comes to Jiang he really needs to be cautious. Joes, don't worry. Since I've said it, I definitely won't fight him again. I'm your brother, so I should set a good example. After fighting last night, his opinion of Jiang he has changed. He hasn't fully accepted him, but he's not so resistant anymore. He can see that Jiang he genuinely likes Joan and treats him well. Even his mother is the same. She treats Joan as well as her own daughter. Jiang he is pretty good at fighting, doesn't drink or smoke, and is quite nice. It's just his appearance, he's a bit lacking, but barely acceptable. Everything else is fine. The only problem is that his family is too poor. But seeing Jiang he doesn't seem like the type to just eat and do nothing. Joes isn't against this marriage now, but he doesn't know what his two older brothers think. It'll depend on whether Jiang he is strong enough to handle it. Meanwhile, in the field, Su Yansheng is sitting heavily on the ground, and Luo Wenxue is fanning him. She's worried he'll get too hot. It's almost winter now, and the weather has cooled down a bit, not as hot as before. Su Yansheng feels cold from the fan. He takes the fan from Luo Wenxue. "Xiao Shui, I'm not hot. You can fan yourself. I need to start working or I'll go hungry." He says it nicely, but he's actually holding the fan tightly, clearly wanting Luo Wenxue to do the work for him. But recently, Luo Wenxue has been doing all the work for him. Su Yansheng just sits under the tree every day, glued to the ground like he's stuck with super glue. Once he sits down, he can't get up. When Su Yansheng says he wants to do the work himself, Luo Wenxue naturally refuses. She picks up the farming tools and gets to work as usual. Seeing this free labor, Su Yansheng feels proud. He thinks Luo Wenxue has good judgment. Otherwise, why would she like him? If only she looked prettier, had a slimmer figure, and was as powerful and influential as the Joan family, then it would be great. In that case, he could marry Luo Wenxue. But the truth is, Luo Wenxue is both strong and unattractive, and her family is poor. Recently, she can't even afford to buy meat for him. She is good at working, but she can't compare to Joan. Whenever he thinks of Joan, Su Yansheng gets angry. He still feels the pain from the wound Joanji gave him, and the bruises on his face haven't faded. He originally wanted Luo Wenxue to cook a few eggs for him, but she surprisingly said she didn't have any. It's just a few eggs, after all. He's probably too stingy to share them. He feels that Luo Wenxue is not as good to him as before. She used to cook meat for him every day, but now she only eats vegetables, with no oil or fat. He's lost several pounds. And now, he can't even get money from Luo Wenxue. She keeps saying she has no money, but to him, it's clear she's just reluctant. The more he thinks about it, the more upset he gets. He's just down on his luck and a bit poor, otherwise, Luo Wenxue wouldn't be suitable for him. "Xiao Shui, I'm hungry," he said. Luo Wenxue worked hard helping him. When she heard he was hungry, she put down her tools and ran to his side. "Then I'll go home now and cook for you. I'll finish the rest of the work when I come back," Su Yansheng complained. "Xiao Shui, I feel like I've been lacking nutrition lately. I often feel dizzy, my vision blacks out, and I have no energy. I haven't eaten meat in a long time." After speaking, he suddenly stood up, but then fell backward. Luo Wenxue quickly caught him, so he didn't fall. "There's some cured meat left at home. I'll go back and cook it for you to help you regain strength. Wait for me, I'll be right back. Luo Wenxue helped Su Yensheng sit down again before leaving. After she left, Su Yensheng immediately changed his expression. He had been pretending just now, otherwise, Luo Wenxue wouldn't have taken out the meat. Yesterday, she even lied that she had none, but now she has some. About half an hour later, Luo Wenxue returned with a lunchbox. Su Yensheng's eyes lit up. Finally, he could eat meat. Although he had been pretending earlier, he had been feeling a bit weak lately. Luo Wenxue handed him a lunchbox. Come on, Yensheng, eat quickly. I need to go back to work. Su Yensheng pretended to care and asked, have you eaten yet? His sudden concern made Luo Wenxue feel a little touched. I just ate a little at home. You don't need to worry about me. After Luo Wenxue went into the field, Su Yensheng quietly muttered, no one cares about you. I was just asking. Don't think too highly of yourself. He eagerly opened the lunchbox, picked up his chopsticks, and was about to enjoy his meal. But as soon as he saw inside, he was unhappy. He counted. 1, 2. There were only 5 slices of preserved meat in the box, and the rest were vegetables. Who could possibly eat that much? It was barely enough to fill a gap between teeth. Why is there so little meat? Su Yensheng called out toward the field, sounding a bit annoyed. Luo Wenxue came over. Yensheng, that's all I have at home. Recently, Su Yensheng had been eating meat every day. Her family's meat supply was gone, and she didn't have much money now. She worked in the county, but her superiors said she was inconsistent, working some days, not others, and told her not to continue. The preserved meat in the lunchbox was leftovers from last year, and there wasn't much. How am I supposed to eat with so little? Surely your family has more, right? Luo Wenxue shook her head. Su Yensheng couldn't help but shout, you're definitely lying to me. Don't be so stingy. It's just a little meat. You're acting like it's the end of the world. I told you I haven't been feeling well lately and need to eat better, but you only give me this much. Hearing this, Luo Wenxue felt very wronged and also got angry. I've told you it's all gone. If I had more, would I hide it from you? And I see now, you're just using me, right? Always asking me to do work for you. My family is struggling because of you. I lost my job in the county because of you. I've done so much for you, but you haven't done anything. All you do is keep making demands. At this moment, Su Yensheng realized his tone was harsh. It was the first time Luo Wenxue had spoken to him like that. Even though he didn't want to please her, if he left her now, he would really go hungry. So, he could only lower his head and slap himself lightly on the face, not using much force. Sorry, Xiaoxue. I'm in a bad mood today. Don't take what I said seriously. I know you've been the one always giving, and I want to treat you well. But, you know, I am poor now with no money. Luo Wenxue stood still, unaffected. For some reason, she suddenly felt a bit annoyed with Su Yensheng and didn't want to forgive him. She increasingly felt that she was right earlier. Su Yensheng was just using her, making her work for free, and bringing him food. Although they are now a couple, only they know that Su Yensheng doesn't want her to tell anyone. It's like she's ashamed to be seen with him, as if she would embarrass him. Recently, many villagers called her a lapdog, always chasing after Su Yensheng and bringing him food, but he didn't care about her at all. She may not be very pretty, but she's not that bad, right? At that moment, Luo Wenxue caught sight of a man ahead on the road. She was instantly drawn to him. No matter how Su Yensheng called her, she didn't respond. Zhuo Zhe, walking on the road, also noticed her. Because her gaze made him very uncomfortable. He turned his head and saw Luo Wenxue looking at him with admiration. Just one more second of that look would make him explode. He quickly turned his head away, not looking anymore. Su Yensheng patiently tried to comfort her. Xiaoxue, I really didn't mean it. Please don't take it to heart, okay? Luo Wenxue snapped out of her thoughts and stared at him, then looked toward the road where Zhuo Zhe was walking. She used to think Su Yensheng was very handsome. No one in the village looked better than him, and he had a good aura. But now it seemed different. That man was much more handsome than him. Comparing them, Luo Wenxue suddenly thought Su Yensheng was not good-looking, rather ugly, poor, and not at all suitable for her. Xiaoxue, Xiaoxue? What are you thinking? Su Yanqing said as he reached out to grab her arm. Do the work yourself today, Luo Wenxue said, leaving those words behind and heading toward the road where Zhuo Zhe was. Su Yanqing's raised right hand froze in the air. The next second, he angrily punched the big tree behind him. The pain in his hand almost made him cry. He had already lowered himself to comfort her, but she still didn't appreciate it. If it weren't for her bringing him food, he wouldn't bother with her at all. He was acting so proud, as if he were some rich young lady, and she was giving him the cold shoulder. Anyway, he had already apologized earlier, so he wouldn't try to comfort her again. After spending some time together, Su Yanqing knew Luo Wenxue well. Soon, she would come running back to him. So he wasn't worried. He just had to do his own work. Luo Wenxue was panting as she ran behind, finally catching up to the man she liked at first sight. Comrade, wait a moment. As soon as she spoke, the man ran even faster. Hey, don't run. Wait for me. Before she could catch her breath, she hurried after him again. Meanwhile, Qiaoan was sitting in the yard, happily reading a Chinese language textbook. Xiao Zifeng rushed in from outside, quickly closing the gate, as if something scary was chasing him. Qiaoan closed her book and placed it on the table. Did you get caught stealing? Xiao Zifeng looked terrified. No, someone was chasing me. He had never seen a woman look so difficult to describe, especially when she was chasing him. It scared him to death. He had just finished breakfast and was out for a walk to digest, but then this happened. Such bad luck. From now on, he thought he should check the calendar before going out. Xiaoan was curious. Third brother, what did you do? Why was she chasing you? Xiao Zifeng had no idea. He was just being chased for no reason. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Xiaoan went over to open it, but Xiao Zifeng stopped her. Don't open it. She must have caught up with you. Then I definitely will open it. It's strange not to ask what's going on first, Qiaoan said and opened the door. Luo Wenxue was standing outside, ignoring Qiaoan and looking past her at the man behind. In just one glance, Luo Wenxue blushed shyly. Sure enough, he was here. She had seen him run inside just now. Joan looked at her blushing face, her small head full of big questions. This shy look, could she be interested in her third brother? Luo Wenxue fidgeted and took out a pocket watch from her pocket. This is what I found on the road just now. Is it yours? Zhou Zhe checked his pocket, which was empty. Yes, it was his. It probably fell when he was running earlier. Joan was pretty sure now Luo Wenxue liked Zhou Zhe. It's really my brother's. Thank you for bringing it back. She thanked Zhou Zhe and took the watch. Do you need anything else? Luo Wenxue finally noticed Joan. She was shocked for a moment. She actually knew this man and called him brother. Are they siblings? Are you from the same mother? Joan didn't want to talk to her. That's none of your business. If you're done, you can leave. I'm about to close the door. Wait, Luo Wenxue hurriedly said. I just want to ask if your brother has a girlfriend? Zhou Zhe. Joan. What a shocking question. Even if her third brother didn't have a girlfriend, he wouldn't be interested in her. This has nothing to do with you, Joan said, about to close the door. Luo Wenxue was anxious. Hold on, little sister. Let me say a few words to your brother. Joan. Are you okay? Who calls her little sister? She acts like she's his wife. Joan was about to tell her off when Zhou Zhe stepped past her. Comrade, I have a girlfriend. But thank you for bringing my things. Goodbye, no need to see me off. He closed the door completely, not giving Luo Wenxue a chance to speak. Bang, bang, bang. The door was knocked on again. Next time I come, I'll find you again. Zhou Zhe's attitude was obvious, but Luo Wenxue didn't care. She acted as if she hadn't heard him say he had a girlfriend. Zhou Zhe asked, is this person mentally okay? Do you know her? Yes, I know her. Her name is Luo Wenxue. Joan not only knew her, but Luo Wenxue had also called her a bad name before. But she curiously looked at Zhou Zhe's face. Third brother, I have to say, you're quite charming. But your face is all bruised and purple, like a panda. And she still likes you. Huh. I can tell you don't understand. Just tidied up his slightly messy clothes. Even if my face looks like this, I still can't hide my good looks. Sometimes being too handsome can be a problem, Joan. She was a bit proud of praising him. She looked at Juz with a teasing smile. You're going to have a tough time next. I think she'll keep bothering you. Joan didn't know much about Luo Wenxue and Su Yansheng, but she guessed a few things. It was probably because Luo Wenxue liked Juz's good looks. Even if they argued, Luo Wenxue wouldn't break up with Su Yansheng. At most, they would have some small disagreements, because she couldn't bear to part with him. She originally liked Su Yansheng because he was from the city, educated, knowledgeable, and looked better than villagers. They finally got together, and she didn't want to let go. But now, things are different. She met Juz, who is better in every way than Su Yansheng. She probably thinks Su Yansheng is dull now. Basically, Luo Wenxue is a looks-obsessed girl. Sure enough, in the afternoon, Luo Wenxue came again. She shyly took out a folded piece of paper from behind and handed it to Juz. This is for you. She thought her voice sounded sweet, but Juz found it annoying. He knew without thinking that it was a love letter from Luo Wenxue. Usually, girls' love letters make people happy, but since it was from Luo Wenxue, he didn't want to open or read it. Joan, on the other hand, was very interested. Let me see. She opened the letter and, just at the start, couldn't help but laugh. She read aloud, Comrade, hello. From the first time I saw you, I fell deeply in love with you. How deep? Deeper than the village well water. No, the lake water, because I can't say it face to face, so I wrote it down. I really like you. When I close my eyes, I think of only you. My heart has already run far away with you. If you're willing, I want to grow old with you. After reading, Joan couldn't help but laugh again. What a terribly cheesy love letter, and many words are wrong. They just met this morning, and by the afternoon, she already sent a love letter. When the love letter was read aloud, Luo Wenxue's face turned even redder. It was the first time she had written something like this. I don't know what Jose is thinking, or if he's willing to be with her. Jose turned his back to Luo Wenxue and squatted on the ground, almost vomiting, with sour water constantly flowing in his mouth. Luo Wenxue spoke first. Comrade, what are you thinking?
Josha.
Please don't embarrass me. He slowly stood up, enduring his discomfort, and clearly replied, You're not my type. Besides, I already told you I have a partner, and we're about to get married.
Please leave.
He didn't look at Luo Wenxue while saying this because he was afraid he might really. A woman with a strong build, dark skin, and a face that looked like a toilet lid. No, a Barbie doll, was standing there, blushing and staring at him shyly. Although he didn't care much about looks, he had never seen someone so ugly before. Luo Wenxue didn't care whether he had a partner or not. You can leave her and be with me. I don't mind if you had other women before me.
Josha?
What a crazy statement. Did she really have to say it so directly for him to give up? I like people who look good. Jose didn't want to hurt Luo Wenxue's pride, but she was being unreasonable. Luo Wenxue's heart sank. Are you saying I'm ugly? Before Jose could speak, Qiao and returned the love letter to Luo Wenxue. You're so clueless. Can't you stop bothering my brother? I've told you I don't like you, so why are you still hanging around? This made Luo Wenxue a little angry, as if she was being persistent and shameless. But she held back her urge to reply, because Qiaoan was Jose's sister. Once Jose married her, Qiaoan would also be her sister. For that reason, she endured it. Little sister, don't say that. I truly like your brother. Qiaoan thought she might say something insulting, but that was all. She really knew how to pretend. Truly? Auntie, you're joking. I think you just fall for whoever you see. What about Su Yansheng, that trash? Don't you treat him like a treasure? You are almost like setting up a family shrine for him, yet the toad still wants to eat swan meat. Look at yourself. You're not worthy of my brother. Can't you have some self-awareness? Luo Wenxue's face immediately changed. I only tolerate you because of your brother. If you keep acting like this, I won't hold back anymore. Qiaoan wasn't afraid of her at all. Oh, so it hits your sore spot, huh? You're just a stupid person who looks ugly and has no self-awareness. She also doesn't look at what she is. How dare she call her little sister? She really thinks she's a sister-in-law. Shameless. You. Luo Wenxue's face turned green with anger. You little brat, say that again. She raised her hand to slap Xiao En's face but was grabbed by the wrist and thrown to the ground. Xiao Zhe stepped in front of Xiao En, warning her. You better watch your words. I don't hit women. If you keep this up, I won't mind teaching you a lesson. How dare she call his sister a brat right in front of him? Does she think he's dead? Xiao En stuck out her tongue at Luo Wenxue. With my brother here, I'm not afraid of you. If you're going to be mean to me, come on. Luo Wenxue gritted her teeth, about to say something, but then thought of Xiao Zhe and held back. Instead, she said, it's because she said I'm like this first. You can't just spoil her. We're not even married yet, and she's already like this to me. If we get married later, what'll happen? You're spoiling her too much. What a confusing statement. Xiao Zhe couldn't hold back anymore. Are you crazy? Have you seen a doctor? If not, I sincerely hope you do. I don't even know you and I don't like you. You're the first ugly person who made me feel sick. I don't even want to say another word to you. If you still have any shame, just leave on your own. Don't make me throw you out. Actually, he really wanted to pick Luo Wenxue up and throw her out directly. Seeing her face for another second would give him nightmares tonight. But he didn't want to dirty his own hands. Luo Wenxue's face turned red and then pale. You can't just spoil her because she's your sister. Xiao Zhe sneered coldly. She's my sister. If I don't spoil her, should I spoil you, Barbie? Luo Wenxue looked disappointed and angry, glaring with wide eyes. She never expected Xiao Zhe to be such an unreasonable person. He looks so gentle and handsome, but when he speaks, he is the opposite. He openly criticizes her appearance, which doesn't match his kind-looking face. Jones sees that he isn't leaving and can't hold back. Third brother, he seems to be staying here on purpose. Maybe we should just throw him out. Although Joes is reluctant to act, he doesn't want to see Luo Wenxue. He steps forward, lifts her up, and without hesitation, throws her outside, then quickly closes the door. After doing this, he immediately goes to wash his hands. Even though he was just holding Luo Wenxue's clothes, he feels like his hands are full of germs and gets goosebumps. Outside, Luo Wenxue is still shouting, I was blind to trust you. They really threw her out, almost hurting herself. This behavior is no different from a reckless person. She thought city people had manners, but it turns out they are worse than a certain rude person. That person may not be as rich or handsome as him, and he's been using her, but at least he never hurt her. Is it just because he looks good? His ugly heart makes everything else pointless. Joan. You. She sits silently beside Joe's, watching him wash his hands for half an hour. Brother, are you trying to scrub off that outer layer of skin? His hands are red from scrubbing, but Joe shows no sign of stopping. Joe's casually says, you wouldn't understand. He feels like no matter how much he washes, it won't be clean. Thinking about Luo Wenxue's love letter and her shy face makes his stomach churn. He feels like his hands are contaminated and can't be used anymore. Fine, I don't understand, but you do. Take your time washing. Joan stands up and Joes asks, where are you going? I'm going to give Ahi some water. Joes wipes his hands and wants to follow her. Joan refuses. She isn't just going to deliver water. It will be late and the sun is about to set. There's still Luo Xiaona's body in the space, and if she doesn't deal with it, the space can't be used. She's not sure if it will return to its original shape later. Even if it cannot be restored, it still needs to be dealt with. Leaving such a disgusting thing inside is a real insult to her space. If Zhou Zhe goes along, it will be difficult for her. She took the kettle, filled it with water, then carried it away. When she found Jiang he was busy moving materials. Seeing Zhou, he immediately put down his work and ran over. With gentle affection, he asked, why did you come? Zhou opened the lid of the water bottle, poured water inside, and handed it to him. She looked at the new house taking shape. White lime walls, a roof with red tiles, and unfinished windows, still a work in progress. Most houses in the village are made of mud bricks or thatch. Except for the village chief's house, She has never seen anyone build a tiled house. Jong-hee had been working for a long time and was really thirsty. He drank eagerly. After he finished, Jo-eun closed the lid and said, "Go home early later. Don't stay out too late. I've left the water here for you to drink when you're thirsty." Jo-eun didn't plan to stay long with Jong-hee. The sun was about to set, and it would be dark soon, which isn't safe. Although hiding a body is usually safer on a dark, windy night, she was still worried. She believed there are no ghosts in this world, but she couldn't be sure. The place she was heading to was the back of the mountain, where there are many graves. And at this time, everyone was at home cooking, so no one would be wandering around the back mountain. After leaving Jong-hee, Jo-eun walked alone toward the fields, crossing the farmland to the foot of the mountain. Then she entered the mountain. She didn't go deep into the mountain, but followed a small path on her left that led to the back of the mountain. Sometimes people used this path, so the weeds weren't too thick. As it got darker, Jo-eun quickened her pace. Suddenly, she felt a slight on her wrist. She looked closely and saw it was stinging nettles. Jo-eun. She had hurried earlier and didn't notice. Soon, her wrist started to itch, and several small bumps appeared. She couldn't help but scratch the itch repeatedly. The more she scratched, the itchier it became, almost breaking her skin. The things in her space couldn't be used, and she couldn't do anything about the itch. Now, she could only endure it. After about 10 minutes, she finally reached the back mountain and saw the lake. But she didn't dare go closer. An old villager had told her that many children had drowned there before. They went swimming and accidentally drowned suddenly. Thinking about this, Jo-eun's back started to feel cold. She sensed that someone was watching her very closely. She suddenly turned around and shouted, "Who's there?" She looked around but saw nothing. Maybe she was too sensitive. It was getting dark, and being alone on the back mountain at this time, she couldn't help but think of strange things. A gentle breeze blew, making her goosebumps rise. She felt like there was something dirty around her. Suddenly, she remembered a post she saw on her phone in her past life. What was it again? It seemed to say that if you're walking at night and feel like something is watching you, you should smoke a cigarette or curse loudly. The thing would be afraid and stay away. She couldn't remember clearly, but she definitely wouldn't smoke. Cursing was okay, and she was good at that. Thinking this, Jo-eun started cursing loudly right there. "You mother a Ewan percent Ewan," and she cursed as dirty as she could, but even after that, the feeling of being watched didn't go away. She was still very scared. She thought, this must be a lie. Jo-eun took a deep breath and forced herself to stay calm. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. She had even killed a person before, so what was there to fear? It was just a ghost, right? If it dared to jump out and scare her, she would catch it and throw it onto Su Yensheng's bed. If there really was a ghost, it would probably be speechless if it knew what Jo-eun was thinking. Jo-eun ran to the lake, looked at the water. The moon was already in the sky, shining brightly. The moonlight poured down, making the entire lake shimmer. It was clear and bright, like a giant mirror. Jo-eun closed her eyes, focused her mind, and suddenly disappeared from the spot. The space was still the same, even more broken than before. She sighed, wishing she had dealt with this earlier. Jo-eun went to the room where Li Xiaona's body was kept. The air was full of a rotten smell, and maggots were crawling on Li Xiaona's corpse. Jo-eun couldn't hold back and vomited. The heart she had dug out earlier was already rotten beyond recognition. She held back the feeling of nausea and found several pairs of gloves, putting them on in multiple layers. Then, just like cleaning up trash, she placed Li Xiaona's legs and heart on top of the body. But the heart was restless and fell off, rolling to Qiao-en's feet. She impatiently picked it up and stuffed it into Li Xiaona's shirt. This time, it didn't fall out again. She looked at the disgusting maggots on the body. Even with so many layers of gloves, she could still feel the soft, juicy sensation from earlier. Qiao-en didn't want to waste time. She placed her hand on the body, closed her eyes, and used her mind to leave the space. When she opened her eyes again, she saw the lake. First, she threw Li Xiaona's legs into the water, then threw the other parts. She threw with a lot of force, aiming to toss them far, preferably near the middle of the lake. Because if she threw them too close, someone might see. After finishing, she sat on the ground, exhausted. The body was heavy, and her hands felt sore. She rested for a while, then stood up again, took off her gloves, and threw them into the lake. Next, she re-entered the space to check if she missed anything. The big basin in the corner, which was used to hold Li Xiaona's thigh meat, should also be thrown away. The ropes used for binding should go too. Leaving these things in the space would be unlucky. Seeing them would be disturbing. When she returned home, she would need to clean the bloodstains in the house, or else it would be too disgusting to look at. Soon, Qiaowen finished everything. She clapped her hands, turned around, and walked back along the path she came. Halfway there, that cold feeling on her back returned. The forest was very quiet. She could notice even the slightest movement immediately. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes nearby. Qiaowen immediately became alert, staring intently at that spot, and took a few cautious steps back. She saw a tall figure emerge from the bushes, heading toward her. No, there probably aren't really ghosts, right? Her heart was pounding wildly as the figure got closer and closer. Qiaowen screamed and started running. Accidentally, she stepped on a stone and staggered, falling to the ground. Just as she was about to fall, she was pulled into a warm embrace by a strong, powerful hand. Zhou anxiously thought to herself, her mind racing with confusing thoughts. It was dark and windy, so she couldn't see what this ghost looked like. Could ghosts also have warmth? No, she should be thinking about something else now. She was caught by a ghost. And not just any ghost, but a mischievous one. What should she do? Stay calm. Would it eat her? As she was lost in her thoughts, a deep, familiar voice sounded in her ear. Don't be afraid. It's me. That voice belonged to Jiang He. Zhou's restless heart immediately calmed down. Although his voice still trembled a little, the fear from before was gone. You scared me to death. Don't be afraid. I didn't mean to scare you, Jiang He said softly, his voice gentle, as if it could chase away all darkness and fear. Zhou let out a heavy sigh. I thought you were a ghost. She was really frightened just now. Then she thought again, wait a minute. Why was He here? Shouldn't he be busy building a house, or heading home now? Could he have been following her all along? Zhou felt uneasy. When she arrived, she hadn't noticed anyone around. She didn't know when Jiang He started following her, or what he had seen. Thinking of this, her anxiety grew. Jiang He might have seen everything. The important thing wasn't that her location was discovered. She would tell Jiang He eventually. The real worry was that she had killed someone and disposed of the body. She was afraid Jiang He might think differently of her. Would he see her as cruel? Zhou felt nervous and asked, Ahi, when did you start following me? Jiang He honestly replied, I followed you right after you left. It was almost dark, but you didn't head home, so I was worried and followed you. He didn't mean to spy on Zhou, nor was he trying to hide it. He just saw her walking toward the back mountain and became curious. Why was she going there alone so late? There was nothing special there, just a lake. Driven by curiosity, he silently followed Zhou all the way. Hearing Jiang He's reply, Zhou and felt even more nervous. But on this dark and windy night, Jiang He probably didn't see what she threw into the lake, right? Jiang He is a sharp-eyed person. Zhou, and wasn't sure if he saw everything. Her, did you see everything? Jiang He nodded. Yes. He saw everything he needed to see, whether it was meant to be seen or not. At first, he wasn't sure what Zhou and had thrown into the lake, but when he got closer, he was pretty sure. She threw a person. Because when he got near, he could smell a faint blood scent on her. Jiang He spends a lot of time in the mountains hunting wild animals, so he knew it wasn't animal blood. As for why Zhou and threw things in several times, the reason was obvious. Under the moonlight, when Zhou and threw things into the lake, Jiang He also saw the outline of a head, with hair. Zhou, and looked like she wanted to say something, but didn't. Jiang He rubbed her head. It's too late. We'll talk about it when we get home.
Yuan nodded sadly.
At the Jiang family's yard. Jose was pacing back and forth with his arms crossed, looking very upset. It was already dark, and Joe hadn't come back, and Jiang was not there either. He guessed they were probably playing some inappropriate game behind his back. Jose had just gone out to look for her, but couldn't find her. He was so angry, he wanted to go out again. Suddenly, Jiang and Joe appeared at the gate of the yard. Jiang hand was on Joe's shoulder. Most importantly, Jose noticed they weren't dressed properly. Especially Joe, and one of her shirt buttons was undone. Jose got even angrier. He was right, these two really were playing some inappropriate game. He angrily rolled up his sleeve and stormed over, grabbing Jiang by the collar, his eyes burning with rage. How dare you take her out to play some wild game? Lu Yanjun sat on a wooden chair, sewing clothes with a needle and thread. She didn't plan to get involved. This was their young people's business. They should handle it themselves. However, she was quite curious. What did Xiao Zhe mean by playing wild? Joan saw that things might get worse, so she quickly pulled him away and explained, "Third brother, calm down. It's not what you think." Xiao Zhe couldn't stay calm. "Anin, don't speak for him. The clothes are not in order, and it's not what you think." "What else could it be?" He turned angrily to Jiang He. "You're pretty good at finding places. I looked all over the village and couldn't find you guys." Jiang He is married to Joan, so technically he shouldn't interfere in their personal matters. But he was still there. Even though he had accepted Jiang he couldn't help feeling upset. The real reason for his anger wasn't that. It was because Jiang He took Joan outside to do something. No matter how upset he was, going outside was not okay. What if someone saw? Plus, in the countryside there are many snakes and flying insects. If bitten and not treated quickly, it could be deadly. Jiang He was silent for a moment. Did he really seem that desperate? "You misunderstood." Jiang He explained that on the way back, a bug had crawled into Joan's clothes, and she was so scared she didn't dare move. She was worried that if she used force, the bug might burst inside her clothes. So, he helped take it out. Because the collar was small, he unbuttoned a button and reached in. He did button it back up afterward, maybe not very carefully. After hearing Jiang He's explanation, Xiao Zhe awkwardly rubbed his nose. "Cough, next time. Just tell me earlier." Joan softly snorted. "You don't even give me a chance to explain. You just start touching me." "Third brother, you really need to change that hot temper." Jiang He nodded in agreement. Xiao Zhe turned his head away and said nothing. Lu Yanjun put down her sewing and half-finished clothes. "All right, let's eat. I want to see if the food is cooled." She then got up and went to the kitchen. The villagers helping build the house had already eaten, but she left 2 portions for Joan and Jiang He. After dinner, it was time to rest. Xiao Zhe still took Jiang He to sleep in the backyard, occupying a whole bed alone. Jiang He looked at the bedding on the ground and was silent for a moment. Xiao Zhe was half lying on the bed. "I kindly set that up for you. No need to thank me too much. You can sleep there tonight." "I still prefer sleeping alone." He couldn't help but think of what Xiaoan had said that morning, her suspicion that he might be interested in men. The thought made him uneasy. He was a strong, straightforward man. How could he possibly like men? Xiao Zhe even imagined, based on Xiaoan's teasing words, what it would be like if 2 men shared a bed. The thought made him uncomfortable, so he decided to make a bed on the floor for Jiang He. Jiang He didn't say anything. He simply turned and walked out of the room. Xiao Zhe glanced at him, sat up, and asked, "Where are you going?" "To the bathroom. Do you want to come?" Xiao Zhe lay back down.
"No."
Jiang He stepped out, closing the door behind him. He said he was going to the bathroom, but instead, he stopped in front of Xiaoan's door. The oil lamp inside was still lit. He knocked softly. There was a sound from inside, and soon the door opened. Jiang He stepped in, and Xiaoan closed the door. Before she could speak, he pulled her gently into his arms. "What's wrong?" she asked. Jiang He was much taller than Xiaoan. Next to him, she looked small. But at that moment, he bent down, resting his head on her shoulder, his hand gently patting her back. In a soft, almost childlike voice, he said, "Nothing. I just suddenly missed you." It made him seem like the one who needed comfort. Xiaoan wrapped her arms around his waist and closed her eyes. Then let me hold you for a while. After a moment, she gently pushed him back and looked up at him. Aren't you going to ask me why? He knew exactly what she meant. You must have your reasons for what you did, he said. If you want to tell me, I'll listen. But if you don't, that's fine too. In truth, He had felt something was off for a while, though he hadn't said anything. He always sensed that Xiaoan was hiding something. Ever since that day in the fields, when she had suddenly kissed him for the first time, he had felt that something had changed. Why had the Xiaoan who once disliked him suddenly become so gentle, holding him, kissing him, even saying she wanted to marry him? It was as if she had become a completely different person. Later, when Li Xiaona disappeared, He saw the cold look in Xiaoan's eyes and the faint, chilling smile on her lips. He began to suspect that Xiaoan might have had something to do with it, though he couldn't be sure. One night, he discovered that Joan had mysteriously disappeared. He was sure she was inside the house, but when he opened the door, she was nowhere to be seen. This was very strange. He couldn't understand what secrets Joan was hiding. However, Joan had no intention of telling him, so he didn't ask. I have killed someone. Joan decided to be honest, even if Jongher might think she's a cruel woman because of it. And when they were on the back mountain, he saw everything clearly, so there was nothing left to hide. She eagerly waited for Jongher's next words, but he only smiled and gently ruffled her hair. He said, I know. It was Li Xiaona, wasn't it? Joan didn't expect him to stay so calm. I killed someone. Aren't you shocked? Don't you think I'm cruel? Jongher looked puzzled. Why would I think you're cruel? I know you have secrets, but I also know you're a kind person inside. As for why she killed, it must have been because Li Xiaona did something unforgivable to her, so she hated her so much. You usually wouldn't even kill a chicken, but you dared to kill a person. That must have been for a reason. Even if what Jongher said wasn't exactly true, Joan was his wife, and he wouldn't think badly of her or see her as cruel. Hearing this, Joan felt a little touched inside. Thank you, her. She decided to tell him everything and no longer wanted to hide anything. I'll take you somewhere. Joan said this, took Jongher's hand, closed her eyes, and used her mind to bring him into a space. The space was still as dilapidated and desolate as before, and the heavy stench hadn't lessened at all. Jongher looked at everything in front of him and was clearly shocked. Even though the space hadn't fully returned to its original state, it was obvious how luxurious and grand the villa once was, something he had never seen before. It was enormous. Just the vegetable garden was so big that 10 of his homes combined wouldn't be as large. This is your home. Everything here belongs to you. What you see is what you bought with money in your past life. Hearing Joan's words, Jongher was even more shocked. Did he buy it with money from his past life? But past life? He didn't understand what Xiaoan meant by past life. Xiaoan sighed and told Jonghe about the origin of the space and about her past life. She also explained that she was reborn and had already lived a whole life. She didn't mention what Su Yensheng had done to her, only that he had swallowed the Qiao family's business. Because she was afraid Jonghe might do something foolish in anger. At first, Jonghe listened very seriously. But gradually, when he heard Xiaoan say how Li Xiaona had cut off her legs and killed her family members, his black eyes gradually filled with anger. She actually did such things to you, wife. You shouldn't have taken matters into your own hands. That would only dirty your hands. If you had told me earlier, I would have killed her myself. Xiaoan reached out and gently touched his cheek. You've already helped me. In my past life, you personally avenged me. And you even sacrificed yourself for me. I'm sorry, Let me handle this myself this time. I am confident, having already taken care of Li Xiaona, only Su Yensheng remained. He imagined in his mind the scene of Qiao and being cut off from her legs, and his heart ached so much it felt suffocating. I'm sorry, wife. Faced with He's sudden apology, Qiao was momentarily stunned. Why are you saying sorry to me? He stretched out his arm, pulling Qiao into his embrace and holding her tightly. His eyes reddened, and his voice choked with emotion, trembling. If only I had come to save you earlier in my past life. Then you wouldn't have suffered so much, and you wouldn't have died. It's all my fault. Xiao En's eyes widened instantly, tears blurring her vision. Her body trembled slightly, and she couldn't even speak a word. Jiang He's words were something she never expected. It was clearly her fault. She had misjudged people, which led to this outcome. She deserved it. But Jiang He felt he was late and was filled with guilt for not saving her. He. Xiao En wanted to say many things but only managed 3 words. A sudden pain in her heart made tears well up and choke her throat. She knew Jiang He loved her very much, but today she realized that his love was far greater than she had ever imagined. In her past life, she was the one who insulted Jiang He, who said hurtful things to him. In her past life, she kept hurting Jiang He until she died and finally understood. But even then, he loved her as much as ever. Why did he say sorry?
Why?
The one who should be apologizing is her. Zhou could no longer hold back. She squatted down, covered her face, and cried loudly. He, what should I say to you? Compared to Jiang He, her love seemed so small. I really want to know why I treated you so badly before, yet you always forgave me. I don't deserve you. All along, she was the one who didn't deserve him. But she used Jiang He's humble background as an excuse to say he wasn't good enough for her. It was clear she didn't deserve Jiang He, and she didn't deserve his love. Jiang He crouched down gently, using his finger to softly wipe away her tears. Darling, don't think like that, don't cry, and don't say those things about not being good enough. I like you, I love you, and I've already decided in my heart. Even if you disliked me back then, I never changed. Zhou En's tears kept flowing, and no matter how Jiang He wiped them, they wouldn't stop. He smiled softly. It turns out women are really made of water. Zhou En pinched his left hand and sniffed. But I don't think I'm worthy of you doing all this for me. Jiang He shook his head. In my heart, you are worth it. I liked you from the first time I saw you. You are the first person who made my heart beat faster. Maybe that's love at first sight. Since then, I've been paying attention to you every day. Helping you with chores was just to be closer to you. You're such a delicate girl. Even if we weren't together, I wouldn't want you to do such hard work. I know you don't look up to me, but all of that was my choice. When you liked Su Yansheng and rejected me, I thought I'd only be able to watch you from afar. But who would have thought that day you would come close to me and want to marry me? Do you know? That was the happiest day of my life. The girl in my dreams said she would marry me. That night, I was so excited I couldn't sleep at all. Joan wiped her tears with her hand, trying to hold back the flow. She had cried so much her eyes were swollen, but she didn't care. Instead, she looked seriously at Jiang He and asked, "Do you really not hate me at all?" Even though she knew how Jiang He might answer, she still wanted to say it out loud. If possible, she wished Jiang He could hate her a little, because she had made many mistakes. Without hesitation, Jiang He replied, "I don't hate you. I've never hated you, not now, not ever. No matter what you've done to me, I won't hate you. My wife, just know that I love you. No matter how unforgivable or unreasonable your actions are, I will always stand by your side, now and in the future." He remembered a saying, "Love can accept everything, but it cannot turn truth into lies." To him, love really can accept everything. But if the person being loved is Joan, then he thinks the second part is unnecessary. Whether Joan is good or bad, right or wrong, he will be with her wherever she is. Thank you, Ahi. You're so kind. Having you is my blessing. Joan buried her face in his chest. I love you. Jiang He brushed her messy hair and gently kissed her on the top of her head. I love you too. Joan blushed inexplicably. Even though they were old married partners, she still felt shy. You're still shy, wife, Jiang He said, pinching her cheek. Joan hid her face even deeper.